Macmillan Audio presents The Widowmaker by Hannah Morrissey. Read for you by Exie Sands and Adam Verner. Chapter 1. Morgan. The key was a blackened talisman tucked into her leather cuff. She'd gotten in the habit of keeping it there since it had become the only tangible thing she owned, when 3 months ago her entire life was reduced to ash and ruin. The fire department had already come and gone by the time she arrived, her boots crunching on caramelized glass and stepping over hissing metal. Everything was wet and charred. Mannequins with their faces melted in. The once larger-than-life mylar tree shriveled to a root, which meant that whoever had left the key had watched and waited, like a tiger stalking its prey. But Morgan knew better. Only humans tortured their food before eating it. A red balloon floated in the sulphurous haze, tethered to a small coffin-shaped box set on a step of the smoldering staircase. A simple note scratched on the back of an envelope revealed it was for her. My ruin. All roads lead back to home. A puff of vapor escaped her lips, a silent scream, perhaps, at the omen from beyond the grave. The only person who would have used that moniker was dead. The last image Morgan had of her Aunt Byrne was of her lying face up with her skull shattered on the concrete, mouth open to catch snowflakes. It was one of the few childhood memories she hadn't overwritten. Rather, she kept it sequestered in a safe place, so she could recall it at will, the way normal people preserved memories of their wedding day, or the moment their first child was born. Now, standing on the Reynolds' back porch, she turned her wrist and pressed her thumb to the key, tempted to free it from its holster. The iron stung. The key would not fit, she determined, as she considered the aperture in the ornate metal plate. All roads lead back to home. This was not her home. If the sea-glass-colored mansion at the top of the bluff hadn't tipped her off on her drive in, then the 12-foot-tall Gothic gate that swung inward to grant her entrance to the estate made damn sure she knew she wasn't on her side of the tracks anymore. This was Reynolds' country, she'd thought, following the cobblestone path that wended past topiaries draped in white lights and a pair of concrete tigers, their faces frozen in mid-roar and thick necks wrapped in festive Fair Isle scarves. Then she'd parked her salty little Honda Civic next to a newly waxed Land Rover and felt more than a little inadequate. The Reynolds family was enshrouded in wealth, status, and mystery, and Black Harbor's entire eroding shoreline belonged to them. What remained of it, anyway. Over the past decade or more, Lake Michigan had eaten away the limestone as effectively as the city's grim atmosphere gnawed on people's morals, if they'd had morals to begin with. In her 31 years on this planet, most of them spent here in this frozen purgatory, Morgan had learned that some people were born purely and inherently evil, and Black Harbor was their breeding ground. Morgan surveyed the snow-covered estate. Giant red bulbs hung from evergreen boughs, and 3 wreaths decorated the middle tier of a stone fountain. A lone lamppost wore a gold velvet bow, and to her left fairy lights twinkled as they wove through the cross-hatched trellis that would work well for group photos. It was creeping up on 2 o'clock. The golden hour would be here soon, when the sun was low and its amber hues came alive to brush its subject's skin tones with a warm glow. She raised her camera, snapped a test shot, and returned her attention to the door. Her worries melted away. It was just her and the keyhole. She felt the autofocus lock into place and took a photo. She could add it to her collection, the one she'd started since inheriting the key, of all the doors and their corresponding keyholes into which it didn't fit. Not terribly unlike herself. Pierced and gangly, with a death stare that could intimidate a bull, Morgan didn't really fit anywhere either. Except the ruins. She'd fit there. And then it all burned down. Morgan considered the keyhole again and sucked in a breath. This wasn't home, and yet, was it so wrong that she wished it was? That her childhood had been spent here, running free through an orchard and pushing siblings on a front porch swing. Not curled up on the floor, left to lick her wounds like a dog and pray her door remained closed until morning. A gust of wind came and pulled tears from her eyes. She repositioned her gear bag slung on her shoulder and, turning her back to the wind, slid the key out of her cuff. It didn't hurt to try. With the key pinched between her thumb and forefinger, she reached forward when the door fell away. The woman who appeared behind it was so beautiful it hurt, Morgan thought, as she took in her verdant eyes and the short layers of russet hair that framed her face. She looked surprised, and Morgan suspected she hadn't anticipated someone who looked like her, dressed all in black with a pierced septum and 2 studs in her bottom lip, skin pale as the ghost of Christmas past, to be standing on her doorstep. "Oh," she exclaimed, "you must be the photographer. Morgan, right?" She shifted the chubby-cheeked toddler she was holding to her other hip. It stared at Morgan in that unapologetic way that babies do. Morgan estimated 1.2 seconds before the drool on its lip froze into a spitsicle. She nodded and slid her key back into her cuff. "Later." "I'm Cora," the woman smiled, showing teeth brighter than fresh-fallen snow. Her lips were painted holly red, the same shade as her knit short-sleeved sweater. Goosebumps stippled her arms. "And this is Charlie. We were just about to get Mama some ginger ale, weren't we, Charlie?" Her voice pitched and fell. How easily some people could slip in and out of baby talk, Morgan mused, and she wondered, was Mamo some type of nickname for Mom? Grandma? Just like Omi, Oma, Nana, Yama, and the cringy beyond all get-out Glamma. When Cora leaned over to grab a 6-pack of cans resting atop a resin storage chest, Morgan stopped her. "I'll get them." "Thank you," Cora said, speaking like an adult again. "Come in, please. My mom will be so excited that you're here. You're her gift," she added with a quick glance over her shoulder. Morgan scrunched her brows. A gift? She'd never been anyone's gift before. And yet, perhaps that was how the people who'd paid her aunt had looked at her. A guilty little pleasure they'd never tell a soul about. Her throat felt dry. She licked her lips, tempted to suck down one of those ginger ales. Being back here had that effect on her. One breath of Black Harbor was potent enough to turn her devil-may-care armor brittle. She imagined watching it disintegrate and fall away like fish scales, leaving her raw and exposed, while she served herself on a silver platter to the Black Widow of Black Harbor, Mrs. Eleanor Reynolds, whose husband Clive vanished 20 years ago. Eleanor was the obvious suspect, and according to the court of public opinion, she was guilty as sin. The $11 million life insurance policy she'd taken out on Clive just weeks before his death had been, for all intents and purposes, her hand hammering the nail in his coffin. And he'd had an affair, which meant he'd pounded the final nail in himself. Morgan's ears pricked at the sound of the door closing behind her. Noting that Cora wore only Fair Isle stockings, she heel-toed her combat boots off in a mudroom she doubted had ever seen a speck of mud. Plus, it was larger than the space she'd recently moved back into at her parents' house. She set the ginger ale on a bench to straighten the tops of her stockings, making them even, and hung her jacket on an empty hook. Her glasses fogged. "Mom!" Cora called. Her voice carried through the kitchen, rose, and dissipated somewhere between the hardwood floors and the cathedral ceilings. "Morgan is here!" Following cautiously in Cora's wake, Morgan set the cans of ginger ale on a granite countertop and waited. A current swam through the great room, fragrant with cloves and thyme and buttery croissants. It smelled of roast beef, too, and seasoned potatoes. The countertop boasted a trove of mini mince pies and single-serve sherry trifles. Adjusting her camera settings, Morgan took a few photos to show her mom the spread. Up until 6 months ago, when the highway construction shut it down, Lynette's Linzers, her mother's bakery, had been a beloved staple of Black Harbor, serving homemade cookies, tarts, and biscuits on the daily. Now, it was simply one of dozens of vacant storefronts. Over the home's surround sound system, a slow piano melody melted into a chorus of accordion, flute, and bagpipes. As the song picked up, Morgan recognized it as Fairy Tale of New York by the Pogues and smiled. Where was everyone? She wondered. Cora had gone and disappeared with Charlie down a corridor, and aside from someone who was clearly a caterer coming to check the oven, there wasn't a soul in sight. Had she gotten the time wrong? No, the email had stated 2 o'clock. She'd read it again this morning, to be sure. In a mansion this massive, there were a million places people could be hiding. Morgan looked to her right and surveyed what appeared to be the living room. Overstuffed gray couches that could have swallowed her parents' dinky little sofa formed an L shape around a glass coffee table. In the corner, between the stone fireplace and a large picture window, stood a tree that had to be 14 feet tall. Its branches dripped with faux crystalline icicles, expensive-looking ornaments nestled in its boughs, and a glass Swarovski star twinkled at the top. Jesus, had they jacked this tree from Tiffany's? Her gaze traveling upward and across the ceiling, Morgan noticed a lofted upstairs, where all the bedrooms must be. Beneath it, in the wide hall down which Cora had previously vanished, floated a radiant white-haired woman. She wore an emerald top cinched with a leather corset and flowy sleeves. Her smile and socks matched Cora's. Hello, said Morgan. I'm the photographer? Her voice trembled. The sight of Eleanor Reynolds, here, in the flesh, had left her dumb. Morgan, what a delight! Eleanor beamed, revealing eye teeth that were sharp, stark white, and perhaps a centimeter too long. Spreading her arms, she welcomed Morgan into a straitjacket hug. You must be Eleanor, Morgan said. The devil herself. Eleanor raised her hands as though holding up praise. Eleanor's acknowledgement of her less-than-savory reputation put Morgan at ease. Your home is stunning, by the way. Her eyes roamed the Four Seasons room and the English-inspired kitchen with marble backsplash. A Prussian blue china cabinet fit snug in a shallow alcove, holding stemware that undoubtedly cost more than Morgan's entire education. And yet, on the counter beside it was a red rotary telephone. It looked out of place here, where everything was modern and cool-toned, not to mention who even had a landline anymore. Oh, thank you, darling. Mom was an interior designer for many years, chimed Cora, who had reappeared, sans Charlie. A home stager. She even designed sets for Hallmark. Eleanor rolled her eyes at Cora's praise. Nevertheless, she grabbed her daughter's arm and gave an affectionate squeeze. Puff pieces, dear, honestly. I should have done something important with my career. Cora is a child psychologist. Morgan lifted her chin as though she cared. She couldn't tell if Eleanor and Cora were displaying genuine admiration for each other or putting on a show. Help yourself, won't you, Morgan? Said Eleanor. They're setting up food in the dining room. There's wine, beer, cocktails, coffee. Nog, suggested Cora. Yes, nog, Eleanor repeated. Make yourself at home, really. Morgan smiled politely. She'd never heard anyone abbreviate eggnog before. The slang made these characters slightly more human. But then she'd never been told to make herself at home while on the job, either. She was used to shooting cocktail parties and corporate events that took place in warehouses and banquet halls, never someone's home, and certainly never in a murderess's mansion. A gentleman between Cora and Eleanor's age swept in. Morgan watched as his hand grazed Eleanor's waist. Eleanor twirled gracefully, turning her body toward his. Don, darling, this is Morgan, my gift. She's our photographer for the evening. Oh. Don looked impressed. He had a sophisticated salt and pepper aesthetic. If Morgan had to guess, she'd put him at 20 years younger than Eleanor. Damn, lady, get it, she applauded silently. A pleasure, he said, and offered his hand for her to shake. The second Morgan offered her hand in return, jingle bells tinkled from down the hall. The front door opened, and Reynolds' friends and family members filtered in, all toting decorated sacks and gifts wrapped in craft paper and twine. Ironically rustic. Morgan watched them with shameless fascination. They looked like they'd just stepped off the set of a photo shoot, so cozy in their chunky knit sweaters, moms and daughters wearing matching suede boots, gentlemen in flannel shirts that had never seen the elements for which they were intended. A little blond boy wore a marbled cardigan, with elbow patches. Crouching, Morgan snapped several photos as he ran off with his cousins. There had to be 40 people once everyone arrived. Kids crawled beneath tables and thundered up and down the staircase. The clamor of conversation drowned out the Celtic Christmas music. The women clinked their wine glasses, men guffawed and sipped dark beer. Morgan captured a photo of a freckled girl wearing angel wings and a tinsel halo, eating a powdered cookie. You know, you can eat the food, too. You don't just have to photograph it. Morgan stood and turned to find the source of the suggestion. A man sat on the sofa, legs casually crossed, clutching a bourbon neat. He looked to be about her age, early to mid-30s. There was something about his eyes, dark like his drink and salient. They made her feel as if he was looking through her, not at her. She swallowed. What did he see? She wondered. Did her interior, dark and damaged beyond redemption, match her exterior? She hoped it did. Enough, at least, so he would stay away. And yet, a quiet voice in her head pleaded for the opposite. Perhaps it was the way he stared through her, or the winsome smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. But she was here on business. Thanks, I might get a plate later. I was actually eyeing up the 7-layer bars. Want me to get you one? The man shifted as though to get up. The natural light streaming in from the windows subtly illuminated his face, so she could see a shallow cleft in his chin, like a thumbprint. No, I'm good. Thanks, though. A drink, then? She shook her head. You think this is one of those fairy places where if you eat the food or drink the wine, you'll have to stay forever? Something like that. You didn't spend your childhood in Black Harbor avoiding cracks in the sidewalk, only to be welcomed into the proverbial mansion and eat the food. I don't drink on the job, she added. Because your pictures will be out of focus? He lifted the glass to his lips. The corner of his mouth ticked upward. Morgan nodded. It's a risk I'm not willing to take. Nor was it a risk she could afford. When she left Chicago with only the key and the clothes on her back, she'd used everything in her bank account to buy a one-way bus ticket to Black Harbor and a professional photographer starter kit. Camera body, 2 lenses, off-camera flash, extra battery pack, the whole shebang. With the rest of her money, she'd purchased the only car her skimpy budget allowed. But she was debt-free. Not everyone could say that. How about after then? Morgan tilted her head, sizing him up. Anyone ever tell you you're a little forward? He laughed, the comment sliding off him like oil on a feather. Searching for a distraction, Morgan turned and observed the photographs on the mantel, locking onto a portrait of a young Reynolds family. Judging by the scrunchies in the 2 girls' hair and Clive's color block vest, it looked to have been taken in the early 90s. There was no denying that Clive was old Hollywood handsome. He and Eleanor made an attractive couple. The frame was a touch out of line with the others. She nudged it forward, making it straight, when her hopeful suitor came up behind her. He stood close enough that she could feel the heat coming off his skin, like she was sitting in front of a crackling fire. Smell the sharp, evocative scent of his cologne, bourbon and black ice, and a little bit of char. It was as though he'd simply selected them from a catalog and had them bottled into a quintessential male fragrance. Scary that was 25 years ago. Morgan did the mental math. So, 1995? He pointed to Eleanor in the photo. I can tell the decade by the height of my mom's hair. It was a sight to see in the 80s. I bet. Morgan pointed to one of the girls. She was 9 or 10, maybe? Cora? He nodded, then drew her attention to the younger, fox-faced girl with golden hair and a raven-haired boy who might have been 13. Carlisle and David, he said, packaging them together. It's a joke in our family that David doesn't love anyone but himself. He loves Carlisle, though, because she's his mini-me. They don't look alike, but trust me, inside they're made of the same stuff. Morgan studied each of them in turn. They had the same stare. The way their eyes bored into the camera, it was almost as if they were challenging it, daring it to call them out for something, and yet not caring if it did. And who's this? She pointed to a wild-eyed boy leaning over Clive's shoulder. He was wearing a striped t-shirt and a bulky Power Rangers wristwatch. The boy with a very unfortunate bowl cut, you mean? He offered his hand for her to shake. Bennett Reynolds. Morgan Mori, she said, though he already knew. He'd been the one to email her about the job. When do you get off the clock, Morgan Mori? She bit her lip. She could do this. You tell me, boss, though I believe the arrangement was for 8. A wicked glint flashed behind Bennett's eyes. 8 o'clock, he repeated. You'll need a drink by then. Trust me. Is that a bet? It's a promise. It was through Morgan's 50mm lens that she came face to face with each of the Reynolds clan. She led them out to the trellis, staging groups about 4 feet in front of it to capture the soft bouquet of the lights strung between the cedar boughs. She photographed Cora and her little family, adding in Eleanor and Don, Carlisle, David, and Bennett, who stood at the edge of the frame, still holding his drink. Carlisle was gorgeous in jewel tones, wearing a teal sweater dress belted at the waist and black tights. She looked like a snow angel come to life, her long golden ringlets cascading down her back. Morgan couldn't help but wonder if it was a wig. Everyone wore them these days, didn't they? David, on the other hand, was her antithesis, and that made him her complement. They were yin and yang together, light and shadow, dove and raven. When everyone else had dispersed, they posed to recreate an old photo from their childhood. Carlisle crossed her eyes and pretended to pick her nose, while David looked on in animated disgust. Afterward, they huddled around Morgan's camera to see the photo appear on the LCD display. That's it. That's our Christmas card, Carlisle laughed. They left Morgan to finish up before the sun went down, and later, when everyone was gathered inside by the fireplace, sleigh bells sounded. Of course, they got a freaking Santa Claus, Morgan thought as the children's eyes widened in excitement. They tumbled over one another as they ran down the hall, sliding in their socks when Santa Claus burst through the door with a festive ho, ho, ho. He was a convincing Santa, albeit non-traditional, in a red patchwork robe trimmed with Celtic knots. A green beret with a shamrock perched atop his head. Toting a sack full of presents, he ambled in and plunked into the high-backed chair Cora had previously occupied. Then he withdrew a pair of half-moon spectacles from an inside pocket and read the names off his list. Every single child received a present, which was damn impressive considering how many kids there were. Afterward, the kids took turns sitting on his lap and telling him what they wished for under the Christmas tree. Morgan captured every interaction, and when the last child had spoken, Santa gestured to her, bending his white-gloved finger. And you, young lady, what do you want for Christmas? Oh, Morgan gave him a dismissive wave. Come on, now. He patted his knee. Morgan looked around. The chaos had quieted. The lights had dimmed. It had to be 8 o'clock or close to it. She looked around, searching for someone to save her, but caught only Bennett's gaze. He sat at the end of the couch, a reflection of the firelight dancing in his green eyes. Morgan stared back, her brow raised, and lowered herself onto Santa's lap. She bit her lip and prayed he didn't touch her. What's your name, young lady? Morgan. Morgan. He sounded it out 1 syllable at a time. What a lovely name. Thanks, I didn't choose it. Santa chuckled. What would you like for Christmas, Morgan? Sarcastic responses raced through her mind. A puppy? An easy-bake oven? One of those fancy power-lift recliners so her grandpa could hold on to a shred of his dignity instead of getting hopelessly stuck in the lazy boy every night? That last one wasn't sarcastic. A Butterfinger, she said. Santa's eyes twinkled. A Butterfinger. King-sized. That depends. Have you been naughty or nice? Morgan froze. A shiver started at the base of her skull and trickled down her spine. It might have been the question itself, or the fact that his asking it made something pulse against the underside of her thigh. Now finished and packed up for the night, and having said her goodbyes to the Reynolds family, Morgan stood on the porch where she'd stood hours earlier, contemplating the keyhole. She slid the key out of her cuff and this time, as she approached the door, she heard a voice in the dark. "Looks like you're off the clock, Morgan Mori."
Chapter 2. Hudson. Jesus, Hudson, you sure know how to fuck up a crime scene. Blue salt crystals dug into his knees, stuck to his palms as a final spasm racked his body. At the Fast Mart across from an empty furniture store, Investigator Ryan Hudson pressed his forehead to the cold concrete of the sidewalk. It grounded him, stopped the world from spinning out of control, if only for a few seconds. Jesus, Hudson! He heard his friend's voice as clearly as though Garrison were standing next to him. It was something they'd said to each other often, during the decade they'd spent on patrol together. Never serious, and almost always accompanied by a ribbing or an elbow nudge. It was a deflection, a way of one placing his blame onto the other. Like when they'd been called to Breaker's office after Garrison wrote 40 parking tickets for the wrong side of the street. Jesus, Hudson, Garrison had muttered. Or the time Hudson had misheard an address over the radio, and when they arrived, the resident, believing her friends had gifted her male strippers for her birthday, ushered them inside. Jesus, Garrison! Hudson laughed as he'd recounted the story back in the locker room. Garrison had unbuttoned his uniform then, revealing his black undershirt, and set his foot up on the bench in a mock striptease. Someone walked by and smacked his ass. Wincing as though he'd been the one to get shot, Hudson cautiously rose to sit on his heels. He looked over his left shoulder, where across the street, Garrison's department SUV was parked. It looked like a dog waiting for its owner to come back. A gust of wind tore through the lot, almost knocking him backward. The lake effect ripped the tears from his cheek, gnawed at the exposed skin of his legs. A plastic cone toppled over and rolled across the snow-scraped asphalt. His eyes followed it as it tumbled toward him and butted up against the curb. Gingerly, Hudson stood. He swayed and planted his feet shoulder-width apart to steady himself. His throat burned. This was the first time in 11 years he'd thrown up at a scene. That was reserved for amateurs, baby cops. Even when Hudson had been a baby cop, he hadn't acted like one. He couldn't afford to. Wiry and spectacled, he looked more like an IT guy than a police officer. It didn't take much to pass the physical litmus test anymore. If you could manage 25 push-ups, run a mile in under 10 minutes, and be of reasonably sound mind, you were hired. Because just like Hudson couldn't afford to act like a baby cop, the Black Harbor Police Department couldn't afford to be picky. All around him, blue and red lights danced like the aurora borealis. Both Black Harbor and Wesson police vehicles were at the scene. Taking a deep breath and steeling himself for what he was about to walk back into, Hudson re-entered the doorway he'd run out of a moment before, stepping aside as a patrol officer came through. The stink hit him again like a skid of bricks. It smelled like blood and shit and coffee. With all the ins and outs, it was as cold inside as it was outside, though at least it was out of the wind. Camera flashes burst. Yellow placards marked evidence. Fingerprint powder saturated the contact surfaces. Garrison lay on his back, staring empty-eyed and slack-jawed at his own blood spattered on the ceiling. The story of how he ended up like that was punctuated by the bullet hole in his neck. 2 more projectiles were punched in his vest, dislodging the personal effects he kept in the center pocket, a picture of his wife and daughter, a couple of postage stamps, a $20 bill. Hudson stood over Garrison in a jacket and gym shorts, wearing socks and Adidas sliders. He'd been in bed when Breaker, his former lieutenant, called with the news. "Garrison's been shot," he barked. And before Hudson could process what he'd heard, the lieutenant rattled off an address Hudson immediately recognized as the store he and Garrison had been watching for robbery activity. Used to watch. Guilt burned a hole in his stomach. He never should have gone upstairs. A promotion to investigator could have waited. After all, Hudson was staring down the barrel of another 20 years in law enforcement. He could have stayed with Garrison for his last few months before retirement. Had the tables been turned, Garrison would have done it for him. Investigator Devine escorted the female witness outside, likely to find her a ride home, since the suspect had stolen her car. Hudson had observed Devine interviewing her earlier. She'd sat in the candy aisle with her knees tucked into her chest, rocking backward and forward, like a buoy stranded in a low tide. Now he heard Investigator Fletcher interviewing the cashier. According to the man's statement, he'd been held at gunpoint by a suspect clothed in all black. Long-sleeve shirt, pants, and a balaclava, the fabric of which had been bunched up to expose a patch of light-colored skin. "Anything unique about him?" Fletcher asked. "Identifying features like scars, tattoos?" "He had a mark on his neck," was all the cashier said. "Anything else? Approximate height and weight, eye color?" Hudson stared at the floor, saw the pool of blood becoming more viscous in the cold, saw Fletcher's snakeskin cowboy boots, and he focused on them, anything to not look at Garrison. His eyes traced the outline of the pointed toes, scales carved in rounded diamond patterns, rivers of black that divided the continents of grays. Who wore cowboy boots in the city? Fletcher scribbled something in his memo pad, shoved it in his back pocket. Devine returned inside and joined his partner. "You got surveillance?" he asked the cashier. "No. The camera's been busted." Their voices were drowned out by the blood rushing in Hudson's ears. Any other time, any other victim, he would have listened intently for any morsel he could pick up and file away for later to help solve the case. For when he built his own case, to move to the robbery unit once Fletcher's or Devine's time was up. But tonight's victim was Garrison. And Wesson, PD, the neighboring jurisdiction, would be taking over anyway. He was just here to stand watch until medical examiner Winthorpe arrived and pronounced Garrison dead at the scene. "Fuck me." Breaker stood beside him. His eyes were bloodshot. "You all right?" Hudson set his jaw, locking in a sob. He tried to nod. He was all right, considering he still had a pulse. "You call Noel?" "I was just leaving to go over there. Did you want to come?" Hudson swallowed. He couldn't imagine showing up at Garrison's house, ringing the doorbell, seeing his wife and daughter's faces when Breaker delivered the news. Breaker took his silence as a no. He set his hand on Hudson's shoulder. "You should go home. Tell Miserelli to come sit with you. This is Wesson's investigation anyway." He left then, to inform Noelle Garrison she was now a widow. Hudson's stomach twisted. He could taste the bile making a resurgence up his esophagus. His mouth began to salivate, and a cold sheen of sweat beaded on his neck and forehead, only to be instantly wicked away by the cold. His eyes drifted to Garrison. He almost didn't look real, like he was made of wax. His skin was too ashen, his blood too bright. Shaking, Hudson knelt to examine Garrison's trauma plate. His uniform was unzipped. He'd undoubtedly been reaching into his vest's center pocket to pay for his coffee when the shooter entered the store. One bullet had chipped his ID card. It looked like a hole punch had bitten the edge from it. He saw the photograph of Garrison's family. It was worn, the corners rounded. A piece of faded red paper peeked out from beneath it. It looked like a raffle ticket, the kind torn from a roll at bars and high school football games. He checked to see if anyone had eyes on him. No one did. They were all searching for casings and latent prints. Hudson tugged the ticket from Garrison's pocket. Crouched, he examined it, shielding it in his hands like a flame. The bottom right corner was singed. On the front, the words "Admit 1" were stamped. And on the back, a message. "Welcome to the ruins, where your true self dwells." The ruins, he whispered. The place didn't ring a bell. He stood and was about to Google it when another whoosh of cold air assaulted him. "Christ!" Emmy Winthorpe appeared next to him. Her black earmuffs looked like giant bolts screwed into her skull. "Why'd it have to be him?" She knelt beside the body, pressed 2 latex fingers to Garrison's throat. "Deceased. You got the time, officer?" He was investigator now, but Hudson didn't correct her. He touched the center button on his phone. 11:47. "December 19, 23:47 hours, she said in her recorder. "You know how much longer they got?" He didn't remember answering. Time crashed into him hard as a wave, and when he broke free, it was around 2 a.m., and Garrison was stiff with rigor mortis. He watched as 3 men from the coroner's office arrived and lifted him into a black polyethylene bag. The zipper's teeth connected as the bag swallowed Garrison, and he felt the ugly, finite sound of it, like a serrated knife ripping him from bottom to top, gutting him like a fish.
Chapter 3. Morgan. Sorry for all the pomp and circumstance. Bennett's gaze rose over the edge of his cocktail glass to meet Morgan's as he sipped his Manhattan. The drink was a lurid color, like blood in the water. "You must think we're some real grade-A snobbery." Morgan smiled down at the bar. She did think that, but after spending the last 6 hours with the Reynolds clan, she'd decided that they were nice snobbery, at least. If anyone had thought less of her with her Target leggings and Honda Civic, they'd kept it to themselves, or discussed it out of earshot. It was all a whir, from walking up the cobblestone drive to being here, now, at Beck's bar with Clive Reynolds' youngest son, who, with his good bone structure, white teeth, and eyes the color of money, was what her mother would call a fine piece of man candy. Christmas lights draped from the liquor case, bathing everything in a hellish red glow. Or a festive glow, depending on how you looked at it. It was quite the party. Morgan envisioned downloading the photos onto her computer as soon as she got home, seeing all the bouquet and smiles, the details of the champagne flutes with silver filigree entwining the stems, the garland that sprawled down the staircase, and the crystal chandeliers. How many had she counted? 7? Even Santa showed up, who you seem to have cast quite the spell on, by the way. He gave me his business card. As she stood from the old man's lap, he'd reached into his robe and extracted a card on which his name and business address were embossed. Christopher Reynolds, CEO, Exos Labs, 101 Research Park Way, Suite 201. Morgan was vaguely familiar with the place. They made chemicals or something. She used to see it every time she drove from Chicago to Black Harbor, which wasn't often, but the glass tower and never-ending campus made quite an impression. "My team's been asking for updated headshots," explained Christopher, "if you're interested." Morgan had closed her fist over the card and held it to her chest as though she'd been given a golden ticket. Headshots for a company of that size could mean thousands of dollars. She'd have to buy some decent lights and new studio equipment, but for that kind of money, she could sell a kidney to get by in the meantime. "I saw," said Bennett. "He's my uncle, you know." "I figured. Same last name and all." Morgan took a drink of her Moscow Mule. The ginger and vodka sparred on her tongue, the ginger prickling her taste buds as though urging her to retreat, while the vodka dared her to keep doing what she was doing. So far, the vodka was winning out. Some might call it flirting. Leaning toward him with her elbow on the bar, her knees so close to his that the space between them felt charged. She bumped him gently and watched the light in his eyes intensify. "Were you watching me all night, or what?" She knew Bennett had witnessed the business card transaction, but there had been other times throughout the evening when she felt the weight of his stare. If she was being honest with herself, there was something exciting about it. Having inherited his father's Hollywood good looks, his penchant for fast cars, and his money, Bennett Reynolds was Black Harbor's most eligible bachelor. Not that that was saying a whole lot. A Black Harbor 10 was a 2 anywhere else, but yet, here he was with her. Why? What were any of the Reynoldses doing with her, for that matter? She was not beautiful, even by Black Harbor's abysmally low standards, and she had no status. Her mother was unemployed, and her father was an operator for a factory that made garbage disposals. But under the bar, Bennett's knee brushed hers. "Not all night," he replied. "There were 20 minutes or so when I had to manage a scavenger hunt." He didn't play coy. She liked that. She leaned toward him some more, pushing her knee against his. "So what the hell are you doing here, Morgan Mori? You made me come out for a drink with you, remember?" He laughed. "I mean Black Harbor. You seem talented enough, intelligent enough. Why waste yourself in this gutter?" "I could ask you the same thing, Bennett Reynolds. What's a guy who's got the world by the balls doing in a Black Harbor dive bar with me?" The skin by his eyes creased when he laughed. "You first." Morgan sighed. What the hell was she doing in Black Harbor? She must have asked herself the same question 1,000 times since dragging her feet off the steps of the Amtrak. "It's home." Her voice caught on the second word. All roads lead back to home. "I got out for a while." She talked about Black Harbor the way everyone who left and crawled back did, like she'd completed a prison sentence and come back for more. "I went to college in Chicago." "For photography?" "Sociology." "Interesting. Why?" He shrugged. "I would have thought you'd have majored in photography, that's all. Or art, something related." Morgan smiled to herself. If only he knew how related they were, she thought. Because if sociology was the study of humans functioning as a society, then photography was the study of humans functioning as individuals. It was the best way to study people, to see who they really were, what lurked underneath. They welcomed her into their homes, their lives, to make sense of their world through her lens. And what had she concluded after her exploration of the Reynolds' estate? That they were, in fact, a normal family, as normal as being filthy rich allows, who simply happened to be enshrouded in morbid mystery? Or had she discovered something more? Perhaps something sinister in the realm of a suspicious look or two unlikely confidants engaged in conversation? All would be revealed when she processed the photos. She had to admit she was fascinated by Carlisle and David, how they hugged the outskirts of the party, always together and apart from everyone else. She'd seen them hold hands once, and when Carlisle noticed her staring, she'd simply stared back, daring Morgan to say something. Bennett turned, the reflection of a red Christmas bulb gleaming in his pupil like a hot coal. "So, why sociology?" Morgan shrugged. "Because it was interesting," she said, playing his own word back to him. "And it seemed lucrative at the time." "But photography is more lucrative now. I mean, I get it. It's a tough job market out there. You gotta make money whenever and however you can." Morgan chewed a piece of ice, felt the cold slipping down her throat. What could he know of the means she'd gone to make money? She had been an avid photographer since high school, when she first picked up a film camera and developed the negatives herself. She could still remember the smell of the chemicals, the fixer, and the stop bath, and the feeling of a moment long gone being resurrected before her eyes on a sheet of glossy paper. A moment that she'd captured, preserved, immortalized. It felt a little like playing God, and for a feeling like that, who wouldn't come back for more? She'd lost sight of it in recent years, or perhaps not. Perhaps it was the pursuit of that feeling that set her on course for her latest venture, the one that had burned to the ground. Luckily for Morgan, she found photography to be a little like riding a bike. Once you knew how to chase light and bend shadows, it wasn't something you readily forgot. Are you slamming my career choice, Mr. Reynolds? Not at all. In fact, if it weren't for you picking up that camera, you and I never would have met. So I'd say that to date, you've made all the right choices. To date was a strong phrase. Since her previous life had burned to the ground just a few months ago, she'd been trying to make the right choices. Help her parents, drive her grandpa to the senior home twice a week, swear less, smile more. It was hard, particularly the swearing and smiling part. I'm trying, she admitted. Bennett touched his glass to hers and downed the last of his drink. He ordered another round for both of them. As much as losing everything sucked, a part of her felt that she'd been reborn in that fire. A phoenix risen from the ashes and given a key to a new life. She hadn't stuck around for the results of the investigation and knew only what she read online. The fire department determined the culprit to be a branding stove whose flames caught on a curtain or a piece of artwork. Morgan had shaken her head as she scrolled through the article on her phone. The branding stove had been kept in a corner no less than 6 feet from the walls. There were no curtains. The windows were painted black, which meant that either the fire department was wrong or someone had crept in and made a spark. You know, you're different without it. Bennett's voice punctured her reverie. I'm sorry? Your camera. Not to sound critical, but you're about to criticize me? He laughed, looking down at the bar. Never mind, I shouldn't have said anything. Morgan scooted closer, her knee bumping his again. Now you have to tell me. Bennett sighed, leaned back. As he did so, Morgan's eyes busied themselves with tracing the definition under his sweater. Whose stupid idea was it to make cable-knit sweaters so thick? It's just, I don't know how you do it. All those people at the party, how you pose them and take command of the scene. He shrugged. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were almost an extrovert. Morgan snorted. The ginger beer burned the inside of her nose. She was a recluse, but she was a dead shot with a camera, and that was enough to make her fearless. Only when I need to be, she said. With photography, it's all about the focus. There might be a million things going on at an event, but it's okay. You just have to focus on taking the best picture you can of one thing at a time. So, I guess that makes it seem less daunting? Bennett nodded. Well, I'm impressed by you, is what I meant to say. Morgan felt blood rush to her cheeks. It was time to shift the conversation. She'd told him enough about herself. So, what are you doing in the gutter, Mr. Reynolds? He laughed. I'm in PE. The bartender slid 2 new drinks toward them on flimsy corkboard coasters. Some of Morgan slopped out of the mug and onto the counter. You're a gym teacher? She asked, struggling to peel her attention away from the spill. She should wipe it up, or if she had a straw, she could suck half of it up and deposit it on the other side of her coaster. Then they would at least be symmetrical. But that would lead to questions. It would be easier to just eradicate the spill altogether. Her gaze found the bartender, a grungy towel tucked in his jeans pocket as he stood with his back turned to them, arms crossed and neck craned to stare up at the basketball game on TV. Private equity, Bennett translated. I'm the CEO of Reynolds Capital, my dad's business. Our main office is in the Loop, down in Chicago, but I've got an investment property in the area. Which one? You know the old Berkowitz's furniture store on 6th Street? Morgan nodded. She knew the one. It had been vacant for years. She always thought it would be cool to wander inside and photograph all that abandoned furniture. Cobwebs on chandeliers, a blanket of dust on a tufted chaise longue. What's it going to be, a bank? She asked. The reluctant smile that spread across his face told her she'd hit the nail on the head. How'd you know? She took another sip of her drink. Because that's the irony of Black Harbor. There's a bank every square mile, despite the fact that no one has any money. She paused. Well, present company excluded, I guess. Bennett laughed, and she felt his knee press into hers again. She didn't lean away. So, CEO, huh? You must have stepped in after... She caught herself. Bennett would have only been about 13 at the time of his father's disappearance, too young to run a company. Bennett didn't miss a beat. Christopher, he took over the business for a good 12 years after my dad left. Then I graduated with my MBA, assumed the throne, Morgan filled in, and Christopher became president of our largest portfolio company, Exos Labs. That's right. In Morgan's mind, a battle raged. She imagined the Reynoldses as pieces on a chessboard. Christopher and Bennett made strategic moves while Clive, the king, sat in the corner. But what about David, the eldest of the Reynolds children? Had he not wanted the multi-million-dollar enterprise? Or Cora? She seemed a capable career woman, being a psychologist and all. And why not Carlisle? She was younger than Bennett, but she could have gotten her foot in the family business by now, if she wanted. Morgan didn't know a whole lot about chess, but what she did know was that if Clive was king, Eleanor was queen. And while the king might technically be the most important piece on the board, the queen was the most powerful. She filed the information away for another time. Tonight, her sights were set only on Bennett, and that damn spill on the countertop. She wondered if she was too far away to lean over and accidentally wipe it up with her elbow. So, what's work like? The question was a distraction. She really didn't care about the ins and outs of private equity. Bennett swirled his drink. Sometimes I feel like I'm playing Zoo Tycoon. Remember that for PC? You gotta keep all the animals happy and the people happy and try not to lose all your money. You make it sound exciting. I don't know if exciting is how I would describe it. Invigorating, maybe. See, there's only one kind of deal for me. The one that's gonna win me big. Coincidentally, it's the same deal that could potentially knock me on my ass and demolish everything I've worked for. I don't look at anything less than that. Morgan held back a smirk. What could he possibly know about being knocked on his ass? For him, rock bottom was still probably a high-rise apartment and a trust fund. Go big or go home kind of guy, she said. How ironic that the two of them were sitting side by side. Noting the expensive wristwatch, the sweater that probably cost more than everything in her closet, and the Porsche she'd parked across the street, Bennett Reynolds had obviously gone big. And she'd gone home. You don't mind the shitty reputation that comes with private equity? She asked, even though she knew better. Reputations could be shed like snakeskin. Her gaze returned to the spill. Reflections of Christmas bulbs glistened in it, taunting her. She felt her nails digging into the worn cushion of her stool. I make a fuck ton of money. He said it like it should impress her. Suddenly, she envisioned him and his team tearing the guts out of a business, a pack of hyenas ripping at a carcass. Scavengers. People come to us because they want to either sell the business that's bleeding them dry, or they want to invest in something that's going to make a huge comeback and increase their investment tenfold. You sell pipe dreams. If he took offense at her statement, he didn't show it. Someone's got to. If you concern yourself with what others think about you, you'll never get anywhere. The bearded bartender walked past then, and Bennett flagged him over. You got a towel? The bartender tugged at the terry cloth in his back pocket. He nodded. You know how to use it? When the man looked confused, Bennett pointed to the spill on the bar top, inches from where Morgan rested her hand. With one swipe, he cleaned it up. Morgan avoided eye contact with him and exhaled a sigh of relief. Things were even again. She could breathe. So, you like what you do? Taming the zoo? He shrugged. I get to live in a high-rise in the city and drive a fancy car. Not too many people who grew up in Black Harbor can say that. Morgan shrank a little, suddenly self-conscious about her Rushmobile parked outside. You'll go back to Chicago after Christmas? Today was the 19th. Anyone who was planning on leaving the city for the holidays would have dipped out earlier this week. After New Year's, actually. It's a whole thing. He started to explain when he noted her raised brows. My family has a cabin up north. We used to go up there a lot, but, well, when my dad died, we stopped for a long time. Just locked the place up and didn't return for years. In case you couldn't tell, this 2-week stretch of the holidays is my mom's favorite time of the year. If coming home and shacking up in the guest house is all it takes to keep her happy, well... He raised his glass to his lips, took a drink. She really goes all out, observed Morgan. The food, the decorations, the Santa. Did you see the Clydesdales? The Budweiser horses? Yeah, she said, remembering the 2 chestnut-colored animals hitched to a white wagon with a horseshoe painted on the side. They were giving sleigh rides just as she and Bennett left the party. Christopher's friend has a farm just on the other side of town. He parks his car there and drives the horses over every year. Morgan nodded, her brain stuck on what Bennett had said just a moment ago, about his family abandoning the cabin after his father... You think he's dead? She asked. Pardon? Sorry, I was just... She hadn't meant to blurt it out, but Clive Reynolds was Black Harbor's most famous unsolved mystery. Curiosity mingled with the alcohol in her bloodstream, quelling her inhibitions. Your dad, you said after he died... Oh. The shadow that had fallen over Bennett's face lifted. He pressed his fingertip to the rim of his glass, slid it toward the edge of the counter like pushing a chess piece across the board. The cherry clung to the bottom. He better be.
Chapter 4. Hudson. The hush that descended upon Hudson's entrance into roll call was so portentous, so profound. He felt as though he'd been swallowed by a wave. The phantom current that knocked the breath out of his lungs pulled him toward Garrison's empty chair. He sat in the one next to it. No one looked at him. Second-shift patrol officers, investigators, and command staff sat with their heads bowed, hands clasped, staring at their shoes or sneaking glances at the Wesson PD detectives, who stood solemnly in the back of the room. Hudson did the same, until, finally, Chief Stromwell cleared his throat. At a towering 6'5" and 250 pounds, the chief was as large as the sand dunes he used to mow over in Iraq. And yet up there at the podium, he looked small. The reality of the past 14 hours had made ants of them all. The hunt is on, but not for us. Wesson PD will be taking over. Stromwell's voice became lost to the storm that tossed in Hudson's head. His ears rang. A bolt of pain threatened to split his skull. He'd popped 2 Excedrin around 7 this morning when he woke to feed Pip and let her out, then passed out on the couch for another couple of hours, trying and failing to convince himself he was trapped in a lucid dream. That he'd wake to a text from Garrison, asking if he wanted to shoot darts after work. How long had it been since they'd done that? 3 months? Hudson had been newly promoted to detective at the time. It's going to be brutal. Stromwell's voice rose to the surface again. Most of you have never been through something like this, and I pray we'll never have to again. Lean on your fellow officers. Find a quiet place if you need a break. He paused. His eyes landed on everyone in the room. I think it's fair to say that Brix Garrison was a friend to everyone. Some of us, he taught a great deal of what we know. Hudson clenched his jaw. The pain in his head seared behind his eyes. He took a deep breath, felt someone's hand rest on his shoulder. It hurt too much to look and see who it was. After dismissal, Hudson trudged upstairs to the Investigations Bureau. He hung his jacket on the rack near the door, by the stainless steel bench with shackles chained to the concrete wall. "Hello, May," he said on the walk over to his desk. They were the first words he'd spoken all day. "Good afternoon, Investigator Hudson." May Peters, the bureau secretary, looked up from her reports, her eyes magnified behind her red horn-rimmed glasses. She regarded him in the same manner as the rest of his colleagues had so far, with a sad, pitying look. She opened her mouth to speak, but thought better of it. Hudson sat. He didn't like the looks, but he understood them. He doled out one or two himself in his time. Like in high school, when a classmate's brother had jumped from Forge Bridge. At the funeral, Hudson remembered the brother's eyes being sewn shut. His hands, folded across his chest, looked like rubber. Layers of makeup covered the bruising and the busted capillaries. Shattered bones floated beneath the skin. When his classmate caught his eye after the ceremony, Hudson had given him the same despondent look May was giving him now. He powered up his computer and extracted the contents of his messenger bag. His phone, memo book, water bottle. He stared at the black memo book. Tucked like a bookmark between its pages was the faded red ticket he discovered in Garrison's trauma plate pocket. The ruins. He checked to ensure no one was near him before typing it into the search engine. Investigator Riley was already entrenched in her work, just her seafoam green headset visible over the top of her computer. Rowe was in the alcove by interview room number 1, pouring a cup of coffee. Devine and Fletcher were in the robberies office with the door closed. McKinley and Leibowitz hadn't returned from roll call yet. Sergeant Cole's office was dark, but Hudson could hear his voice, just barely, as he conversed with the Deputy Chief of Investigations down the hall, across from interview room number 3. He clicked search. A horror movie by that title occupied the top searches. He kept scrolling, and on the second page found a restaurant in Seattle. He paused. Some years ago, Garrison had taken his bike out to Washington. He could have stopped to eat in the Emerald City, he supposed. Hudson clicked on the website. It looked like fine dining with white linen-draped tables and crystal stemware. A place Garrison wouldn't have been caught dead in. Unless he'd been meeting someone. Who, though? A woman? No. Garrison wasn't the type. He'd loved Noelle more than he'd loved summer nights and riding his motorcycle into the sunset. Despite the distance that had inevitably crept between them when Hudson went upstairs, he hoped that if Garrison had been having marital problems, he would have confided in him. But then, who was he to wish that? He'd kept his own secrets from Garrison. May walked past his desk then, carrying a stack of reports hot off the printer. Hudson closed out of the window and brought up Onyx, the PD's operating software. It took every ounce of will he had left to log into the portal and open his latest case. When he'd come up to the Bureau 4 months ago, he'd been assigned to sensitive crimes, the Bureau's least coveted position. It was where most newly promoted investigators landed. He hated it. Hated reading the horrible things that happened to children. Hated standing behind the glass at forensic interviews, hearing the lies their parents coached them to say. Hated the never-ending caseload and the feeling that he was drowning, like he couldn't catch his breath. Ever. How did you begin to prioritize them? To decide one person's trauma was more pressing than another's? Who was he to make that decision? He thought of Investigator Meyer on first shift, who'd been working this assignment for the past 8 years. He didn't know how she coped, how she didn't go to sleep every night, hating the whole world. Maybe she did. Taking a deep breath, Hudson prepared himself to click on the first attachment, when at the bottom of the screen, a message from Sergeant Cole popped up. "See me in my office, please." The command hit him like a jab between the eyes. Was he in trouble? Maybe someone had complained about him vomiting all over the crime scene last night. He pushed his chair away from his desk and walked the 10 feet to Cole's office. It was open. "Come in." "Sir?" Hudson closed the door behind him. His eyes took a moment to adjust to the dim, ambient lighting. Although he didn't know why Cole always kept his office so dark, it was a welcome reprieve for the migraine that persisted. Cole gestured to the pair of leather chairs in front of his desk. Hudson took a seat, feeling like he'd just traveled back in time to when he was in junior high, sitting in the principal's office. No matter how hard he went out of his way to not look for trouble, trouble sometimes found him. The occasional fallout of having a brother like he did. Cole leaned forward with his hands clasped in front of him. The face of his watch illuminated, showing the time. 2:32 p.m. He said nothing, and Hudson wondered if he was giving him the chance to speak first, to come clean about spewing his guts on the asphalt. Hudson's tongue felt glued to the roof of his mouth. Sweat beaded along his hairline, and he knew Cole noticed. The man was a legend in the interview rooms. He could read people's thoughts like they were neon signs floating above their heads. Finally, Cole's voice punctured the thick, uncomfortable silence. "How do you like sensitive crimes, Hudson? Be honest." The question caught him off guard. It's... How did he put this? Terrible, soul-crushing, the worst job he'd ever had? "I like it, sir." Cole side-eyed him. "Listen," he said, and Hudson tried not to cringe as he waited for the blow. He was getting demoted. It was back to patrol for him, where he'd have to explain to everyone that he couldn't cut it in investigations. "A Crime Stoppers tip came in last night. Well, early morning, I should say, about a suspicious vehicle parked at the beach. We called in the dive team from the county. They went down to the lake." Goosebumps erupted on Hudson's skin. Just thinking about divers plunging into Lake Michigan's frigid, murky depths was terrifying. "They found the gun?" he managed. According to the ballistics report and the shell casings located at the scene, they were looking for a .50 caliber Desert Eagle. "No, but they did find this." Cole turned his computer so Hudson could see an image of a classic car with a shiny black finish. Hudson squinted. "Porsche 930 Turbo," he read off the screen. 1978, Cole added. "The Widowmaker, which is accurate considering." A good year. Garrison's badge number had been 1978, and he'd talked about it as though it were a bottle of Bordeaux. He liked to list all the things that were great about those 4 digits in history. It was, for one, a year when Jimmy Carter was president, when gas was only 63 cents a gallon, and the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind was playing in theaters. "Considering what, sir?" "Considering it was registered to Clive Reynolds, who, you might remember, disappeared 20 years ago. It was listed as stolen back in July 2000. Clive was last seen about 2 weeks later." Hudson reached back in his memory for what he knew about Clive Reynolds. The media loved to dig him up from time to time, obsessed with the fact that the wealthiest man in the city had simply vanished without a trace. There were endless theories concerning his disappearance. Everything from him leading a double life to his wife having murdered him and covered it up. "I remember," said Hudson. "He's still missing, unless—" Cole dropped a blue folder onto the desk between them. Photos of the submerged vehicle spilled out. It was hardly recognizable from the image he'd pulled up online a moment ago. For one, the black paint looked all but stripped away, the car bleached skeleton white. The leather seats had been gnawed on by fish, and whatever else lived in the lake's watery limbo. The windows were frosted, barnacles stuck to the door handles. A chill grabbed Hudson by the spine and wouldn't let go. He tore his eyes away from the photos. Ever since he was young, He'd harbored an intense fear of water, likely stemming from the time he nearly drowned. Cole laid 3 more photos over the ones of the car. Hudson squinted, turned one of the photos by pinching its edge. It was hard to tell what he was looking at. It looked like a mess of clothes, coveralls, and a heavy canvas jacket. Skeleton hands poked out of the sleeves. The next photo depicted the same thing from farther away, and Hudson could see that it was indeed a dead body in the passenger seat. The third photo was a close-up of the skull. Eye sockets now caverns that little fish could swim through, jaw unhinged in an underwater scream. "That can't be—" Hudson's words dissipated into a breath. "Clive? No." Cole slid out one picture. "Besides the fact that Clive filed an insurance claim for his stolen vehicle 10 days before his disappearance, what's this guy wearing?" Hudson adjusted his glasses. "Looks like a Carhartt jacket or something similar." Cole nodded. "Are those the clothes of an elite businessman, Hudson?" "No, sir, I wouldn't think so." "I wouldn't either." Cole pointed to the empty driver's seat, drawing a circle with his index finger. "The seatbelt's been cut," Hudson offered. "Whoever drove this poor bastard into the lake almost ended up right alongside him." Cole paused and then added, "The car's in the impound lot. We'll get a warrant written up and search it tomorrow." "We?" Hudson licked his lips. "In the English language, that typically means you and I, unless we're speaking French, in which case, we." Cole's light-colored eyes locked onto Hudson's. His voice softened when he said, "You know, Garrison was the first officer on this case?" "He was?" Hudson knit his brows. How had Garrison never mentioned it in their 23,000 hours of working together? "Yep, and me. He was my field training officer. I was fresh out of the academy, only been in uniform a few weeks when Eleanor Reynolds called to report her husband missing." "Nothing ever came of it?" Hudson asked. "You know how it goes in patrol. Garrison took the report, but then had to hand it off to investigations. A guy named Guthrow had it for a while. Never managed to close it, obviously." Hudson was familiar with the name Guthrow. The former investigator was an urban legend at the PD, the eponym of the phrase "gone like Guthrow," what people said about someone who slipped away unnoticed and unannounced. It was essentially an Irish goodbye, and yet the Guthrow component added a note of disquiet. It alluded to the idea that the departed person would never be heard from again. Like Guthrow himself, who one day had been here working the Clive Reynolds case, and the next he'd cashed out, took a hit to his pension, got the hell out of Black Harbor. "You know, we don't always get to start what we have to finish." Cole scooped up the photographs and slid them back into the folder. "I know you were at recess drinking a juice box when this happened, but I was here. Garrison was here. And the discovery of Clive's car might finally add some solvability to this case." "You think he was in trouble?" Hudson asked, already working through the fact that Clive disappeared 10 days after reporting his car stolen. "That maybe he ditched the car for insurance money?" "Possibly. Or someone was trying to kill him and he escaped. We don't know that the body in the passenger seat is a victim, but if we can get a positive ID on him, we might just be able to track it back to Clive. I think we owe it to his family, Garrison, and all of Black Harbor to figure out what happened to him. Don't you think?" Hudson swallowed. "Yes, sir." "Good." Cole bent over and set the box atop the desk. From what Hudson could tell, it was full of reports, some typed and some handwritten. There had to be over 1,000 pages, sorted haphazardly into faded manila folders. "I've notified Investigator Meyer of the situation. You'll want to find a time when you can fill her in on your current cases. She's going to take them over." Hudson couldn't help it. He sighed with relief. But then he looked at the box filled with 2 decades' worth of questions, and his heart sank. "Sir?" "Yes, Detective." "Why me?" "Because if anyone was going to finish what Garrison started, he'd want it to be you. And because I'm saving you, Hudson, from yourself." He looked up, noting the consternation written all over Hudson's face. "Listen. I know you want to hunt down the guy who killed Garrison. There isn't a soul within these walls who doesn't. But we can't. Not only did Garrison work for this department, he was your friend. The second you get involved, you taint the whole investigation. I know it sucks, but we have to let Wesson PD handle it." Hudson chewed the inside of his cheek. He knew Cole was right, and yet, what had Garrison been doing with that ticket? "This is a diversion, then." Cole slid the box toward him, so that a sliver of it hung off the edge of the desk. "Figure out what happened to Clive Reynolds, Hudson, and you'll never have to work a sensitive crimes case again."
Chapter 5. Morgan. There was an attraction between them. She was sure of that, and yet Bennett Reynolds had not tried to kiss her when they'd said goodbye on the curb, their skin illuminated by a single street lamp, shadows elongated and stretching into the street. Although now that she was removed from the situation, perhaps his lips had brushed the soft spot beneath her jaw when he'd hugged her. She pressed 2 fingers to her neck, as though feeling for a pulse. Her skin tingled in response to her icy fingertips. Would she have let him kiss her, she wondered? If he'd leaned in and pressed his mouth to hers, would the alcohol in her blood have persuaded her to kiss him back? She could do, and had certainly done, much worse than Bennett Reynolds. But those memories were behind her now. Overwritten, like all the others. Houses zipped by on the road that would lead her back to her parents. Aside from a wind-beaten wreath clinging to every other door and the occasional string of multicolored lights hanging from gutters, the residents of Black Harbor had put very little effort into their holiday decorations. Eleanor Reynolds had more Christmas spirit in her backyard than the entire city combined. Morgan was buzzed. She definitely shouldn't have been driving. Which was probably why she suddenly had the courage to turn left onto Winslow Street, a road she'd avoided for as long as she could remember. Her brakes screeched as she slowed to a stop in front of a small, slanted house. It was missing more shingles than it had left, and in the moonlight the siding glowed bone-white. A rectangular window was situated on each side of a front door that was either swung inward or gone, so the house looked like it was screaming. Morgan stared at the pitch black of the doorway, paralyzed with the fear she'd all but forgotten. She kept the car running, with her foot on the brake. That way, should Aunt Burns' ghost come hobbling down the broken steps, she'd slam her foot on the gas and peel away. Her eyes drifted, then, to the spot where Burns' blood had soaked into the concrete. It was covered by 3 feet of snow. The numerals on the mailbox were so faded they were barely legible. 604 Winslow Street. This was where it had all begun, and where it had almost ended more times than she could count. This was home, where all roads apparently led back to. The skin on her left wrist burned. She dug her thumbnail under her cuff to scratch, and had the unsettling feeling she was playing the hot or cold game. This was where the note wanted her to go. The key opened something inside, but what? Her aunt's bedroom? Morgan had never been allowed in. To the kitchen cabinets? Byrne had kept them locked. Suddenly, Morgan's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror where a shadow moved in behind her, a black shade blocking out the glow of the Christmas lights. It crawled to a stop. An alarm dinged. Morgan jumped out of her skin, and when she looked down, noticed the gas pump icon glowed orange. How long had she been sitting here? It was time to go, anyway. Whoever had pulled up behind her wasn't going anywhere. Maybe they lived around here. Maybe it was a cop. But a cop would have turned his lights on by now, yeah? Watching the shadow, Morgan let out a slow exhale as she lifted her foot off the brake and stepped on the gas pedal. Her nerves calmed as she reached the end of the street, and nothing appeared in her rearview mirror. She glanced at her clock, and never one to fall back or spring forward for daylight savings automatically added an hour to its time. It was 10:46. The Fast Mart was only a mile from here. She could get gas and be home by 11. Morgan turned left into the lot of the Fast Mart and coasted to a stop next to the pump. She got out and slammed her door. Frowned. A handwritten sign taped to the left of the credit card insert read "Prepay Only." Her breath plumed in front of her as she heaved an annoyed sigh. Of course it was prepay only. Every gas station in Black Harbor was prepay only. Too many drive-offs. People couldn't be trusted. She looked around. Hers was the only car here. Across the street, parked in the lot of the old furniture store, was a police SUV. She hoped he stayed over there. She really didn't need a ticket for expired plates right now. Hands jammed into her jacket pockets, Morgan marched inside. Snow and salt crystals crunched under her boots. Jingle bells clanged against the glass, signaling her entrance. Shit. The cop was inside. Her instincts told her to run. Logic, on the other hand, told her to act casual, pay for her gas so she could fill her tank and head home. Her sugar addiction told her to check out the candy aisle. "Hello," the cashier smiled. Morgan tripped, her boot catching the corner of the industrial rug. A strong hand suddenly cuffed her arm, caught her from smacking her head on the newspaper stand. "Whoa, you all right there?" The police officer's voice was a warm baritone. Straightening up, Morgan nodded, forced a smile. "Thanks." Something popped in his eyes then, a starburst, a camera flash, a spark of recognition, maybe? She'd never seen him before in her life, and yet he stared at her as though she was the final piece to a puzzle. Her legs felt like they might give out beneath her again as her mind grappled with the urge to flee. She ripped her arm away, perhaps a little too aggressively, and started down the aisle. His gaze never left her, though. She'd felt the weight of people's stares enough to know when a pair of eyes were boring into her back. Let him watch, she told herself. He couldn't do anything to her here. She'd taken care to exact her revenge outside his jurisdiction. And it hadn't been revenge, so much as it had been justice in its most poetic execution. She'd be more worried if she were in Chicago, but Black Harbor? This was her home turf. Unless, what was that word, extradition? Just be cool. She crouched in front of a row of candy bars. It had been ages since she'd bought one. She grabbed a Butterfinger and was about to stand back up when the bells clanged against the glass again. Winter rushed in as behind her and to her left the door opened. Had the cop gone, she wondered? No. Still crouched, but peering over the red wire fixtures, Morgan could see the top of his head as he stood by the coffee machine. Then a chemical odor ensnared her. It smelled like spray paint. Her muscles locked up. Morgan fell backward onto her butt, her boot knocking loose a row of candy bars. Peeking through a fringe of dark hair, she watched as a person's shoes came into view. They were black, but when he took a step toward the counter, she could see that the soles were red. "Give me the money," the intruder demanded. Officer Garrison," the cashier stammered. "Police, drop the gun," the cop shouted. The silence that cloaked the store was so intense a pin dropping would have sounded like a window breaking. The hairs on the back of her neck stood at attention. She held her breath, her gaze focused on the gun in the intruder's gloved hand. She heard the paper cup fall to the floor. Coffee splashed. An eardrum-shattering explosion rocked the store, and another one, and three more in quick succession. Pop, 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 pop. Foil bags exploded. Potato chips rained like shrapnel. In front of her, the cop's body crashed to the tile. She heard the sound of bones snapping, a skull cracking. And then a ringing so terrible she clapped her hands over her ears and screamed as she braced herself for the bullets that never came. The world wavered. She couldn't tell how many seconds passed before she summoned the courage to look at the cop lying on the floor. She could see him from the shoulders up, the dark, wet patches on his uniform. A sucking wound in his neck looked like a second mouth gasping for oxygen. Blood erupted from it and bloomed on the tile. She pulled her knees into her chest, felt the wire fixture dig into her back. Her throat was shredded, but she couldn't hear herself, couldn't hear anything over the ringing in her ears. The cop's head rolled toward her. Morgan gasped, seeing that the light in his warm brown eyes had gone out. His pupils and irises were black as coal. She stared in horror then, as his lips formed his last 3 words. "I found you."
Chapter 6. Hudson. Blades of lamplight leaked in through the row of skinny rectangular windows. They cast pearlish white bars over Garrison's body, washed him in a strange ethereal glow. He didn't look real. Dead bodies never did. Seated in the hard metal chair next to the casket, Hudson had stopped waiting for Garrison to wake up, to swing his legs over the edge and lean over to land a punch into his biceps. "Jesus, Hudson," he'd say, "you weren't crying over me, were you?" The imagined scenario made his breath hitch. Hudson took off his glasses, scrubbed the lenses with his tie as fresh teardrops fell and stained his pants. His blurred gaze caught the edge of the American flag that stood at the foot of the coffin. It rippled slightly, as though someone were behind it, breathing, but he knew better. It was only the current from the heating vent above. He stood, his joints snapping and popping, and began to pace. He'd been at the funeral home since just after 10 p.m., when his shift ended in the bureau and he'd come to relieve the young patrolman who was guarding Garrison's body. Garrison had watched their backs for over 30 years. They owed it to him to watch his now, as he ventured somewhere they could not follow. Not yet. Hudson paused and faced the casket, his hands clasped in front of him. "I should have been there." He finally said it out loud. His voice was rough. He hadn't spoken for hours, not since he'd met with Sergeant Cole the afternoon prior. There could mean a number of places, from sitting in the passenger seat of squad number 23 as they cruised along the vacant streets of Area 1, to being present in roll call when Lieutenant Breaker agreed to let Garrison ride out the rest of his career alone. But Hudson knew which critical "there" was haunting him. It was the Fast Mart at 6th and Lincoln, where Garrison had been shot. Twice in the chest. Once in the neck. 3 bullets. 6 holes. Red dreads. Those were the 2 words the witness muttered as she rocked back and forth against the candy rack when Devine took down her information. She said them over and over, like a record with a scratch. The description did more than jog Hudson's memory. It ignited it. Over the course of the last year, the convenience store had fallen victim to multiple armed robberies. Garrison and Hudson had worked the case hard, sitting in the busted-up lot of the abandoned furniture store across the street, waiting, watching for patterns to indicate when the perpetrators might hit next. They had suspects. Hudson scrolled through the camera roll on his phone now, and held on a screenshot of 2 teenagers who'd posted a haul on social media, fanning themselves with dollar bills and feasting on Swedish fish. They wore hiking boots and hoodies that were too big for them. The one with Ronald McDonald red dreadlocks had a gun tucked into his waistband. Kai Steele. He was a frequent flyer around the police department, a career juvenile delinquent now old enough to buy guns and alcohol and hookers. It was only a matter of time until he cracked his threshold of petty thievery. Hudson wasn't surprised he'd taken it to the next level. But did Kai Steele have a tattoo on his neck, according to the cashier's statement? Hudson zoomed in on the photo, He didn't see a mark, but that didn't mean he hadn't gotten one since. Garrison had been on a mission to put him away before retiring in March. He'd have turned 53. Time to hang up the duty belt. "I know it's not the sexiest coup de grace," he'd told Hudson a few weeks ago when they'd sat in Garrison's basement bar with a couple of brandy old-fashions. "But I want to finish what I started. Give Jose some peace of mind." Hudson had known he'd been referring to Jose Guerrera, the owner of the Fast Mart. He owned a few other local stops in Black Harbor as well. "Until the next thug comes around," noted Hudson. He couldn't help it. But Garrison just flashed his signature smile, the one that could have charmed the habit off a nun. A puerile glint shone in his eyes. Dark-haired with a salt-and-pepper stubble, he was a Black Harbor Idris Elba, albeit a little worse for wear. "I'll be long gone by then," he set his lowball glass on the cork-board coaster. "Me and the missus will be enjoying some sex on the beach. And I don't just mean the drink, son." Hudson had shuddered theatrically. Thinking about Garrison and Noel rolling around in the sand was the equivalent of imagining his parents doing the same thing. If his parents had ever been together. His mom was around. She lived on the other side of town. But his dad had never been in the picture. Perhaps that was why he'd gravitated so naturally toward Bricks Garrison, the veteran patrolman who'd taken him under his wing when Hudson had been a yearling, fresh out of the academy, his legs not solid beneath him yet. "What will you do?" Hudson had asked. While the question seemed to have come out of nowhere, it had been swirling around in his brain for some time, ever since Garrison had announced his intent to retire. He knew a lot of retired law enforcement officers who worked as school resource officers or mall security, but the only mall within 50 miles of Black Harbor had just closed its doors. Regardless of what his plans were, Hudson knew better than to believe Garrison would spend his retirement actually retired. Garrison leaned back so his forearms were straight, his palms pressing into the edge of the bar. "I think I'm going to take the bike back out to Washington for a bit." Hudson furrowed his brows. There could only have been one thing out west calling Garrison's name, or so he thought at the time. Hart's Pass. It was the treacherous stretch of road on which 3 years prior Garrison had eaten asphalt, not to mention totaled his Harley-Davidson. He'd been transported via helicopter to the nearest hospital, where he'd been treated for a concussion, broken tibia, cracked ribs, and severe road rash on his right side. Hudson doubted this plan had Mrs. Garrison's seal of approval. "You know me and unfinished business." Garrison said it as though it were ample reasoning for a return trip. "You go together like peanut butter and shoe polish," Hudson offered, completing one of Garrison's signature sentiments. "That's right." He took a drink and then stared forward at the glass bottles that lined the counter. Hudson couldn't tell if he was trying to read a label, or staring at their reflection in the mirror, or neither. The pause was unusually drawn out. "And after that, who knows? I might start my own business. Just a small thing." "Like what?" Hudson considered Garrison's interests. Motorcycles, practical jokes, craft cocktails. Was that it? Garrison shrugged as though the idea were hardly more than a fleeting thought. "A PI." Hudson coughed and sputtered, choking on his drink. "PI, as in private investigator? You despise PIs." "Only when they get in my way. If I'm the PI, well, I can't hardly get in my own way, can I?" Hudson eyed him suspiciously. "What's bringing this on? You got some unfinished business I don't know about?" "Let's just say I have an offer." He fixed Hudson with a look that said to leave it at that. And they had. There had been no more talk of Garrison's PI venture. He'd been so silent on the subject in the days and weeks that ensued, in fact, that Hudson had wondered if he'd abandoned the idea. Until now. A smudge of makeup stained Garrison's starched collar. His skin looked to be caked with the stuff. Foundation, or whatever it was called. His lips were too plum-colored. It looked like he'd borrowed his daughter's lip gloss, while around his eyes the grayness of death crept in. Hudson hoped they would touch up his makeup before the funeral on Wednesday. Jesus, Garrison, he thought. What did you get yourself into? At the far end of the hall, the doors opened. The winter air stole inside, and the parlor felt more tomb-like than it had even a minute ago, when it had been just him and Garrison's corpse. Miserelli handed him a coffee from the gas station up the street, and assumed the stance of a patrol officer, feet planted shoulder-width apart, left hand resting on the face of her flashlight that stood upright in her duty belt. "It's decaf," she said, when he lifted the paper cup to his mouth. He lowered it, though, and the smell nauseated him. It triggered a memory of Garrison's coffee, spilled on the Fast Mart's tiled floor. The warmth was welcome, though. "Thanks. When was the last time you slept?" She had to tip her head back to look him in the eye. At 5'2", Miserelli was the personification of a firecracker. Small, compact, and explosive. Some people joked that she'd stand taller and walk straighter if it weren't for the chip on her shoulder weighing her down. Hudson didn't necessarily disagree. Miserelli was perpetually out to prove herself, but then it wasn't a bad quality for a cop to have, especially when the men on the force outnumbered the women 20-1. "Ryan." "Huh?" "I said, when was the last time you slept?" Hudson thought, but the fog in his mind prevented him from coming up with an answer. He couldn't remember beyond the other night when he'd gotten the call that Garrison had been shot. He'd been in his bed then, hadn't he? "I can tell," Miserelli said, as though he'd given her a response. "You should get a nap in before your shift this afternoon. You look like shit." "Thanks." His gaze drifted to the clock that sat above the row of narrow windows. It was 10 after 6. If he went home now, he could get about 7 hours of sleep before having to get ready for work again. That was, barring any disasters or breakthroughs with the case. So far, he'd heard no updates from Wesson PD. "Any updates?" he asked. Miserelli had just come from roll call. Perhaps there'd been news to share. She shook her head, stared blankly at Garrison. Her eyes appeared to land on the same smudge on his collar. "I haven't heard any." The disappointment didn't sting. It scraped at his insides, made the hollowness inside him more vast. He raised the cup to his mouth again. The coffee was already lukewarm. Nothing was ever insulated from Black Harbor's bitter cold. He'd be willing to bet the police department had more reports of pipes bursting than any other jurisdiction in the world. A crumbling, crescent-shaped city, Black Harbor was the punching bag of its sister, Lake Michigan, who butted right up against it. The winds she hurled carried freezing precipitation, careening over the bluffs and slamming into brick walls of houses and vacant businesses. There were no lengths you could go to get away from it, and every year the lake swallowed up more and more of the city, packing cops, civilians, and criminals tighter together. "Heard you got handed a big case." Hudson winced. He didn't like the way she said it. Got handed, as though he hadn't earned the Reynolds case. Perhaps he was sensitive because it was true. He hadn't earned it. What had he done in his brief stint as investigator to deserve a shot at solving Black Harbor's most notorious cold case? Nothing. And what was he doing, currently, to unearth new leads? Nothing. But how could he start anything until Garrison was laid to rest? Excuses. "You know Devine's gonna be on your ass now, right?" He sighed. He knew that. Devine had made it no secret that he deserved the Reynolds case more than anybody, and certainly more than this clown, when Hudson had emerged from Sergeant Cole's office yesterday afternoon. Hudson had said nothing, just sat back down at his desk and started forwarding his sensitive crimes cases to Investigator Meyer. Devine kicked his chair on his way out of the bureau and threw his leather portfolio against the wall. Papers scattered in his wake, settled to the floor like snowflakes. When he'd return sometime later, he reeked of cigarette smoke. Now, Hudson's phone vibrated with a message from Sergeant Cole. "Getting the search warrant signed for the Porsche. See you at the impound lot at 13:15 hours. But Hudson didn't want to be late. He sighed and felt himself being tugged in two different directions. Cole pulling on one arm to solve the Clive Reynolds case, and Miserelli yanking on the other to find out who killed Garrison. How could his world have imploded so completely in the past day and a half? He looked out the window. Frost climbed up the glass, the way it had Garrison's eyes last night. Silence fell over them like a weighted blanket. But there was nothing comforting about it. It was a silence that intended to crush them, deflate their lungs, pulverize their bones to particles more minuscule than the powder cocaine that littered the streets and back alleys. Hudson was suddenly so tired he could barely stand. He grabbed his coat off the back of the metal chair. "I have to let Pip out." Miserelli nodded. A spring of Titian hair came loose from her low bun. "Go on. You know Garrison always preferred my company over yours anyway." A corner of her mouth twitched, creating the faintest arrow-shaped dimple. He tried and failed to smile back. She took over then, guarding Garrison's body as he had done for the past 8 hours. It wasn't until he'd made it down the hall, his fingers gripping the door handle, that Hudson heard a small whimper escape from her. He sat in his SUV, waiting for the engine to warm up before driving the few miles home. He should have started it 10 minutes ago, while he was still inside, but he knew better. Luxuries such as remote starting your vehicle were not afforded to residents of Black Harbor. A running vehicle was an invitation. It might as well have a free sign slapped on the windshield. Look at what had happened to the woman at the gas station. The perp had driven off with her car. It was long gone by now. Dumped somewhere across state lines and burned to a crisp, probably. But maybe not. If they found it, the case would become a lot more solvable. Hudson unlocked his phone and studied the picture of Kai Steele again. The red dreadlocks behind the money fan, the gun in his waistband had a black grip, but he couldn't identify it beyond that. Not that it mattered. This wasn't his case. And yet, he knew that if he was the one in the casket, Garrison would be on a manhunt right now. Slowly, his windshield began to thaw. He watched as the fractals of frost cleared away, white, wraith-like fingers receding. Perhaps it wasn't a manhunt at all, he thought, but a hunt for the woman who had witnessed everything.
Chapter 7. Morgan. Morgan shivered. Water droplets clung to her skin before evaporating. She wrapped a frayed towel around herself. She would never be warm again. Not after last night, witnessing the murder of that cop, and the words he'd whispered to her in his final seconds had left her chilled to the bone. This was her third shower since finally arriving home at 1 a.m. A Black Harbor investigator had dropped her off after he'd taken her statement. He was 40-something, she'd guessed, with brown hair and a 5 o'clock shadow, and shorter than her. He said his name was Devine, or something like that. She sat in the back seat of his unmarked vehicle, behind the cage, while he followed the GPS coordinates to her address. It wasn't her first time in the backseat of a cop car. She remembered being 8 years old, wrapped in a fleece blanket and hugging her Bart Simpson doll as two middle-aged investigators muttered things like Jesus Christ and goddamn House of Horrors. That was when she'd learned that the back of cop cars wasn't just for criminals, but victims, too. Victim. She hated that word. Even survivor was starting to have a sour taste. Why not endure her or outlast her? She was more than a victim, wasn't she? And yet she'd seen Investigator Devine mark her with a V on his paperwork last night. Technically, she supposed she was a victim. After all, the suspect had driven off in her car. She wiped the steam off the mirror. The woman who stared back looked as though she hadn't slept for days. Purple half-moons cupped her eyes. Her skin was wan and snow-white. Her mouth was open just a little, as though she'd been frozen mid-speak, the words caught in her throat. A row of bottom teeth peeked from behind her bluish lip. They looked like piano keys. Victim. An ugly word for an ugly person. V was for vulnerable. It made her feel small and weak, which perhaps she was, but did it need to be broadcast to the world? But V was for villain, too. And she had been that, hadn't she? Well, she'd wiled away in Chicago, in a little place called the Ruins. Yes, she'd had something of her own once, before it burned to the ground, and the only possession she had to her name was a blackened key and a note. My ruin. All roads lead back to home. Well, she was home now, standing naked in her parents' unfinished basement bathroom. Exposed 2x4s stood behind her like prison bars, tufts of pink insulation stapled between them. Her eyes grazed the sink that had become her makeshift vanity, littered with her makeup, eyeliner, mascara, and a palette of red eyeshadow swatches. She picked up a tube of concealer and dabbed it on her skin. A message from Bennett Reynolds floated on her phone's steamed-up screen. She read the preview without opening it. We should do that again sometime. Morgan Mori. It was just after 1 p.m. now, almost 24 hours since she'd stood on the Reynolds' back porch. So much had happened since then. She was now carless, cameraless, and soon to be penniless when she returned his cash, so you don't have to claim it on taxes, right? He said as he'd given her the envelope of hundreds. Her stomach twisted into knots as the dread of explaining to the Reynolds family they would have no Christmas party photos settled in. And she wished for the 100th time that she had never stopped at that gas station, that she had never gone out with Bennett, that she had driven directly home and not gone to the house on Winslow Street. But alas, curiosity killed the cat. Or, in this case, the cop. I found you. He'd spent his last words on her. And yet she was certain she'd never seen him. Could he have remembered her from years ago, when she was a skittish 8-year-old girl with matted hair and bruises on her skin? Or had he been tracking her dastardly deeds at the Ruins? Morgan finished her makeup, taking care to ensure perfect symmetry on the right and left halves of her face. Then she left the bathroom and patted her way across the main area of the basement where she spent most of her time these days. It wasn't her childhood bedroom. That space belonged to Grandpa Teddy now. But she had pushed an old mattress up to an even older couch and had a comfortable enough area to sleep and watch TV. Her Bart Simpson doll lay on her pillow. Stained and faded to a shade of muted yellow, the white paint on his eyes scratched and all but flaked away. He looked and smelled like a stale French fry. She'd had him for as long as she could remember. Aside from the scars and nightmares, he was the only thing from her childhood that followed her everywhere she went. She tossed her damp towel on the bed and grabbed the pair of black leggings and oversized t-shirt she'd crawled out of earlier. Her socks were thick, machine-spun wool, the kind only worn at cabins and in clammy basements. She put a sweatshirt on over it all and looked like a homeless person. which, for all intents and purposes, she was. Her parents let her stay rent-free as long as she drove Grandpa Teddy to the senior center twice a week for games and socialization. That was easy enough, especially because he'd stopped going about a month ago, when he'd ordered Morgan to pull into the beach parking lot. They'd just sat there in silence, watching the tide slam against half-sunk piers. Seagulls pecked at the salt. Black plastic bags occasionally wandered by like tumbleweeds rolling through a tundra. The lighthouse on its distant rocky perch looked like a middle finger. They never spoke, just stared out the windshield at the darkening sky until the clock read 4:30, and he said, "Okay." Now, on Sundays and Wednesdays, Morgan didn't even plan on going to Silver Maple Assisted Living anymore. She knew she'd be driving straight to the beach. They'd have to take Grandpa's car today, since hers had been ditched God knows where, along with her phone and all her gear. The cops said they'd call her when it turned up. They'd said when, not if, as though the reemergence of her Civic was inevitable. Regardless of whether or not her vehicle came back into her life, her camera was long gone. She knew that for a fact, as she imagined her gear bag being rifled through like a fresh carcass being gutted by zombies. One hand would take her 70 to 200 millimeter lens, another would snatch her 50 millimeter. The camera body itself would be passed around. Someone would grab her flash, the 600EX2 RT she'd paid $500 for brand new, and it would all be pawned. Except for the lithium-ion batteries. They would crack those open like oysters and drink the acid. Maybe the cops would recover her SD cards months or even years from now, lying on the table of a drug dealer's house, being used to cut cocaine. She didn't have insurance on any of it. That would have been the responsible adult thing to do. She'd pay the consequences for that now, though. It would take at least 5 more jobs like the Reynolds party to recoup her equipment. 5 more jobs for which she would need and not have her camera. The envelope from Bennett lay in her computer desk. She had to return it. Morgan sat on the edge of the mattress, her shoulders slumped under the weight of everything. How was she going to tell her mother she couldn't help with groceries this week, or pay her portion of the phone bill this month? She couldn't bear to think about the moment when her mom would inevitably check the Nestle tin and discover it to be empty. Although her parents had graciously refused her offer to pay rent, Morgan, after shooting family photographs, stuffed a few $100s into the Nestle chocolate chip tin the night before she knew her mom was going to make cookies. No one ever mentioned the money, but it was gone the next day when Morgan checked, and so always, on the last Friday of every month, she refilled it. She knew her mother had come to rely on that income more than she would be proud to admit. Morgan cradled her head in her hands. The scene from last night played on a relentless loop in her mind, another image that would haunt her every time she closed her eyes. She saw the cop's body buck with the impact of the first bullet. He danced, almost, his toes frantically tapping the tile as he'd fought to regain his footing. The fingers of his left hand were curled around the grip of his gun. His right hand reached toward her, grasping only empty air. And then the rest of the bullets had slammed into him and the surrounding area. Pop, 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 pop. The clamor rang in her ears even now. She pictured him lying on the dirty floor, the spark of warmth in his eyes fading as something like terror took over. No. Recognition. I found you. Goosebumps stippled her flesh. She felt compelled to crawl under the covers, drift out of consciousness with some Ambien and a few mouthfuls of the Absolute she stowed between the couch cushions. She crawled across the mattress and felt for the remote when, from upstairs, the muffled sound of knocking at the front door startled her. She heard her mom's hurried footsteps across the kitchen floor, and 20 seconds later, her voice calling down to her, "Morgan, a policeman is here to see you." Her fingers squeezed the corner of her pillow. Fuck. Found her indeed.
Chapter 8. Hudson. Hudson knew what she was thinking. That the man standing on her front porch didn't look like a cop. He was used to the reaction. The raised brow that nearly always preceded an assessment of his person, and the conclusion, too skinny, too nerdy, too meek to be a cop. Now that he no longer wore a uniform, more often than not when he arrived at a scene, he was mistaken for the medical examiner. He peered beyond Mrs. Mori's head, her graying flyaway hairs that shot out like wisps, to look down the shallow, dark entryway. Framed photographs adorned the walls. A basket overflowing with laundry sat on the floor. The sounds of a daytime game show issued from the other room. "Come in, please." Mrs. Mori stepped aside. "Oh, thank you." Hudson stepped up and over the threshold, as a thin, dark-haired woman appeared. She looked like a ghost, pale as moonlight. A pair of clear-framed glasses occupied most of her face, encircled her jade-green eyes. He studied her, noting the silver hoop in her septum and the studs in her bottom lip. Water dripped from the ends of her hair that was chopped into a severe bob. Seeing her standing in a dim hallway, drowning in a black sweatshirt that would have been too large even for him, he recognized her as the witness from the Fast Mart. She crept toward him as though he were a dog that might bite. "Hello, Morgan," he said softly. It was the same tone he took with children, when he would sit down and build a rapport with them before the forensic interview. Sometimes the children spoke with him, told him about their day. Other times, they picked at their fingernails or just stared behind him, as though someone else were in the room. It always made him feel uncomfortable, like he was Bruce Willis in The Sixth Sense. Morgan was doing that to him now. She said nothing, just waited for him to explain himself. For someone so small and bird-boned, she was intimidating. Hudson bet she could play this silent game all day. But he had work to get back to. It was only a 10-minute drive to the impound lot from here, but Cole would have a signed warrant for the Porsche soon. Finally, Mrs. Mori spoke. "I'm Lynette," she said. "Ryan." He shook her hand and corrected himself. Investigator Hudson. I was wondering if I could speak to your daughter about the incident that took place at the Fast Mart last night." "Oh." She brought her hand up over her mouth. "How awful. I'm sorry you lost someone from your department." Hudson cleared his throat. His mouth twitched to smile a silent thanks. Mrs. Mori was sweet. If only she knew how much more Garrison had been than simply someone in his department. But the sentiment was appreciated all the same. Not everyone felt that way. He'd taken to avoiding social media, and hoped that Garrison's wife and daughter had as well. For all the comments of sympathy and blue heart emojis, there were just as many fuck 12s and smells like bacons. His blood simmered just thinking about them. "I'd like to ask Morgan a few more questions about what she saw," he said. Morgan's eyes darted to her mother. It was the most alive she'd looked since she'd materialized. "I have to take Grandpa." "It's okay." "This won't take long," Hudson promised. "I'm actually in the middle of another investigation. You were on my way, so I thought—" "Thought what?" he asked himself. "Thought I'd stop by and interrogate you?" "Is there somewhere we can talk?" Hudson eyed Morgan, slumped in the passenger seat of his car. She'd refused to grab a jacket, so she sat, now, wrapped in an afghan she'd snagged from the living room, feet shoved into unlaced combat boots. He turned the dial on the heat. "Sorry, the seat warmer's broken." "Did you find my camera?" she asked. He wished he had a better answer for her. "No, sorry." Nevertheless, it seemed to be the answer she'd expected. Her fingers tugged at the wavy edge of the blanket. Her maroon nail polish was chipped. "I have to drive my grandpa to the senior home in 10 minutes. He nodded. He'd heard her the first time. They were parked at a slant, on the slab of concrete that separated the Morris modest ranch-style home from the road. Icicle lights dangled from the gutter. The wreath on the front door had seen better days. The light gray siding made the house blend in with the colorless sky. "I guess you'd better get cracking, then," suggested Morgan. Hudson met the challenge in her eyes. "Red dreads," he said. She twisted in her seat. The small movement of her torso revealed she wasn't wearing a bra. "Those words mean anything to you, Morgan?" He pressed when she said nothing. "You talked to Investigator Devine at the scene. So why isn't he in my driveway?" "He's tied up. With something else at the moment." "You mean with a case that's actually in your jurisdiction?" "Because he said the Wesson PD guys were handling it. Shouldn't I be talking to one of them right now?" Her voice had gained an edge, a knife kissing a whetstone. She was aiming to unnerve him, and yet her fingers kneaded the folds of the Afghan. Hudson felt heat rise in his cheeks. He had to admit, her knowledge of that surprised him. But it shouldn't have. Garrison's death was currently the most covered story on just about every local media channel. The buzz would die down soon. They needed answers before it did. Before whoever killed him slipped back into the shadows. Before Garrison's death became another unsolved mystery in a stack of unsolved mysteries. "You don't know anything about red dreads?" he said after a moment. She fingered the vents then, turning the dials so they were all just so, an even amount of space between each blind. "Sorry to disappoint." "Officer Garrison didn't say anything to you? Give off any indication that he knew his attacker?" "No." She said it quickly, dismissively, a lie already queued up. Hudson decided to change course. "It was after 11. Don't worry, it wasn't a school night." "Are you normally out that late?" Morgan sighed. "I'm 31 years old, Detective. My parents don't enforce a curfew, if that's what you're asking." "What were you doing before then?" "Shooting an event, like I told the other guy. Thus the camera I no longer have." She tossed her arms up, as though to demonstrate how empty-handed she was. "Where?" "On the lake." "Where on the lake?" "What's that got to do with anything?" "Morgan, you're the one on a time crunch, not me." He hoped she didn't call his bluff. He should be on his way to the impound lot right now. "Where were you on the lake?" She leaned forward to hug her knees. "At the Reynolds estate. They asked me to shoot their Christmas party." Reynolds. The name caught him like a hook to the chin, though he tried not to show it. "You worked pretty late." If he kept tossing threads out, maybe she would pull on one and unravel a bit, he hoped. "The Fast Mart isn't exactly on your route home from the Reynolds residence. In fact, it's like 6 miles out of your way. You couldn't go the next day?" "Look at you, throwing down rhymes. And here I thought you was supposed to be solving crimes." "I never said I was a poet. At least you know it." "Miss Mori," she rolled her eyes. "I was out of gas. Almost. It's not good to let your car sit on empty in this cold, you know. It'll freeze your fuel lines." "I do know that, but thank you." He tried to think of how Sergeant Cole might handle this conversation, how he might get her to talk. He tugged another thread. "Were you alone? You know, that isn't the safest part of town for a woman." "Whoa, sexist much? I can handle myself." Hudson studied her. This fragile thing buried in a knit blanket. A child wearing boots too big for her feet. Piercings to make her look tough, untouchable. But she was scared. He could sense it. It wasn't the way she never looked at him. The way she chewed her nails, bounced her leg. She kept staring straight ahead, as though if she didn't acknowledge his existence, he would simply go away. He wondered if that ever worked for her. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean—" "I have to go." He heard her pull on the door handle. Bitter air blew in. "Wait!" The plea came out more forceful than he'd meant for it to. He hadn't realized he'd shot his arm out and had her by the elbow. The door closed softly, didn't connect with the frame. She raised an eyebrow, and Hudson realized he'd been better off before when she'd avoided looking directly at him. Her irises were the shade of sea glass, but her pupils were infinitely dark, like the hollow of a tree. Her stare froze him from the inside out. He let her go. "I'm sorry, it's just, I don't see how me shooting an event at the Reynolds place has anything to do with—" She paused, a question suddenly entering her mind. "What's your deal? Don't cops die all the time?" The verbal slap made Hudson flinch. Yes and no. In Black Harbor, criminals outnumbered cops 20-1, and yet the police department hadn't suffered a line-of-duty death since 1985. This was uncharted territory for everyone. "He was my best friend," he said after a breath. Morgan bit the inside of her cheek. "I have to take my grandpa." She pushed the door open again. $62,000, he blurted. Morgan paused. She sat so still, and it was suddenly so quiet. He half expected her head to spin completely around, the rest of her body facing away. But she just looked so her chin was parallel with her shoulder. She had a pretty profile, perfect as a doll's. "What?" "The reward for information leading to the arrest of Garrison's killer is at $62,000, and climbing. It's yours if you can help me identify the man who shot him." He pulled up the photo of Kai Steele on his phone and held it in front of her. "Why don't you just claim it?" she wondered. "Cops are exempt. It's our job to solve crimes." Except not this one. He was way beyond his parameters here. He hoped she hadn't noticed the beat of his pulse quickening in his neck. Her fingers grazed his as she took the phone. She was cold, like a corpse. But there was a buzz of electricity beneath her skin. He felt charged as he watched her study the screen. Her eyes shook as she scanned the details of the photograph. Finally, after a moment of deafening silence, she handed it back to him. "I said treads, not dreads." She opened the car door and stepped out. The soles of his shoes were red.
Chapter 9. Morgan. Waves tumbled and crashed against the crags, sharp silhouettes against the horizon, teeth jutting upward, spearing the clouds' underbellies. Her grandfather's Oldsmobile groaned in the wind. Morgan stared at the windshield, as she had 20 minutes ago in Investigator Hudson's vehicle, tripping over the tumult of thoughts that raced and roiled in her mind. No different from the waves she watched now. From the corner of her eye, she stole a glimpse of Grandpa Teddy. He sat as stoic as a bent old man can, hands lightly clasped between his knees, looking out at the lighthouse. A charcoal tweed fedora rested on his head, perched atop bristles of white hair that matched his whiskers. He'd been quiet since Grandma Daisy passed away, hardly speaking more than 3 words at a time. She wondered fleetingly what it was like to miss someone so much, to love them so deeply that when they died, you lost the will to talk. Did she ever want to love someone like that? Was it really worth the pain? Choosing to love someone was a 50-50 gamble. You bet on dying first so you wouldn't have to bear the agony of the other's absence. Grandpa Teddy had lost the bet. "What did he ask you?" His gravelly voice startled her. "Huh?" "Detective." Morgan couldn't remember the last time he'd said something directly to her. In fact, she couldn't remember the last time she'd heard him speak at all. Their coexistence under the same roof was narrated with the occasional nod, a slight pressing of the lips, and passing the mashed potatoes at dinner, which was fine with her by all counts. There was something about simply being able to sit quietly with someone and not feeling pressured to speak. She supposed he felt the same way, which was why he preferred to sit out here on the lakefront with her, instead of going to Silver Maple where he'd be forced to play cribbage and make small talk. He just wanted to know what I saw last night." Grandpa Teddy nodded, but didn't look her way. Morgan side-eyed his profile. He used to be a boxer back in the day. His neck was corded with ropey veins that now lay dormant but for a subtle, almost imperceptible twitch here and there beneath his crepey skin. His nose had always reminded her of Italy, with a strong dorsal hump from having been busted so many times. His eyes were foggy, like the vastness that enveloped the Oldsmobile. "Did you tell him?" Morgan nodded. "I already gave a statement last night, but yeah. I told him the guy had red-soled shoes. He wore a mask, black gloves." Despite the heat blowing at her from the vent, her blood chilled. She'd been honest with Investigator Hudson about what she'd seen, or thought she'd seen, although she'd omitted the part about having been with Bennett Reynolds earlier. But what would that possibly have to do with the officer's death? Bennett Reynolds, of all people, did not need to rob a gas station for a few $100. A black plastic bag rolled by, catching on the pillar of a rusted water fountain. She watched as the wind picked it up and tossed it toward the snow-covered beach. As her eyes followed the bag, her mind drifted back to 20 minutes ago, when she'd gotten into a police vehicle and willingly walked away. How many times had she imagined the opposite? Being driven to an institution, a jail, a mental facility, where she'd be searched and hosed down and pumped full of nullifying substances. But she'd walked free, and that was something. Perhaps, in some strange way, the pieces of her ruined life were falling into place to create a better mosaic. Maybe that was why she'd suggested talking in his car, to prove she could do it. Or because she knew it was best to keep him at arm's length. Hudson didn't fit the bill for a cop any more than she did for an innocent photographer. He was a misfit, like her, and damn if she didn't automatically like him a little for it. But he was still a cop. "Watermelon jollies," said Grandpa Teddy. Morgan turned, wondering if the statement was his dementia kicking in. "What?" His eyes followed the same empty bag as it twirled and pitched. "Daisy. She smelled like watermelon jollies." Morgan smiled, remembering the crinkled yellow wrappers often strewn about her grandparents' house when she was young. He was right. Her grandmother's purse even smelled like artificial watermelon. After she quit smoking in the late 90s, she sucked on hard candies instead. Her favorite was watermelon-flavored Jolly Ranchers. "They say the thing you remember most about someone is their scent," said Grandpa Teddy. "And it's true. If I catch even the slightest whiff of anything watermelon." Morgan dared a glance at him. His eyes were teary. She knew if she mentioned it, he would blame it on the warm air blowing out of the vent. "I'm glad you're okay, Morgan," he said, and she felt her own eyes burn. A teardrop raced down her cheek. She discreetly wiped it away with her sleeve. She nodded. Thanks was what she wanted to say, but her tongue felt glued to the roof of her mouth, just like it had Saturday night when she recalled the clang of the bells against the glass. The rush of frigid air and the sound of his footsteps on the tile. She remembered the nausea that gripped her, could taste again the bile rising in her throat, feel her stomach lurching in response to the smell that he'd brought in with him. "Spray paint," she whispered. "Pardon?" "He smelled like spray paint," she said, a little louder this time. "The perp at the gas station." "You sure? Not gasoline?" Morgan shook her head, perhaps a bit too fervently. To an untrained olfactory, the scents of gasoline and aerosol might smell similar, but to her the discrepancy was as stark as real sugar cookies and an artificially scented wax candle. "Aerosol," she said again. "Spray paint. It was tacky, too, like it hadn't dried all that long ago." Now that she said it out loud, Morgan knew all of those things to be true. Suddenly, she was transported back to the convenience store floor, crouched in the candy aisle, waiting for the nausea to pass, listening to his shoes stick to the tile. The red shreds. She remembered them more vividly now, their imperfect edges, the smudges of black they left in their wake. "He spray-painted his shoes," she said. Grandpa Teddy made a noise deep in his throat. His eyebrows scrunched toward the middle of his forehead. Why would someone do a thing like that? Morgan shrugged, though she'd watched enough Dateline and America's Most Wanted to know that criminals covered recognizable features on their clothing all the time. Could have been covering up a logo, she offered, or maybe the shoes were too distinctive. Grandpa Teddy wet his lips. He drew in a breath as he looked to the lighthouse again. Finally, for the first time since they'd been sitting here, he turned to Morgan. Sounds like you've got something else to tell that detective now, huh? Morgan sighed. She could feel Hudson's business card burning a hole in her jacket pocket, and she allowed herself a moment to fantasize. A reward for $62,000 was a lot of money. If this information led to the arrest of the cop killer, she could travel. Actually get out of Black Harbor, not just a 90-minute drive across state lines. Maybe she'd fly to another country, another continent. Leave her past behind, and live anonymously. Unless it was all just a ruse to get her to talk. Whatever the fine print was, Morgan doubted she would meet all its requirements. She never measured up to what people expected. Although she had nothing more to lose at this point. She exchanged looks with Grandpa Teddy, the quiet, acknowledging smile they'd grown accustomed to. At the very least, she might get her camera and her car back.
Chapter 10. Hudson. The Porsche was hardly recognizable from the photos kept in Clive Reynolds' file. That car had been sleek and jet black. It looked fast, with its streamlined silhouette and whale-tail spoiler. This thing looked like something that had been dug out of its watery grave. The once fire engine red interior was faded to the color of the ruins ticket, and its headlights were opaque. Patches of verdigris sprawled across its hood. Through the open driver's side window, Hudson noted the severed seatbelt and the empty passenger seat. The human remains had been transported to the medical examiner's office. "It's like online dating, right?" said Cole. "The pictures and the real thing don't have a lot in common." Hudson smiled and allowed himself a momentary time-out from the investigation, to wonder how much experience Sergeant Cole had with online dating. Everyone knew he had been involved with a transcriber a few years ago, who no longer worked at the PD. The relationship had only surfaced because it was entangled in an officer-involved shooting and the downfall of one of Black Harbor's most notorious drug dealers, the Candyman. It seemed uncharacteristic of Cole to have a relationship under the microscope like that. He was reserved and sure of himself. No, Hudson decided, he would not have an online dating profile. "Has the body been ID'd yet?" he asked, knowing the answer. It was just an attempt to get the ball rolling, to show that he had been focused on this investigation, rather than concerning himself with the mystery of who killed Brick's Garrison. Red treads. Red treads. The words ran on a loop in his mind, ever since they'd left Morgan's lips. "Not yet. Winthorpe's got the bones at her office. Last I heard, she submitted a request for dental records." Hudson nodded. Identification through dental records could take 6 to 8 weeks, maybe longer. It was possible they could get authorization to push it along quicker, but not unless something came along to make the case more urgent. A word that never applied to cold cases. However, it was clear they were dealing with more than a disappearance. The mystery of Clive Reynolds' fate involved at least one homicide. Nevertheless, the homicide was 20 years old. He knew what the state's perspective would be, that the identity of the drowned man in the car had waited 2 decades. It could wait another 2 months. "You see that, don't you?" Hudson looked to where Cole was pointing. He wore black latex gloves. They both did. The bitter December air seeped in at the wrists and got trapped. His hands felt like blocks of ice. He bent and peered through the driver's side window to see inside the cramped interior. The back seat was so small, it looked like it could only fit a fridge pack of soda, possibly a child lying across it. And this was not a vehicle for children, as Cole mentioned when he first introduced Hudson to the dive team's photos. Built to accelerate to 60 miles per hour within 5 seconds. The Porsche 930 Turbo had a nasty habit of killing its owners, earning the moniker the Widowmaker. But the back seat wasn't what Cole wanted him to see. It was the rusted rod with a bulbous head that lay across it. Hudson sized it up. It was too short to be a golf club. Torque wrench, he guessed. Cole looked mildly impressed. Didn't peg you for a car guy. I'm not, but I've watched a few How It's Made episodes in my time. Good show. What's funny is, well, it's not funny, Cole said as he took his phone out of his coat pocket, was that the passenger's right eye socket was busted. Winthorpe sent me this. Hudson glanced at the image on Cole's phone. It was a picture of a skull set on a white cloth. A hand held a ruler next to the broken orbital bone. No, it wasn't just broken. It was gone. Apparently, it had been pulverized so severely that pieces had torn away and floated to the bottom of the lake. He was dead before impact. Or close to it, Cole acknowledged. Hudson stepped back to broaden his depth of field. The driver's side window, it was rolled down, or smashed out completely. He approached the car again and reached inside the square opening. His right hand found the window crank. It was stuck at first, immobilized by water and 2 decades of debris. But with a little elbow grease, the crank turned, and a panel of glass slid upward. Glad for the brief exertion that thawed him, if only slightly, Hudson looked at the severed seatbelt again. Threads hung loose from it. Turning on his phone's flashlight, he scanned the floor for a jackknife or something that could have cut the restraint. But he didn't see anything. If a knife had been used, it could have fallen to the lake bed, or the person who escaped could still have it in their possession. Doubtful, but not impossible. You think they're alive? Hudson posed to the universe. Cole tipped his chin in the direction of the driver's seat. It's possible. They made it out of a drowned vehicle. Leave it to Black Harbor, though, for them to catch a stray bullet in the throat or something. He stopped abruptly, apparently realizing the picture he'd just painted. Garrison had caught a bullet in the throat. 2 more in the vest. Hudson focused on the open window again. Whoever had driven the Porsche into the lake had known enough to wait until the vehicle was fully submerged to roll it down. He'd have to measure it, but the opening looked large enough for a grown man to crawl through. He grabbed the door handle. His gloved hand stuck to the stainless steel. It felt like he was touching a bar of dry ice. The hinges groaned as he pulled the door toward him. On the other side now, Hudson thrust his arms through the open window. The frame dug into his shoulders, but he managed to get his torso completely out. He heard shoes crunching on snow and looked up to see Cole wielding his phone. Say cheese. It was something Garrison would have done. Hudson rolled his eyes, but couldn't help smiling just a little. That's going up at your retirement party, if I make it that far. Hudson bit his lip, concentrating. I figure if I'm roughly Clive Reynolds' size and can wriggle my way out. Carefully, he backed out of the opening and stood next to Cole again. Cole was nodding. You're dead on, almost. What are you, 6'3", 6'4", $180? Something like that. That's how Winthorpe ruled out Clive being Joe Blow in the passenger seat, said Cole. The femur's too short. That guy, we're looking at 5'8", 5'9", husky boy. Hudson felt color rise in his cheeks. Cole was testing him. He'd seen the email from the medical examiner's office, but he hadn't had a chance to review it. Correction, he had. But he'd chosen to spend his time prodding Morgan Mori about an incident entirely unrelated to this one. Or was it? Morgan had been at the Reynolds estate the same night Garrison had been shot by a man with red-soled shoes, who could be anyone from Kai Steele to a random thief who'd heard through the grapevine that the Fast Mart was easy money. And yet, The urge to tell Cole about Garrison's side business as a PI gnawed at him. "Let's just say I have an offer." As he'd come to learn within the past 24 hours, Garrison had been the first officer to connect with Eleanor Reynolds regarding the case of her missing husband. Could he have picked the investigation back up all these years later? Clive Reynolds filed a claim on his car missing in July 2000, he said, thinking out loud. And he disappeared 10 days later. "Yes," said Cole. He shoved his hands in his pockets, braced himself against the wind that suddenly rolled through the impound lot. "You insinuating that Clive dumped the car himself? For the insurance money? After he bashed some poor bastard with a tire iron?" Hudson exhaled. A puff of fog hung in the air for a second, suspended. "Stranger things have happened, no?" "This is Black Harbor. You know what we call it when strange shit happens around here? Tuesday." Hudson laughed, dug the toe of his shoe into the snow. He looked into the car again and frowned. The victim was wearing a canvas jacket. I wonder what Clive Reynolds was doing with a guy like that. Doesn't seem his type. Blue collar, you mean? Yeah. His mind flipped through the mental Rolodex he kept of Clive. Family photos, newspaper clippings, magazine articles. He was always wearing a suit, or at the very least business casual, such as when he went to car shows or the golf course. "That's a you problem to figure out." Cole clapped him on the shoulder. He waved to the community service officer in the little outbuilding, signaling his departure. The weight of Cole's hand translated to the weight of the case pressing down on him. The first step in identifying the driver was identifying the victim, because if he identified the victim, he might be able to answer the question of why someone would drive a $40,000 Porsche into the lake. In 1978, when the vehicle would have been purchased new, $40,000 was a lot more money than it was today. Remembering his college economics class, he knew that the U.S. historically experienced an average inflation rate, hovering between 3 and 4%. And it was higher back then, closer to 8%. That meant that in 2000, when the car had been dumped, it had a buying power of over $100,000. And today, he was looking at what would have been a $160,000 collector's car, rusting away in an impound lot. Hudson had work to do. And it started by diving into that box of records on his coffee table. Cole was walking back to his Impala. "Wait," Hudson called. The sergeant turned. Another gust of wind tore through the lot, blowing Cole's blonde hair across his forehead. This was how cops got weathered, Hudson realized. Standing in the harsh elements, investigating drowned cars in below-freezing temps. "Where would you start?" he asked. "Without the dental records?" "I wouldn't." Hudson furrowed his brows. "I'd wait and listen." Hudson winced as the wind bit into him. He wanted to ask what Cole meant, but for fear of giving off the impression he didn't know what he was doing, he kept silent. "I'll have Atchison release it to the media. Set up a tip line. There's no sense keeping it quiet anymore. This thing's been an anchor for the past 20 years. God only knows what other secrets have been stuck down there with it." Hudson nodded. Sergeant Atchison was the department's public information officer. "Then I think we should send the dive team back down there to search for Clive Reynolds' remains and the knife that was used to cut the seatbelt. Who knows? You could have 2 mysteries wrapped up with a pretty little bow before Christmas." Hudson's breath hitched with excitement, until he realized that Cole was referring to solving Clive's disappearance and the identity of the victim in the passenger seat, not Garrison. He couldn't help it. "Or 3, he suggested. Cole paused. "What are you talking about?" Hudson swallowed. He'd gone and done it. His hand shook as he handed Cole his phone, a tremor that could be chalked up to the cold, but Cole would know better. He stared at the image from Hudson's camera roll, the screenshot from Kai Steele's social media. Even though Morgan had clarified red treads instead of dreads, it didn't rule him out as a suspect. "Ah, yeah, this SOB," Cole muttered. "Let me guess. You think he robbed the Fastmart and killed Garrison?" Hudson shrugged. "It's possible. A lot of shit's possible, Hudson. What isn't, though, is you working this case." There it was, the cool edge he'd expected. "You can text me that pic if you want, and I'll forward it to Wesson PD, but no more. I put my ass on the line for you to have a chance at solving this case, the Clive Reynolds case." Steam puffed from his nose. He gave Hudson his phone back. "Don't fuck it up. For either of us." Hudson wet his lips. They were chapped, cracked. A subtle tinge of blood hit his tongue. "You're right. Sorry, sir." "Don't be sorry. Just be focused." He tipped his chin toward the drowned Porsche, then turned and walked toward his Impala. Hudson listened as he slammed the door, started the engine. His tires crunched on packed-down snow as he ambled out of the impound lot and onto the street. The walk back to his own vehicle felt arduous. He thought handing off the picture would make him feel lighter, but it had the opposite effect. It felt as though he'd given up something that didn't belong to him, taken the solving of it from Garrison, and given it to someone from Wesson PD who might never complete the case. Unfinished business. Garrison would be rolling in his casket. Behind the wheel with the engine on, he gave his car a minute to warm up. He ripped the latex gloves off and threw them on the passenger seat. His fingers were almost too frozen to grip his phone when he took it out of his pocket again and pressed the home button. A new email message popped up from Morgan Mori. "Can we talk? Off the record."
Chapter 11. Morgan. Investigator Hudson wasn't one of those renegade cops like you read about in books or see on TV, she thought as she'd crawled into bed last night. He was the type no one gave a shit about, the type who followed rules, who dotted his I's and crossed all his T's. She'd emailed him yesterday to meet, but he didn't get off work until 10 p.m. As if that were a reasonable response. What kind of guy had an opportunity for information regarding his best friend's murder and then asked the informant to save it for the morning? But at least he knew what off the record meant. He'd asked her to come over to his place, not the police department. Perhaps he had a rebellious bone in his body after all. It might only be his pinky bone, but still. Morgan popped an Ambien into her mouth and washed it down with a swig of vodka. Tucking the bottle back in the couch cushions, she aimed the remote at the TV, powering it up for another night of The Simpsons reruns. The news was on. A police officer with steely hair spoke into a mic held by a reporter just out of view of the camera. A bar at the bottom of the screen read Sergeant Atchison, BHPD. "Recovered at the bottom of Lake Michigan," he said. "We have reason to believe it's been down there since July 2000. If anyone has information regarding Clive Reynolds' 1978 Porsche 930 Turbo and/or the human remains located inside, please call our tip line." "Thank you, Sergeant Atchison." The camera shifted to the reporter, a petite woman in a red wool coat who posed a stark contrast against the grim, colorless backdrop of the police department. Snowflakes fell and melted in her hair. For viewers just tuning in, Morgan felt called out. The vehicle of Clive Reynolds, former CEO of Reynolds Capital, who has been missing since July 2000, was located in Lake Michigan when the Sheriff's Department dive team was searching for the gun that shot Officer Garrison of the Black Harbor Police Department. The screen changed to show a portrait of Officer Garrison dressed in his patrol uniform, in front of the American flag. Morgan's insides turned to ice. Her hand had gripped the remote so tightly the plastic groaned as she remembered his empty eyes and the spark of recognition that had lit in them. Remembered the soundless words his lips had formed. "I found you." She remembered the blood that had pooled around him, then reaching toward her like crimson fingers, and she'd recoiled with her back up against the candy shelves, paralyzed by fear, and straight up what the fuckery. The news continued with Morgan hardly paying attention until another image appeared on the screen. It was a mugshot showing a man in an orange jumpsuit. She expected to see the man with the red dreads that Hudson had shown her earlier, but this guy was older. His grin revealed one silver eye tooth, and his head was shaved close to the scalp. On his neck was a tattoo of a geometric snowflake. Since opening the tip line this afternoon, said the reporter, police have identified one person of interest in the shooting of Officer Garrison. Tobias Shannon, also known as Hades, previously incarcerated for delivery of cocaine and armed robbery, has been connected to several homicides in the city but never convicted. Multiple tipsters have confirmed they saw Shannon walking away from the area of the Fast Mart on 6th and Lincoln shortly after shots were fired. Anyone with information regarding where Shannon might be staying is encouraged to come forward, so police may question him regarding his whereabouts that night. All tipsters will remain anonymous. The Ambien had taken effect. Morgan closed her eyes, the image of Tobias Shannon's tattoo blinking like an optical illusion. Morgan approached the stoop and rolled her eyes as her gaze landed on the iron nameplate above the entrance. Hudson House. Not only was he a nerd posing as a cop, he was a pretentious nerd posing as a cop. She stood on his doorstep now, her hands balled into fists and shoved in her armpits. Unlike Hudson, who had waited at her parents' front door some 20 hours prior, she didn't look like she'd just exited the stage of the Book of Mormon. She wore black tights that had a run down one leg, combat boots with scuffed toes, and an oversized black sweater she'd repurposed as a dress. Her beanie was red, though. How festive. After all, Christmas was just 3 days away. Damn. He'd mentioned he lived close to the police department, but close was an understatement. If it weren't for the pothole-ridden street cutting between them, his house would be in the department's front yard. In the corner adjacent from City Hall, she observed the black and white SUV parked on the snow-covered lawn. The blue marker on the signs for Officer Garrison had all but washed away. Deflated balloons flopped on their strings like fish that had been yanked out of the water. She pressed the doorbell and took half a step back. That's when she noticed the keyhole. Morgan sucked in a breath. A house this old might have a lock that fits a skeleton key. Rolling up her baggy sleeve, she finagled hers from her leather cuff, inserted it, and turned. Nothing. She pulled it out a notch, jiggled it. Still nothing. At the sound of footsteps coming from inside, she concealed the key in her fist. Hudson opened the door. "Good morning, Miss Mori." It was 9 a.m., too early for formalities or niceties. Nevertheless, Morgan invited herself inside. She was met immediately by a small cinnamon-colored puff. "Pip, let Morgan in." The yippy dog bounced backward, nails clacking on the hardwood floor. Morgan knelt to pet it as the door shut behind her. The kitchen smelled like toast and something sweet, jam or honey, maybe? The white walls had a bluish tint to them, like hoarfrost or a duck egg. On the far side of the room was an alcove with a built-in table. The chairs might have been rescued after 50 years of chilling in someone's attic. Metal frames, leather mustard-colored cushions. A ceramic butter dish with a peacock painted on its side sat in the middle of the table, next to a plate with crumbs and a swipe of strawberry jam. She narrowed her eyes at Hudson. She would have pegged him as more of an avocado toast guy. "You find my camera?" she said. "Or my car?" Hudson scratched the back of his neck. She'd unnerved him in his own home. She liked that. "Unfortunately, not yet. We've got an ATL on it, and we're combing the database for any cameras that match yours showing up at pawn shops in the area. No word so far, though." Morgan clenched her jaw. The news was what she'd expected, but it was still a kick in the teeth. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and she told herself it was from the wind a moment ago when she'd stood outside. She wiped one away, silently swearing at the fact that she probably smeared her eyeliner. Shit. "I wouldn't give up hope," said Hudson. "It's only been almost 48 hours. Isn't that the cutoff?" "Not always. Sometimes articles turn up months later." Months. She couldn't go months without work. And her camera was more than an article. That camera was her life, her livelihood. It was the only way she could make money. Without it, she was fucked, destined to keep leeching off her parents, who could already hardly afford to live. Destined to stay here in Black Harbor forever. She sighed. "Well, you couldn't have gotten too far. I practically coasted on fumes to the pump." The slight but visible quirk of Hudson's brow told her this was new information to him. You hadn't filled up yet? She shook her head. Had to pay inside first. Hudson was quiet as he digested this new morsel of information. Morgan watched his eyes move behind his glasses, the stark light from the kitchen windows reflected in his lenses. He looked like a robot processing lines of code. The sound of her setting her purse on the countertop snapped him out of his trance. Can I get you something to drink? Coffee? Water? He asked. Peppermint mocha, extra whip. When his mouth twitched in a nervous smile, she added, Kidding. Coffee's fine. He didn't have any brewed, which was surprising. She thought all cops drank coffee. Coffee and donuts, wasn't that the shtick? By the looks of his thin frame, Hudson didn't look like he put down too many pastries. Or maybe he was a smoker with a high metabolism. His house didn't smell like a smoker's house, though. Having lived with Byrne, she was all too familiar with the way the tobacco infiltrated the fabric of everything, coated it in sticky grime so the place appeared to be under some vintage film filter. He brought the empty decanter to the sink and began to fill it. Morgan seized the opportunity to peruse his house, which, by the way, didn't look like it belonged to him at all. A floral blanket sprawled over the back of the couch, and decorative plates hung on the walls. A glass mosaic lamp was perched on an end table, and there was a corner cabinet displaying ceramic peacock figurines. You like peacocks, she stated. She heard a click as he set the coffee pot to brew. Nan did. She grew up on a peacock farm. Is she dead? She saw him blanch, but wasn't sorry for it. What was the point of beating around the bush? He'd been the one to use past tense, after all. Yeah, she died 2 years ago. From what? She watched his jaw tighten. Accident? Sorry, Morgan offered. My grandma died last year. Now my grandpa lives with us. He's totally lost. He's got dementia, and... She shrugged. Why was she telling him this? There was something about him. He was like her, adrift. The grandpa you take to the senior home on Sundays? There was something about his tone, relief, perhaps, at steering the conversation away from his life and back to hers. And Wednesdays? He's the one who convinced me to come talk to you, actually. I owe him a thanks, then. Hudson poured her coffee in a mug. She noticed he didn't prepare one for himself. You take cream? How much you got? He smiled like she'd made a joke, but went to the fridge and extracted a carton of heavy cream. Sugar? Morgan asked, her gaze skipping over the countertop, searching for a sugar canister like her mom had. Hudson opened the cabinet and took out a glass sugar shaker with a silver top. She took it and began to pour, watching the crystals dissolve like snowflakes on asphalt. Would you like to sit? He asked. We don't have to stand in the kitchen. Morgan let him lead the way into the living room. The hardwood floor creaked beneath her feet, protesting her presence. Loneliness was an entity in this house, and it was used to having Hudson all to itself. This is an old house, she said. 2 main pieces of furniture, a couch and a love seat, were arranged in an L. Hudson walked over to the love seat. He waited for her to sit on the couch before sitting down himself. Built in 1889, he offered. You should see the basement. It's a dungeon. 3rd floor, no windows. You film horror movies down there, or what? Morgan clutched her cup. It was too hot to drink. No, but I could probably lease it out if there were any promising filmmakers in the area. You know any? Uncrossing her legs, Morgan gathered up some of her sweater and used it as a makeshift coffee collar, showing off the tops of her thighs. I'll let you know if I come across anyone. Everyone thinks they're either a photographer or a filmmaker these days. You could have a sweet side hustle. She watched Hudson avert his eyes from her legs. His cheeks colored. And then, just as she hoped, his gaze slid back for one more look. She seized the opportunity to study him, too. A fleeting thought caught her by surprise. She would like to photograph him, just as he was, his profile illuminated by the cold light streaming in through the window. Her eyes traced the imperfect slope of his nose, the indent between his lips, the curve of his chin. It was moments like this when the reality of her stolen camera hit hardest. When she noticed something gorgeous in this grotesque world and couldn't capture it. The TV was on, barely audible. Obnoxious yellow and red shapes flashed on screen, advertising a going-out-of-business sale. Pip hopped up on the cushion next to her and curled on a pillow. There were loose papers and manila file folders stacked on the coffee table. She squinted. They could be police reports. "You take your work home with you?" she asked. Hudson looked a little guilty. "Sometimes." "You need a hobby, detective." "Got any recommendations?" "We could start a book club." The word "we" surprised her. Had she used that pronoun before, ever? Why, then, had she just used it with him? "Let me guess, the first rule of book club is we don't talk about book club," said Hudson. Morgan smiled, a real teeth-showing smile, and stared down at her coffee. "Exactly. That could be our first book, I guess." Hudson laughed quietly to himself, the precursor to a story. "When I was in college, my roommate worked at the campus dining hall. Every night, he'd have me send in an order under the name Tyler Durden. And every night, surprise, Tyler Durden never came to pick it up." "So he got to take it home?" Hudson nodded. "I ate a lot of shitty pizza that year." "I still eat a lot of shitty pizza," Morgan admitted, and felt a tiny shift in the cosmos. It was the first time she'd sat with a cop and not been questioned. For the first time, maybe, she could let herself believe that he was here to help her, or even just get to know her. Not hunt her down or mount her on his wall like a trophy. Maybe. She stared at the table, at the uneven stacks of paper. Her fingers itched to cut the decks, make them even. But it might mess up his work. She took in a deep breath and settled for picking at her cuticles. "Do you read?" The question shook her. She felt like an 8-ball as her thoughts rattled and ricocheted. She used to read, a lot. She'd spend whole days immersed in stories and characters' lives, because characters didn't judge her for how she dressed or whether or not her facial expressions showed an appropriate amount of emotion. They just let her be a silent observer. But real life was different. People weren't characters. There was no linear narrative, no central plot. Everyone just slogged through life trying not to get murdered or hit by a bus. "No," she said after a moment of awkward silence. "Not books, anyway." She read people. He raised a brow, but not in judgment. "Kinda tough to have a book club, then." Morgan shrugged. "Don't people just drink wine and gossip at those, anyway?" "I wouldn't know." The quiet began to settle again, disturbing the once perfectly frozen particles in the air. Morgan could see the conversation withering before her eyes. He wasn't a trained interrogator, she knew that. It was part of why she'd agreed to sit with him in his car yesterday. She'd wanted to see what he was all about. What lay beneath the badge and the button-down shirt, the practiced composure. His lack of confidence bled from his pores like ink. "Do you?" she asked, commanding the equilibrium to stay put, pulling on threads as he'd done with her. "Read, I mean." "I do." He looked a little sheepish, and she caught a glimpse of who he might have been in his college days, eating pizza his friend brought home from work. She didn't figure he'd changed much in those, 10 years? How much nerdier and devoid of self-esteem could he have been? I mean, other than these. Coffee cup in hand, she pointed at the stacks of reports. She didn't look directly at them. The asymmetry was driving her crazy. Hudson laughed. "I used to. When I was on patrol. Some nights Black Harbor was a ghost town." He paused, furrowed his brows. "Less than a ghost town. The ghosts are smart enough to leave." "Unless they have unfinished business," said Morgan. "Then they're stuck here forever." Something about that statement struck him. He looked as though someone had just turned a screw in his back. All around them, Morgan felt the air particles shake. The sphere that had been protecting them from the outside world shattered, like the windows of the Fast Mart. She heard a car alarm blaring, the wind slamming into the brick like the big bad wolf insisted on blowing Hudson's house down. Voices shouted at one another in the street, the soundtrack of Black Harbor. Hudson folded his hand in the space between his knees. You wanted to talk off the record? Haven't we been? She wanted to say, but she swallowed her sarcasm. He spray-painted his shoes, she said. Pardon? The guy who shot your friend and stole my shit. His shoes were red, but he spray-painted them black. Hudson leaned forward. How do you know? Because I could smell it. It was fresh, and I could hear it. Yes, it was coming back to her now. The sounds of shoes sticking to the floor. Red treads. He repeated her own words, the ones she now remembered saying over and over again as she'd rocked against the candy rack. Red treads, red treads. Hudson worked his jaw as though literally chewing on this new information. He could have paint on his hands, under his nails. He paused, and then, Can I ask you something? Morgan lowered her cup, licked the sugar off her lip. Shoot. She flinched, too late to catch her poor choice of word. What happened? Hudson asked, that night when the suspect came in. Morgan stared at him, tilted her head like a bird. Was he being serious? I know. I know what ultimately happened, said Hudson. But order of events, the suspect came in and held up the cashier? Morgan thought back to 2 nights ago. Hadn't she given her statement to the other investigator at the scene? Devine? Was that his name? Apparently he and Hudson didn't talk. Yeah, he came in. He said something about money and shot Officer Garrison. Her words fell to a whisper. But he didn't take anything. Hudson leaned a little toward her. He didn't what? Take anything. She remembered it clearly now. The suspect had entered the store all dressed in black. She'd heard the jingle bells clang against the glass door. The cashier called for Officer Garrison, and then 5 shots. The skull-splitting sound of bullets boomeranging off concrete walls. And then the ringing silence. When she looked at Hudson again, she could almost see the gears turning behind his eyes. It's weird. The suspect came in, asked for money or something, but then he didn't even take any. He just shot Garrison? Said Hudson. She swallowed. Tears welled in her eyes as the memory of that moment came rushing back to her. Garrison bucking with the impact of the bullets. She couldn't look at Hudson anymore. She turned toward the TV. The news had come back on, showing an excavator dredging a rusted vehicle out of the lake. Clive Reynolds' photo appeared on the screen. Turn it up, she said. Suspect the vehicle to have been down there since July of 2000, said the reporter. Possibly only days before the car's owner, Clive Reynolds, went missing. Clive's photo filled the screen. He wore a suit and tie, arms crossed, smiling like a man on top of his world. A cold, phantom hand gripped Morgan's spine and wouldn't let go. Her gaze flicked to the papers on Hudson's coffee table. Clive's name was all over them. She saw the photos of the drowned car, too. It looked like a tick, all turgid and white. There were bank statements and other boring white paper documents, glossy, grainy photographs, handwritten letters. No wonder you were so interested in me having been at the Reynolds residence. Morgan fixed her eyes on him and tried to hide the disappointment she felt, in herself, mostly, for trusting him. It's just a connection I can't ignore, confessed Hudson. Look, the county's dive team found Clive Reynolds' car when they were searching for the gun that shot Garrison. So, what do you think is my connection? I don't know. The way he said it sounded honest, not dismissive. His eyes roamed her like she was a book. What kind of book was she? Horror? Psychological thriller? Whatever genre, she'd have a fucked up beginning, middle, and end. But what was this? A little black book sat near the stack of reports, a faded red ticket stuck between its pages. The words Admit 1 stared at her in bold caps, and she knew the scripted font that would be on the other side. And for Eleanor Reynolds, the reopening of this case could either be the final turn of the key or a cleared name. I'm Jada Taylor, and this is Channel 6. Morgan. His voice sounded like he was underwater. Her coffee cup crashed to the floor, shattered on the hardwood, splinters of ceramic bone. She was gone before he could hurt her. Or before she could hurt him.
Chapter 12. Hudson. December 23rd, and it was raining. Raining. Hudson looked out the spattered window. On the other side of it, everything was blurry like a Monet painting. The interior of the Impala smelled like leather and 3 different kinds of cologne. The only woman in the car was Riley, who rode shotgun. Hudson sat in the back with Devine. Cole drove. They'd met at the police department, all sworn and civilian personnel. He didn't know where the black umbrellas came from, but suddenly the parking lot was filled with them. He imagined from a drone's perspective. They would have looked like a swarm of beetles, their backs slick and glistening. When he stood near the other investigators, Hudson was glad when Miserelli appeared by his side. Dressed in full uniform and 8-point cap, she held on to his arm, and they stared stoically at Garrison's memorial. The signs were soaked. Blue and black ink ran together. The balloons were all deflated, the flowers sodden and encrusted in ice. It was all in the rearview mirror now. No one spoke as Cole drove through the storm-darkened city. They passed the laundromat where the owner stood at the edge of the parking lot with his hat over his heart. In a residential area, people waved from their porches and wept. At the Fast Mart, the owner, Jose Guerra, stood by the pump with a sign that said, "Officer Garrison, a true hero." Hudson's eyes burned, and a chill grabbed hold of his spine. Bile surged up his throat as his gaze caught the air compressor, where he'd vomited after first seeing Garrison's body. Jesus, it hadn't even been a week ago. In some ways it felt like it had been forever, and in others the wound was still fresh and searing. In the front seat, Riley stuffed her knuckles into her mouth to stifle a sob. The tension in the Impala was thicker than concrete. Hudson knew it had to have something to do with his assignment of the Clive Reynolds case. Every chance he got, from telling everyone who would listen to knocking papers off Hudson's desk, Devine made it clear that the high-profile case rightfully belonged to him. Hudson was a rookie who wasn't cut out for detective work, and Devine was dead set on proving it. And for perhaps the first time in his life, Hudson realized he was dead set on making sure Devine failed. After Morgan had bolted from his house like a bat out of hell yesterday, Hudson scoured the contents of his coffee table, searching for what had caused her reaction. Rifling through the stacks of reports and Clive's old bank statements, he discovered his first potential break in the case. Perhaps it wasn't so much a break, though, as it was a new rabbit hole to explore. Every month, starting in September 1989, up until the time of his disappearance, there had been a withdrawal for $10,000. There was no check number to trace it to, no linked account. Every month, Clive must have gone to the bank and withdrawn the same amount of cash. For what, though? Had he been paying a debt? Paying someone off? Squirreling money away for his imminent departure? Hudson would venture down the avenues of possibilities tomorrow. Today, he had to be present for Garrison's last day above ground. They'd been warned time and time again how hard today would be. Hudson was more than ready for it to be over. Bittersweet wasn't the right word to describe it. He imagined saying goodbye would feel like cutting off a gangrenous arm. It would be ungodly painful, but then there would be a degree of relief, hopefully, that it was all over. and in the days and months and forever that ensued, missing Garrison would ache like a phantom limb. He didn't imagine it, rather. He knew it for a fact. Nan was one phantom limb, now Garrison would be another. Two significant parts of him existing on a plane other than this one. What was the point of him staying here at all? Slowly, the caravan crested over a hill and entered through the iron gates. It was so silent, Hudson heard the sibilant sounds of the tires on the wet asphalt. The iron side was shrouded in mist. A conglomerate of neo-Gothic buildings, all black brick and red-roofed. It was once an all-female boarding school. Now it served as a venue for weddings, youth clubs, and funerals. Vines crept across most of the windows like para-orbital veins. The rest of the world was portentous and monochromatic. On his left, Lake Michigan threw her waves against jagged rocks. The tumult mirrored the nerves in his body, the buzzing of his blood, the trembling of his jaw. He felt suddenly claustrophobic and charged to run out into the rain, away from the herd of black umbrellas now parading toward the chapel. But where would he run? Home, where he could feel the looming presence of the police department and catch a glimpse of Garrison's ruined memorial every time he passed the kitchen window? To his mother's, where he'd have to tell the whole story of Garrison's demise, only to give her the sick satisfaction of saying, "I told you not to be a cop." To Miserelli's? No. No, he couldn't go there. The wind slammed into him as soon as he stepped out of the parked vehicle. It ripped the door right out of Riley's hand, too. She fought to close it, looking as if she wanted to punch it. They joined a 2x2 procession on the salted walkway and entered the chapel. He expected it to be silent as a tomb, but inside, the chapel was anything but silent. His sense of hearing seemed suddenly heightened. Each note of the organ sent a vibration through his bones. The wind, shushing through the vestibule, prickled at the back of his neck. He heard crying, terrible sounds from deep in people's throats, the sharp click of heels on flagstone, as visitors made their way up to pay their respects. From where he stood in line, behind dozens of rows of pews, he could see the backs of Lila and Noelle. Noelle's head was turned, her forehead pressed against the shoulder of who Hudson thought was her sister. Garrison's daughter, Lila, sat as erect as though there was a rod in her back, forcing her to look in the direction of the casket. He knew her well enough to know that her fingernails were digging into her tights as she fought not to cry. He wanted to comfort her. He should comfort her, he thought. But when he looked around, he saw that only family and civilians had gathered in their seating areas. The middle was empty, reserved for sworn personnel. He filed into one of the rows with Cole and Riley. Devine broke away and sat with Fletcher. Sitting with his feet planted firmly to the floor, Hudson looked around. The effect was dizzying. 2 tiers above them held community members, friends and law enforcement personnel from other jurisdictions. Back on his level, he saw Miserelli with the rest of his and Garrison's old patrol squad. She caught his eye, but her expression remained frozen. His view of her was blocked when they stood again, and assembled into a single-file line by unit and rank. The mayor led the procession, and the alderman came after him, then Chief Stromwell, who raised his hand in a salute as he approached the casket. Hudson shuffled down the aisle with the rest of the Black Harbor Police Department. His throat tightened. He gasped, drinking in the stagnant air as he came within feet of Garrison's corpse. He glanced to his left at Noelle and Lila. Their faces were puffy, their eyes raw and red. He managed a weak nod, and then, biting his lip, looked back at Garrison. He looked a little better than he had the last couple of days. His makeup had been touched up. His arms were crossed over his chest, right hand placed on the brim of the 8-point cap that Hudson had only ever seen him wear in parades. Hudson's hand trembled as he raised it to his temple in a farewell salute. The edges of his mouth pulled downward, as though some invisible puppet master was contorting his face. His lip quivered. He felt hot. The grief he'd been keeping trapped inside all week finally boiling over. Tears burned wet, translucent trails down his cheeks. Suddenly he felt the comfort of arms around him. Noelle hugged him tight, pressed her forehead to his. She smelled pure, like lavender and eucalyptus. An unexpected observation occurred to him then. He didn't remember the last time someone hugged him. "Brix loved you." Her words were hardly more than a breath in his ear. "He loved you like he would have loved his own son." He wanted to say, "I loved him too," but the words were stuck in his throat. A quiet, high-pitched whimper escaped him. He didn't even know he was capable of making a sound like that. "You come see us tomorrow, okay, Ryan?" "I will," he managed. He was aware again of the line behind him, but Noelle was Garrison's widow. Today, at least, the world paused for her. When Lila stood, he turned to accept her embrace. He kissed the top of her head. He'd never done that before to anyone, but it felt appropriate in this horrible, surreal moment. They didn't exchange any words. Sometimes words just weren't enough. When he found his seat, he sat facing forward, his eyes closed, and willed his mind to drown out the sounds of the organ. The pastor read John, chapter 15, verse 13. Hudson knew the scripture by heart. His lips moved to the words, but no sound came out. "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends." Chief Stromwell spoke next. "Officer Garrison was a hero," he said, and Hudson felt the word deep in his bones. It was true. Garrison had selflessly given his life in exchange for catching a dangerous criminal. He remembered the nights spent sitting in squad number 23, the two of them waiting for an opportunity like the one that finally presented itself to Garrison on December 19th. He knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that they would have prevailed. Jesus, Garrison, why did you have to go after him alone? Because he'd left him alone, that's why. And yet, what had Morgan said? That the suspect had just come in, shot Garrison, and left. What if it hadn't been an armed robbery attempt at all, but a premeditated homicide, with Garrison as the target? Jesus, Garrison. He thought of the ticket that he'd found in his friend's trauma plate pocket and the recent PI job. What did you get yourself into? The bagpipes commenced at the conclusion of the service. They exited the way they'd come in, with civilians leaving first, followed by the chief and his lieutenants. It sounded like a rushing waterfall, people standing from the pews and shuffling toward the vestibule. The pallbearers came and carried the casket down the aisle behind the bagpipers, and Hudson followed. When he re-emerged to the elements this time, it wasn't the wind that rocked him, but the sea of flags and 8-point caps. Sworn officers from every jurisdiction in the state, and some from across state lines, had come to pay their respects. They stood in formation, saluting the casket. "Oh, my God," he heard Riley breathe. She stumbled, her knees suddenly weak. Hudson caught her by the arm before she fell down the stairs. "It's like a scene from a movie," someone else said behind him, and Hudson agreed. He had thought seeing them in the chapel was impressive, but to see them all here, sprawling across the lawn all the way to the edge of the water, was unbelievable. The Mobile Command Center, a colossal black RV, was parked like a blockade. They helped one another down the steps to join the crowd, where they took their place in front of SWAT's armored truck. During the Honor Guard performance, Hudson stared at the back of an officer in front of him, letting his mind get lost as he studied the half-moon-shaped reflection from the officer's flashlight onto his dark uniform shirt. The cold permeated the soles of his dress shoes, shooting pins and needles into his feet. Finally, a radio crackled to life over a loudspeaker. The last call. Radio Black Harbor, 1978. Radio Black Harbor, 1978. Do you copy? Black Harbor, 1978, out of service. Thank you, Officer Garrison. We'll take it from here. Someone next to him was laughing. Hudson turned, flush with anger, and realized that it was Cole. Except he wasn't laughing. His face was strained, the tendons in his neck taut. His shoulders shook as he wept. Hudson reached out and touched the sergeant's arm. Cole glanced at him and set his jaw, and they listened then, as the waves crashed against the bluffs, taking more and more of Black Harbor with them. What Hudson wouldn't give for the lake to take him, too. And there at the edge, by the wrought iron gate, was someone who didn't belong. Someone who looked like he'd walked onto the set of the wrong movie being filmed. He wore a black leather jacket and black pants, signature black stocking cap. From far away, Hudson could see his tattoo like an ink blot on his neck. Tobias Shannon, better known as Hades. What business would a convicted drug lord have at a cop's funeral? A person of interest in his murder, no less, and suddenly, Hudson knew. Shannon had shot Brix Garrison and was here to see the results of his handiwork. Despite the distance and the mist and the sea of people between them, Hudson caught Shannon's eye. The outsider gave a curt nod, then shoved his hands in his pockets and disappeared into the fog.
Chapter 13. Morgan. Morgan watched the televised funeral procession from the comfort of her parents' living room. She sat on the floor, legs bent like a frog, as she hunched over the ottoman, sorting the marshmallows of her Lucky Charms. 6 hearts, 6 balloons, 6 clovers, and so on. Her dad was at the factory picking up an extra shift. Her mom had gone to the store for almond extract. Grandpa Teddy lay in the recliner, eyes closed, mouth open for catching spiders. She looked up from her sorting and saw the caravan of police vehicles. Hudson was probably inside one of them. She hadn't gotten in touch with him since yesterday. That would be counterproductive when she just wanted him to go away. She didn't care about the $62,000 reward or whatever it was up to now. She didn't know any more than what she'd already told him. The person who shot his friend had been wearing all black and he'd spray-painted a pair of red shoes. That's all she had. Sorry, see you later. Have a nice life, and go fuck yourself. The fact that Hudson had a ticket to the ruins was all she needed to know about him. He was either a sick, demented creep who didn't deserve to breathe, or a cop, maybe Fed level, hunting her down. The muscles in her stomach contracted. She couldn't be locked up again. Not again. Not again. Not again. Her eyes scanned the individual piles of marshmallows, pausing on the red balloons, and she thought of the one that had waited for her, wavering in the smoldering haze of the ruins. She'd been home for 3 months and was still no closer to finding the key's corresponding lock. Whoever had left it for her was probably growing impatient. Had it been Hudson? Had he tracked her all the way here from Chicago, she wondered, remembering how the inside of his house hadn't seemed like his house at all. A woman should have been living there, not a single man and his dog. But it had been his grandmother's house, hadn't he said? And the name Hudson was carved into the iron plate above the door. She scooped up her marshmallows and dropped them into her bowl of milk, then sprinkled in the oat morsels and took a bite. It tasted like a lie. That was it. Hudson, or whatever his name was, had simply lied about his name and invented a backstory tied to the house. Morgan twisted to grab her laptop from the couch. Opening a browser, she typed Black Harbor Police Department Ryan Hudson into the search bar. If nothing came up, well, she had her answer. But something did come up. About 27,000 of them, actually. Of course, only a fraction would be pertinent to her investigation. The first hit was a LinkedIn profile. She clicked on it, but it wasn't finished. There was no profile picture, just his name, employer, and a graduation date of 2011 from the local university. Exiting LinkedIn, Morgan scrolled down the rest of the page. The next link took her to the Black Harbor Police Department's Facebook. A gallery published 4 months ago showed Hudson dressed in a black suit, shaking the hand of the police chief as he received a plaque with his name on it. She zoomed in. Ryan Hudson, Investigator. The post above the gallery read, on Monday, August 17th, the Black Harbor Police Department recognized 4 promotions. Congratulations to Investigator Wyatt, Investigator Hudson, Sergeant Kepler, and Lieutenant Draves. The more Morgan surfed the internet, the more Hudson's legitimacy was confirmed. From mentions of his exemplary officer awards, 6 in the past 6 years, his volunteering at the local animal shelter, and his testimony in court regarding an investigation he'd conducted into a woman making her daughter drink drain cleaner. She clicked on the article. The trial had only happened a month ago. Sheehan was convicted of physical abuse to a child when she forced her 13-year-old daughter to drink drain cleaner. Black Harbor investigator Ryan Hudson testified in court on Thursday, stating a physical abuse charge is not enough. Sheehan has a history of manipulating others toward her own violent ends. This fact alone should prevent Sheehan from ever stepping foot outside a prison again. She should be charged with attempted homicide and no chance of parole. She's a villain. Investigator Hudson went on to show photographs of the victim's esophagus. Morgan closed the article. So, Hudson was who he said he was. And he helped people. Her nerves prickled. What would he see her as, though? A victim who deserved justice, or a villain who lured others to violent ends? A pop-up appeared in the top right corner of her screen. Hello, Morgan Mori. It was Bennett Reynolds. Morgan bit the studs in her bottom lip, focusing on the sharp pain it sent through her jaw and down her neck. She would have to face the music sooner or later. Hello, Bennett Reynolds, she replied.
Chapter 14. Hudson. On the nightstand, the face of his alarm clock glowed like a moon. Hudson squinted. It was 9:15. They'd passed out for almost an hour. His mouth tasted smoky and sweet. It had seemed wrong, holding a plate of barbecue, drinking a beer, laughing with people whom he hadn't seen since his patrol days. Or nights, rather. At the dinner that followed the burial, he talked with the canine handler Chase and his wife for a while, and then Malcolm and Jimenez had joined the conversation. They were friends, he supposed, or they had been and were diminished to acquaintances now. People he saw only when the stars aligned, if they happened to be passing by the time clock on his way upstairs. He couldn't help but notice how friendly they were with one another, how comfortable. He'd felt the guilt of lost opportunity, of not getting to know them better. He'd never gotten very close with any of them because he'd never had to. He'd had Garrison. The dinner was at Holy Smokes. He'd been there a handful of times, with Garrison and the girls. Jesus. How old had Lila been last time they all sat at the outdoor patio, beneath strings of Edison lights while enjoying heaping plates of cornbread and ribs? 13, maybe? After the dinner tonight, he'd sat with Lila and Noelle for a few moments. It was a delicate dance, he thought, wanting to be there for them, but not wanting to impose. And if he was being honest with himself, he hungered for their comfort, for their connection. To be next to the only people in the world whose pain surpassed his own. He'd lost a partner and best friend, and so had Noelle. And at 16, Lila had lost her father. He'd wondered what thoughts zipped through her mind as she sat staring blankly across the room, a barbecue stain on the white tablecloth in front of her, and he couldn't help but remember Garrison's blood coagulating on the gas station floor. What future had she grieved, sitting there so silent with wet eyes, offering a twitch of her mouth when strangers walked by and touched her shoulder? Tears came to Hudson now as he thought back to her sitting there, alone in a room full of people. A female sigh pierced the silence. Miserelli's copper tendrils spilled across his chest as she turned, the fragrant scent of her shampoo wafting over him. He traced her spine with his fingertip. Miserelli moaned softly at his touch. He liked to imagine she smiled a little, even if only the darkness bore witness. "We passed out," he said. "We did." "What time?" 9:17. She turned onto her back, lying on top of his hand. He felt her vertebrae press into his palm, and then she was facing him. Chaotic curls fell over her cheek, flames licking her skin. He wanted to touch one of them, hold it between his thumb and forefinger, and study it for a moment, all the different glowing strands. But that wasn't what they had. She flicked her green-eyed gaze to him. She was almost unrecognizable from her patrol self, the version of her with her hair pulled back in a low, bushy ponytail, ballistic vest beneath her uniform shirt to give her a boxy shape. Here, in his bed, she could be Julia Roberts's younger sister, with her hair free and wild, bare-faced, freckled shoulders, curves that disappeared beneath the crisp, white sheet. "Something wrong?" she asked. "No." The response was automatic. Garrison was in the ground. That was wrong. And Tobias Shannon had made a guest appearance at the funeral. That was wrong. And the two of them were in bed together again. That was wrong. He was aware of its wrongness every time they found themselves in this situation. And yet... "You always grind your teeth after sex?" "You tell me." She should know by now. They'd been doing the Friends with Benefits dance for the past 6 months. A secret they'd both kept from Garrison. It wasn't that Hudson had meant to keep it from him. It was just that he never saw a reason to tell him. Not to mention he thought it would have fizzled out long before now. Miserelli probably had too. It did for a while after he got promoted. She was mad at him for leaving patrol, which was warranted in a way. He never told her he had taken the assessment. In fairness, she'd never asked about it either. He'd be lying if he said the pressure of their secret relationship wasn't motivation to move upstairs. At work, they gave each other nothing more than curt hellos and polite nods. And then about a month ago, when the sky was still dark as coal, she'd wandered up into his bedroom. He'd had no idea anyone was in his house. Pip hadn't even barked, until he heard her duty belt fall to the floor. The stalemate was over then, and they picked up right where they'd left off, with Miserelli coming over once or twice a week after her shift and getting into his bed. He was sure Garrison knew something was up, but if his partner ever suspected anything, he never let on. Miserelli stared up at the ceiling and sighed. Today sucked balls. Her words rode the wave of an exhale. That fucking last call. Hudson swallowed the lump in his throat. 11 years on the force, and he'd never been so decimated over a radio call. Black Harbor, 1978, out of service. Those words would haunt him forever. The sworn officers of the Black Harbor Police Department were the toughest people he knew. They weathered bullets and hate on a daily basis. They took punches and kicks to the teeth. But he saw them crumble today. She was right. Today sucked balls. "Have you heard anything yet? About the gun?" She didn't have to elaborate. They both knew which gun. "No, it's Wesson's I just figured you might have heard something is all. And not tell you? The blankets shifted as her shoulders shrugged beneath them. You're one of them now. Upstairs. Hudson rolled his eyes. If she had any idea how much of an outcast he was. I haven't heard anything, he said firmly. Miserelli cleared her throat. So, what's up with the body in that car they dragged out of the lake? Is it Clive Reynolds or not? No, I mean, I don't know yet. I'm waiting on the medical examiner's report to see whether or not it's him, but I don't think so, he added, remembering the Carhartt jacket and what Cole said about the length of the femur. He was careful not to mention anything that she wouldn't have already heard about at roll call or on the news. The torque wrench, for one thing. What kind of damage was there to the vehicle? Miserelli was an evidence technician, which meant she photographed and collected the evidence at crime scenes. Things that were there and shouldn't be were always of special interest to her. If she were on the case, he knew she would salivate over the torque wrench and the fact that the driver's seatbelt had been cut. She would probably have found other things by now, too. Things that wouldn't in a million years cross his mind. The passenger was still dressed? Yes. Have you processed the clothing yet? For blood or fibers? I sent the pull request to Grace yesterday. After Morgan abruptly left his house, he'd gone to work hell-bent on solving the 20-year-old cold case. He emailed Grace, the evidence clerk, asking for the jacket, coveralls, and wrench to be sent to the state crime lab in Madison for testing. That was all he could do there. Then he dove back into the box of mysteries, the one Sergeant Cole had hoisted up onto his desk just 4 days ago, when he tempted him with the carrot of never having to work another sensitive crimes case again. Miserelli blew air out her nose. She turned toward him, and Hudson felt a chill as the blankets shifted off him. He'd turned the heat down when he left this morning. This is a 20-year cold case, Ryan. You know how many people have tried solving this before you? 6. They all failed, by the way, too. He caught himself from flinching. She did this when she felt threatened, degraded him, doubted him. It was why they weren't together. That, and the fact that after this, she would zip up her pants and forget about him until loneliness got the best of her. It usually took about a week. Lucky number 7, right? He said. She snorted. You know why they assigned it to you, don't you? Because they feel sorry for me sucking it up in sensitive crimes. But Miserelli didn't need to know that. Hudson knew that although she was proud of him for getting promoted, part of her would be too happy to hear he hated it up there and wanted to come back to the beat. Because they see my shining potential? To get you out of the way. So you let Wesson PD do their job and find Garrison's killer. You're too volatile. He knew that. Cole had told him as much. I'm not volatile. Yeah, tell that to my tailbone. He inched away from her, felt the cold slip and settle between them. From the window, the weak, pallid light of a street lamp leaked through. They'd been here, in this same situation, when Breaker called about Garrison. It was Miserelli's night off, and they were enjoying a quiet night of sex and serial killer documentaries. She'd screamed when he relayed the message to her. That Garrison was dead. But when she'd leapt from the bed to get dressed, he'd stopped her. They couldn't show up together, in plain clothes, no less. Listen. Miserelli's touch brought him back to the present. Her hand was cool. If we just lay low, you know, fly under the radar, you and me, we can... There's nothing we can do, Joey. Garrison's case is literally out of our hands. You're right. We should leave it to Wesson PD. He looked at her to find her staring back at him, her eyes on fire. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you should cool your jets. Don't wear your emotions on your sleeve so much. Stop giving them a reason to want to distract you. Now that she'd made him aware of his teeth grinding, he couldn't stop noticing it. She didn't believe in him. She didn't want him to succeed with this cold case or anything else. Did anyone? He'd fought through every step of becoming a cop. He had no support from his family. His mom would rather he dealt drugs than walked a beat. Less chance of being killed or sued. Even when he'd been promoted to investigator, there were people who didn't want him to move up. His friends primarily. Current company not excluded. "We know that area better than anyone," Miserelli said, and he knew she was talking about 6th and Lincoln. Better than anyone from Wesson. They didn't comb it well enough. They did, trust me. Like you know. He felt feverish. She was blaming him for not being there, for going upstairs and leaving Garrison to his demise. If she'd been so concerned, she could have left her partner and gone with Garrison. This wasn't all on Hudson's shoulders. Look, this isn't the first time Wesson's investigating something like, "It's Garrison, Ryan. It is the first time." She rolled out of bed. The hardwood floor creaked as she shuffled around, kicking her legs through her uniform pants. "What are you doing?" "I've got to go let my dogs out. I should have been home hours ago. I should never have—" "What, come over? You were the one who wanted to take this upstairs." He swung his legs over the edge of the bed. His toes grazed the cold floor. "I was going to say fall asleep. I should never have fallen asleep." She pulled her black tank top over her head and threw her shirt on over it, leaving it unbuttoned. "Listen, can we talk for a second? We'd been talking for minutes." She said the word as though it were synonymous with eternity. He sighed. "I just think we should leave it to Wesson PD. I need to move on." He stopped. Move on? That wasn't what he meant. He would never move on from Garrison. Forward, someday, hopefully, but move on? Never. Miserelli planted her hands on her hips, turned her chin up to the ceiling as she often did when a mope was feeding her a story she wasn't green enough to fall for. "What's so damn urgent now, Ryan? This case has been collecting dust before you or I even became cops. Probably before Garrison even." "This was Garrison's case," he said. "I need to finish it for him." Miserelli picked her duty belt up off the floor and slung it over her shoulder. The new information didn't faze her. "I hope you know that if you had been shot, Garrison would be out there right now, looking for that gun, doing everything he could to track down that motherfucker and bring him to justice. Remember that." The sentiment stunned Hudson into paralysis. His fingertips tightened on the edge of the mattress, but that was all he could do. They stared at each other hard for a few seconds, before Miserelli turned and walked out. He heard her footsteps hurry down the stairs. She slammed the door. Hudson sighed and fell back against the pillows, his heart racing. He closed his eyes, blocking out the light of the street lamp, and behind his eyelids saw Tobias Shannon as he'd stood outside the chapel earlier, watching and waiting for Hudson to fail, like the rest of the world.
Chapter 15. Morgan. For the second time that week, the Gothic iron gate of the Reynolds estate opened up to her. Morgan held her breath as the bald tires of her grandpa's Oldsmobile rolled over the packed snow. The sound made her teeth hurt. She'd filled Bennett in last night on her current situation, cameraless, carless, and utterly mortified to explain to his mother that there would be no Christmas party photographs. He assured her everything would be all right, that it was no big deal, seriously, and invited her over. She accepted, only so she could return the money, and felt now like a rabbit hopping into a fox's den to be eaten alive. Bennett's Porsche was parked in front of the guest house garage combo. It was a modern iteration of Clive's 1978 Widowmaker, smaller, sleeker, sans whaletail spoiler, and newly waxed, not a speck of salt disrupting its rich midnight blue finish. How did he keep it so clean, she wondered as she pulled up next to it. She began to wonder if the Reynolds family, Don included, had invisible force fields that protected them and all their possessions from Black Harbor's grit and grime. Her own family did not have that immunity. She slammed the Oldsmobile's driver's side door, and a clump of wet gray snow plopped from the wheel well onto the cobblestones. Point proven. The Land Rover was here again, and a gunmetal Tesla that looked like a bullet. Great. More people to eat her alive. The wind off the lake rocked her back on her heels, and the chill cut straight to her bones. She shoved her hands into her jacket pockets and approached the back steps. The keyhole screamed silently at her. Morgan froze. Only her eyes moved to shoot a quick glance over each shoulder. Then she pulled the key from her wrist cuff and inserted it in the lock. Her heart shot up into her throat as she gave the key a twist. It turned halfway and stopped. Morgan frowned and tried again. The key wouldn't turn any further. Her disappointment was palpable as a puff of vapor that hung in front of her face, taunting her. The excitement at the prospect of having an answer, a corresponding lock to this mysterious key, had built up more than she'd realized. Now that it was gone, she felt crushed, defeated, melancholic. And on Christmas Eve, of all days. She should leave. Just tuck the envelope under Bennett's windshield wiper. Morgan pivoted to head down the steps when the door suddenly swung away from its frame. Bennett stood in his place, looking much more comfortable in his own skin this time. He'd exchanged the cable-knit sweater for dark jeans and a light blue button-up with the sleeves rolled. His hair was expertly pushed to one side, giving his Neptunian eyes free range to roam Morgan as she stood on the porch. What was it about him that stopped her in her tracks, made her feel as though her soles were glued to the step? Perhaps it was the way his face morphed into Clive's when he smiled. Morgan Mori. Long time no see. Bennett Reynolds. It's only been 4.5 days. But who's counting? He winked. The gesture made Morgan's knees weak. Are you going to invite me in, or is there a toll? When he looked perplexed, she tilted her chin up toward the mistletoe suspended from the beam overhead. Oh. His cheeks colored when he followed her gaze. There wasn't a toll, but if you're offering, I'm not. She smiled, though, like she might consider it in the future, and let him hold the door open for her. They paused for a moment in the vestibule, and Morgan felt Bennett's hand slide down her sleeve. His fingertips found her hand then, and he tapped a subtle Morse code into her palm. I'm glad you're okay, Morgan Mori. I wish you'd have told me. I would have come. And done what? She wondered. Thanks, but it became kind of a whole to-do. Cops wanted to talk to me, get a statement. Bennett nodded. He touched her cheek then, and tucked back a piece of hair that had come loose from her red slouch hat. Just promise you won't get caught in the middle of any more crime scenes. His voice was soft, sexy. Morgan swallowed. She felt something stir inside her, a magnetic force almost, pushing her toward him. She shivered, but not from the cold. If she kissed him, her life could change forever. And would that be a terrible thing? She stood on her tiptoes, a frog about to kiss her prince, when, Morgan! Eleanor's voice rang like a bell, instantly shattering the moment. What a joy! Bennett dropped his arms as his mother cut between them to give Morgan a squeeze. The gesture was unexpected. Morgan shot a glance over the top of Eleanor's head to catch Bennett's perplexed expression. Oh, Bennett, don't make her catch her death out here. Won't you come in for some coffee? Morgan nodded, although she didn't have much choice. Eleanor was already pulling her into the great room. Bennett helped her out of her jacket before she could protest and hung it on an empty hook. She wasn't planning on staying long. She did take her boots off, though. She'd already lost the woman's photos. No sense adding insult to injury by tracking snow all over her floors. The warmth and aroma of fresh-baked cinnamon buns greeted her as they entered the great room. Her stomach growled. All she'd had for breakfast were the remains of the Lucky Charms and the inch of dust that had collected in the bottom of the bag. Over the sound system, a melody of bells, guitar, and flute played a Celtic rendition of God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen. It was both ominous and beautiful. Morgan felt a little as though she'd just wandered through a wardrobe and popped out the other side, in a realm where people wore perfect, unfrayed clothes and sipped espresso. The family was in the living room. They looked miniature in comparison to the tree, whose branches glistened and glimmered with crystal icicles and fairy lights. Eleanor, a vision in a gold sequined sweater, had already cozied back up next to Don on the love seat. A white-bearded man sat on the couch across from them, his mouth curved into a grin as he watched Charlie play with a bright-colored keyboard. Cora sat on the floor beside her son, smoothing his wisps of blonde hair. "Morgan, you remember Don?" Eleanor rested a hand on her gentleman's chest. The man looked as dapper as he had Saturday night, and Morgan figured he was one of those people who always looked like that. "Hello again, Morgan." His voice was low, but soft, slightly ridged. The lights from the tree reflected in his rectangular lenses. "And Christopher, a.k.a. Kris Kringle." Eleanor gestured to the old man in the blue turtleneck. "Merry Christmas," said Bennett's Uncle Christopher. "Tell me, young lady, did you ever get your Butterfinger?" The question immediately put Morgan back at the Fast Mart, reaching for the yellow wrapper when, pop! Foil bags and windows and her eardrums all exploded at once. Reassuringly and out of anyone's view, Bennett pressed a knuckle against the small of her back. That little touch kept her from falling over, from curling into a fetal position and lying still until everyone disappeared. Play dead. That was how she'd always survived before. Her voice shook. "I'm sorry." The warmth from the fire was suffocating. The edges of her vision blackened into tunnel vision, and she stared away from them, at a coat of arms displayed above the fireplace. It showed two tigers, mirror images of each other, claws poised to strike. A sword separated them, and at the bottom of the crest in Gothic lettering was the name Reynolds. How pleasing and fearful it was to look at, perfect in its symmetry. "It's okay," Bennett murmured. How close was she that she could hear him so clearly? Or how silent had they all fallen? She swallowed, but her throat was dry. "I lost the pictures." The words spewed from her mouth like projectile vomit. I was at the gas station when that cop got shot, and... Oh my God, Morgan, for real? Within seconds, Cora's cashmere scarf brushed against her cheek. The scents of vanilla and plum enveloped her. She had the same straitjacket hug as Eleanor. To Morgan's disbelief, she tasted salt as tears streamed from her eyes into the space between her lips. She sniffled, and Bennett offered her a box of lotion-infused tissues. She dabbed at her eyes, knowing full well that her eyeliner was probably smeared beyond repair. Fuckity fuck. "Oh, my dear. Come, sit." Eleanor patted the cushion next to her and Don, and Morgan was seated before she even realized she'd told her feet to move. "What happened, darling? If you want to tell us. If not, we understand." Eleanor's soft words summoned a waterfall of hot tears to flood from Morgan's eyes. She hated herself for crying like this in front of them, but then this was good, wasn't it? She'd played the woe is me card and hadn't even meant to. Maybe they'd go easy on her. "You were there when that cop got shot." Cora knelt in front of Morgan, her hand on her knee. "How traumatizing." Morgan nodded. "I'm sorry," she finally managed to choke out. "I was inside." She drew in a deep inhale, let it out. Eleanor rubbed her back. "When the man shot him and stole my car. He shot him and he left and he took my car. I hadn't locked it because I was..." Why? Why hadn't she locked her car? She simply hadn't thought to. She'd only meant to get out and manage the whole transaction at the pump. She hadn't been prepared to go inside. Stupid. She was so stupid. Her shoulders slumped even lower. "My camera was in the car with all the pictures from Saturday night. I've been in contact with the police, but nothing." It had been almost a week. Her car was gone. Her camera was gone. Eleanor's pictures gone. She reached into her leggings side pocket and extracted the envelope of money. She held it out toward Bennett, who stood near Christopher. "I can't accept your money. I ruined your Christmas." Ruined. The word tumbled from her mouth without any warning. My ruin. Whoever had left her the key had known what she was capable of. She ruined things. Morgan, darling. Eleanor pulled her close and rocked her. She rocked her like Morgan was a child and not a 31-year-old woman. Headlines flashed through Morgan's mind, snippets of articles she'd read over the years. Mrs. Reynolds, murderess. How to get away with murder via Reynolds. Mrs. Reynolds proves killing husband yields big payoff, etc. How could any of them define the nurturing creature who embraced her now? "Bennett, would you please get Morgan a cup of coffee?" "I'll get it." Don patted Eleanor's knee and stood. "How do you take it, Morgan?" Morgan sat up a little, wiped at her nose. "With whipped cream?" Everyone chuckled as though she was joking. Even Don, until he paused and asked, "You're serious?" A little sheepish now, Morgan nodded. She drank her coffee like most people drank hot cocoa, with whipped cream and marshmallows and cookie crumbles if there were any around. Eleanor folded Morgan's fingers over the envelope. "Keep it. We had you running around here like a mad woman." Morgan fought a twitch tugging at the corner of her mouth. If only they knew how mad she was. "Thank you," she said. Her eyes were still wet, her vision blurry, as she pulled away a bit so she could look at Eleanor. "I wish there was some way I could make it up to you." The lights from the tree sparkled in Eleanor's eyes. Her snowy white brows peaked just a little when she said, "I have something in mind."
Chapter 16. Hudson. It was noon on Christmas Eve when Hudson pulled up to Garrison's house. Icicle lights hung from the gutters, and there was a large wreath on the front door. A pair of wire reindeer stood in the yard. At night this time of year, Garrison's house usually looked spectacular, but in the daylight, Hudson saw the decorations for what they were, plastic and artificial. Still sitting in his vehicle, Hudson took the key out of the ignition and stared at Garrison's hunter green Ford, parked on the slab beneath the basketball hoop. A good 3 inches of snow had collected on the windshield. He squinted to read a message written on the driver's side window. "I heart you, Dad," cut through the frost, and he envisioned Lila writing it with her finger. Letting out a slow exhale, Hudson looked at the presents on his passenger seat. A red envelope and a bottle of wine in a shimmery bag. He'd never been good at gifts. That had been Nan's forte. Regardless, he grabbed them and walked up to the door, cringing at the way they felt like a pathetic consolation. He knocked. Seconds passed, enough for him to notice the many sets of footprints on the stoop. How many people had already come by for a visit today? Noelle answered the door, smile already queued up. But when she saw it was him, her eyes shone and her smile turned into a frown. She didn't have to put up a facade for him. He knew the weight of grief, how it made you feel like you owed it to the world to grin and bear it, while even the smallest things seemed impossible, like shoveling the walk, folding the laundry, putting a new bag in the garbage can. Her face broke. "Ryan." She took his hand in hers then, and pulled him inside. It was strange being in Garrison's house without him. He'd been over lots of times, with Nan and then without. So often, in fact, that Noelle and Garrison used to joke that Hudson was their son. Every time they'd mentioned it, he felt guilty for wishing it was true. He stared past Noelle into the living room, half hoping to see Garrison sitting in his recliner, and overhearing the explosions from his favorite Christmas movie, Die Hard. But all was quiet. It almost felt as if they were in an igloo, with snow blocking the sounds of the outside world. "How are you?" he asked, A moot question. She took in a breath. A mess. Is there anything I can do? Another moot question. You can sit down. A small smile curved her lips. She wandered to the kitchen island and Hudson followed, after slipping off his shoes. Lila came from down the hall, wearing pajama pants and an oversized sweatshirt. I thought I heard you, she said. Merry Christmas. Hudson rose off the stool to put his arm around her. When he sat back down, he noticed for the first time the dining room table heaped with festive paper plates, filled with cookies and brownies and bars of every assortment, all surrounding a centerpiece of what had to be at least 5 poinsettias. He warranted a guess most of it had come from the wave of visitors that preceded him. Can I offer you something to eat, Ryan? Said Noelle. We have cookies and, well, more cookies. And if you're still hungry, added Lila as she took the stool next to him, you can add a side of cookies. Might need some wine to wash down all those cookies, he said, and slid the glittery bag toward Noelle. She opened it and hugged it to her chest like a precious heirloom. You know the key to a woman's heart. I thought you might be tired of lasagna. Noelle smiled wearily. I would have just dumped it down to garbage disposal once you left. She put the wine in the fridge, where Hudson could see about 9 different containers, probably filled with homemade casseroles, lasagnas, and pasta salads. When Nan died, people brought tinfoil-covered pans to the porch for a month. He froze some of it, then eventually threw it out when every bite began to taste bitter, acrid, like ground-up cigarettes. The worst part had been tracking everyone down to return their pans. Lila opened the red envelope he gave her, read the card, and thanked him for the $50 bill. We have something for you, too. Noelle nodded at Lila, who disappeared around the corner into the living room. Oh, you really didn't have... But the 16-year-old had already re-emerged, holding a box wrapped in blue and silver foil paper. We wanted to, said Noelle. Open it, prompted Lila. Hudson tore at a corner. The foil slid away to reveal a black wooden box with a glass top. He opened the lid carefully and discovered Garrison's 8-point cap. An invisible fist punched him in the chest and knocked the breath out of his lungs. His eyes burned. He glanced from Lila to Noelle. Noelle looked up at him from beneath dark lashes. He would have wanted you to hold on to it. Hudson felt his bottom lip quiver. Still gripping the box in his right hand, he pulled them into an embrace. He wanted to say, thank you, but the words that came out instead were, I'm sorry. Sorry? Noelle backed away so she could get a good look at him. Ryan, what have you got to be sorry for? Brix cherished you. You were his best friend. Her words screwed into him like bullets. For best friends, they'd both kept serious stuff from each other. He thought back to finding the faded red ticket among the things Garrison kept in his trauma plate pocket. There was also the fact that, unbeknownst to Garrison, he'd been sleeping with Miserelli for the past 6 months. I should have been there for him, he said finally. I should have... Noelle pressed her palms to his face, gently hooking her thumbs under his chin. Listen to me, Ryan. My husband was a steadfast, smart-mouthed, stubborn son of a bitch. He had more honor and integrity in his pinky finger than most men have in their whole beings, a lot of which came from the values you shared with him. If Brix was hell-bent on taking someone down, he was gonna get it done, no matter what anyone said, no matter where he had to go. So don't you believe for a second that you being there or not had any effect whatsoever on his death. Understand? No matter where he had to go. Hudson replayed her words in his head. A place like the ruins, perhaps? And what did she mean about taking someone down? A new thought crossed Hudson's mind. Noelle Garrison knew things no one else did. Things that could potentially lead to answers regarding her husband's demise. Hudson's gaze drifted to Lila, who'd gotten a cookie and was dunking it in a glass of milk. Now was not the time for an interrogation.
Chapter 17. Morgan. Morgan brushed crumbs off her desk. She'd swiped 2 Linzer cookies and brought them down to her basement lair before her mom delivered them all to Silver Maple, the assisted living center where Grandma Daisy had spent her final days, and where Grandpa Teddy still, as far as her parents knew, played cribbage twice a week. Earlier this evening, the kitchen had been invaded by piles of sugar cookies and gingerbread men, peanut butter blossoms, thumbprint cookies with orange marmalade, snowballs, fudge, and her mom's famous Linzers. Carved with Grandma Daisy's biscuit cutter, a primitive heart cut out in the top of the cookie to show off the bright raspberry preserves, and dusted with powdered sugar, Lynette Mori's Linzer cookies were the stuff of legends. They were Morgan's favorite, and had been the centerpiece of her mother's bakery, Lynette's Linzers. Now, her mom's baking had evolved into a black market operation in her kitchen. Some residences in Black Harbor sold cocaine out the back door. The Morrises sold cookies. Morgan peeled her eyes from her computer to look at her money, which she'd separated into 2 equal stacks, one on each side of her keyboard. Her trip to the Reynolds estate had panned out better than anticipated. Not only did she get to keep the money from the Christmas party, she had now gotten another inside look at the lives of Black Harbor's most mysterious family. On the floor beside her was a large Rubbermaid filled with loose photographs and albums whose floral covers were faded like old wallpaper. Eleanor had been storing them for years, protecting them from oxygen and light in this forest green tub. Now she wanted Morgan to immortalize them, scan them onto a USB drive that she could keep forever. Some of the photos could use some restorative edits, Morgan diagnosed when looking over Eleanor's shoulder at the collection, but for the most part, they just needed to be scanned and organized into the appropriate folders. Family vacations, parties, sporting events, etc. All things that Morgan had never had. She couldn't help but feel a little taunted. An eerie thought wormed its way into Morgan's brain then, as she considered how quickly Eleanor had pivoted from the lost Christmas photos to this project. What if the photos had been saved for her? What if Eleanor wanted Morgan to study them and learn her family's secrets? Morgan crawled under her desk and plugged in her new toy, a scanner. Upon leaving the Reynolds estate, she'd mustered up her courage to venture to Walmart on Christmas Eve and purchase the only scanner on the shelf. The checkout lines were obnoxious. It had taken her almost an hour to get what she needed and leave. By the time she returned home, her mother had already begun her cookie delivery. Grandpa Teddy was asleep in his chair, and her dad was working overtime. Now it was late, and Morgan had traded in the ambiance of the Christmas tree for the blue light of her computer and the infernal glow of her red lava lamp. She pinched a photograph between her thumb and index finger. In it, she recognized a young Bennett holding a line of fish caught off a dock. Clive was crouched next to him. There it was again, that twinge. She studied Clive's face, the proud smile, the laugh lines. His eyes gleamed, and she could see the familial resemblance between him and Bennett. They had the same straight nose, the same hairline that was higher on the left and swooped down toward the right. They both looked at the camera as though they were the ones giving the photographer direction, not the other way around. A small shed stood behind them at the opposite shore of the pond. She wondered where the photo had been taken. It looked remote in an intentional way, not like Black Harbor, whose curbside appeal was attractive only to cretins and criminals looking for a place to hide. She set the photo of Bennett and Clive aside and dug another one out of the container. This one was a family photo, showing Eleanor and Clive sitting on a blanket with all 4 children surrounding them. She studied the children. They looked to be a bit older here than in the mantel portrait. Carlyle stared lazily at the camera lens. Freckles dappled her bare shoulders. She had the full pouty lips of a preteen. Bennett looked awkward with acne and braces. Cora was slim, with a stretchy elastic choker around her neck that at first glance looked like stitches. David raised an eyebrow. Eleanor's hair had tamed considerably from the dew in the mantel photo, and Clive looked the same. He had one of those timeless faces. Judging by the ages of the children, the photo could have been taken just days before his disappearance. She looked at the back of the photo. July 2000 was written in what she presumed to be Eleanor's loopy cursive. Morgan homed in on Clive again, the print mere inches from her face, so close she could smell the faint almond scent of the paper. She searched his eyes for a spark, a glint, an omen that he knew this was his last outing with his family. But the photo was grainy and of poor quality. His expression betrayed nothing. If she scrutinized every photo like this, she would never make any headway on Eleanor's digitization project. Okay, one more. Clive and Christopher grilled burgers in this photograph. Although Christopher wasn't nearly as handsome as his brother, his muscles bulged beneath a kiss-the-cook apron. How different he looked from the old man she remembered sitting on Eleanor's couch. Morgan barely recognized him. The Christopher Reynolds she knew was a shrunken version of the man in this photograph. His skin was wrinkled now, his muscles deflated. His hair, though thinning in the photo, had deteriorated into a spider web stretched across his mottled scalp. She wondered what Clive would look like today if he were alive. Would age have been as harsh to him, or would it treat him kindly, as it had Eleanor? It was difficult to pair them together sometimes. Clive, who was forever frozen in his mid-40s, with dark hair and a bright smile, and Eleanor, silver and well into her 60s, though no less enchanting than the younger version of herself seated at the edge of the picnic table in the same photo. She stared at Clive with what appeared to be pure, unadulterated adoration. If Morgan could only be sure of one thing, it was the fact that if Eleanor really did kill Clive, she deserved a slow clap for her acting abilities. In an hour, she had the whole album scanned and saved onto her computer, with each original photo returned to its designated sleeve. Morgan cracked open the next album. It was wrapped in green leather. The smell of old books wafted toward her, the musky, woody, vanilla-y scent that reminded her a little of perusing a library, not that she could remember the last time she'd engaged in that kind of behavior. Talking with Hudson the other day reminded her how much she missed the escapism books offered. The answers, the conclusions. Real life didn't offer any of that. The photos in the green album showed rolling emerald hills, heavy rain-filled storm clouds, and the Reynolds clan all wearing slickers as they explored what appeared to be the ruins of an old stone castle. Morgan flipped through the pages slowly, feeling a foreign longing for a home she'd never been to. Her fingers traced the letters of a wooden sign. Welcome to Dublin. Valcharev Dublin. Her lips stumbled over the letters, her tongue tying itself into a knot. The ache in her chest spread to her stomach, her shoulders, down her forearms. Her hands shook as she struggled to turn the pages, allowing herself the brief and false nostalgia of placing her childhood self at the pub table between Carlyle and Cora as they snacked on fish and chips. Running down a hillside beside Bennett, hands cupped as she fed a baby lamb. Getting her face painted at a festival with David. Arm in arm with the Reynolds children as they posed for a photo with a raven-haired boy and girl. She slid the photo out of its sleeve and read the note on the back. Written in Eleanor's cursive was, with cousins Saoirse and Killian, Uncle Jerry. So, they had family over in Ireland, cousins at least. Must be Clive's side, she thought. Reynolds, that was an Irish name, wasn't it? And then she remembered the coat of arms she'd seen above the fireplace, 2 mirrored tigers, a sword separating them, and the name Reynolds underneath in Gothic lettering. How she'd admired it for its symmetry. Morgan turned her wrist and studied the top of the key. 3 circles clustered together to rest above a diamond shape. It looked like a clover, something that belonged over in a place like Ireland, or at least had come from there. But how did you get here? She wondered. She flipped to the next page, determined to find out.
Chapter 18. Hudson. Like a rat down a hole. You gotta flush 'em out. That was the conversation Hudson walked into when he'd arrived at the bureau with 2 plates piled high with baked goods. Noelle had insisted he take them to work. He'd obliged, dropping another 3 plates off in the roll call room for patrol and civilian personnel. Devine and Fletcher had been talking about Tobias Shannon, a.k.a. Hades, whose presence at Garrison's funeral yesterday hadn't gone unnoticed. A grainy picture of him standing by the entrance gate was printed on computer paper and taped to the dry erase board next to a figure written in blue, $104,000. The reward for information leading to the arrest of Garrison's killer had jumped to over $100,000 overnight. Hudson didn't know the community of Black Harbor had that much dispensable wealth. As far as Black Harbor citizens were concerned, Brick's Garrison had been a favorite. Establishments all over the city, from churches to bars to the bowling alley, were pledging money with the hopes of persuading someone to come forward. On one hand, seeing the number as proof that Garrison had been loved caused his throat to tighten, his chest to ache. On the other hand, it scared him. It was a call for vigilantism. For a chance at that kind of money, what civilian wouldn't see if they could hunt down a cop killer? He wondered if Morgan had seen the updated reward. He hadn't communicated with her since she ran out of his house 2 days ago. She'd effectively ghosted him, and, oddly enough, when he tried looking her up in Onyx, he'd found nothing attached to the name Morgan Mori. No criminal record, no calls for service, not so much as a seatbelt violation. She had no social media from what he could find. It was as if she simply didn't exist. It was after 10 p.m. now, and he was on his way to his mother's house. Normally they ate dinner around 6 o'clock on Christmas Eve, they being him, his brother, his mother, and his nephew. But since he had to work second shift this year, his mom had agreed to delay the festivities. Not that it was ever all that festive, but still, it was more of an effort than she made the rest of the year. According to Devine and Fletcher earlier, Wesson PD had Hades' whereabouts narrowed down to 3 places. There would be search warrants, he knew. Cops staking out each residence, waiting for Hades to emerge. Hudson clenched his jaw as he braked at a red light. His gaze drifted to the black box on his passenger seat, foil still stuck to it. No matter where he had to go, that was what Noelle had said. She knew something about what Garrison had been up to. He was sure of it. He thought of the faded red ticket burning a hole in his memo book. He would ask Noelle about it. Not tonight, not tomorrow. But Boxing Day was fair game. The light turned green, and he crossed the intersection, fully aware that the cemetery where Garrison's body had been laid to rest was on his right, shrouded in dark. A light snow began to fall, dusting his windshield like a feather pillow was being shaken. Hudson squinted in his rearview mirror. A pair of headlights trailed behind him, but as he turned into his mother's drive, the car passed. His mother's house was the same one he grew up in, a tiny white ranch with burgundy trim. Tucked back about 100 feet from the road, he'd seen garages, especially on the lakeshore, that were larger. Evergreens that he remembered push-mowing around when they were only waist-high, now blotted out the blue moon. The kitchen windows glowed amber through the frosted glass. A layer of ice coated the concrete steps of the porch. Holding his packages in his left arm, he raised his right fist to knock. The door opened before his knuckles touched it, and there stood Tobias Shannon, a copper-colored drink in his hand. A grin spread across his face, and he stepped aside to let Hudson in. "Merry Christmas, brother." "You shouldn't be here," said Hudson. He stomped his shoes off on the welcome mat. "Merry Christmas to you, too," said Tobias. His eyes glittered over the rim of his glass. "I'm sorry, it's just... they're looking for you. And in all the wrong places." Tobias gave a winning smile. His gold grills glinted. It looked like a custom job. Hudson didn't want to know what he'd sold in order to pay for it. Although he'd be the first to admit his relationship with his brother wasn't even in the neighborhood of close, he did know one discerning truth. Tobias loved to play stupid games and win big prizes. "Hey, Ma." Juggling his gifts in one hand, Hudson leaned over to pull his mother into a hug. His chin rested atop her head, and he noticed there were more silver strands amidst the black than the last time he'd seen her. 2 months ago? He'd taken her out to lunch, where she'd cried again about his career choice dividing the family. He left her in tears, and with the resolute fact that his pension was tied to the city of Black Harbor. If he left now, he'd lose everything. The way things were, he could retire in 20 years. That was more than a lot of people could say. Besides, he loved his job. It wasn't his cross to bear that his brother was Hades, drug lord of the underworld. And yet it was, because Tobias's wrongdoings were Hudson's secrets to keep. He often felt they were like Dorian Gray and his painting. Tobias slithered around town, inserting himself in whatever criminal activity he could find, and never incurring the consequences. Every bad thing he did then resulted in Hudson looking in the mirror to discover another blemish or a new knot between his shoulder blades. Separating from him got easier after high school, when Hudson legally changed his name. He and his grandmother had been Hudsons. His mom and brother were Shannons, after his late father, who died when he was 2, entrenched in the same dastardly deeds Tobias was now. Hudson had no memory of his father. Why should he have his last name? But now their grandmother was dead, and it was 2 against 1. His mother kissed his cheek, seemingly having let go of their last argument. For now. It was Christmas, after all. "Merry Christmas, baby." She squeezed him, and Hudson felt his icy heart begin to melt at her touch. "Smells good in here." He turned to hang his coat. "There's some ham and scalloped potatoes I can heat up for you. You boys better not be arguing already, though." Tobias went to the counter and began pouring another drink. "Course not," he answered for both of them. Hudson glanced at the tree in the corner of the living room, with its sparkling white lights and plastic ornaments. A paper angel perched on top. He took his gifts over to it and set them next to the others. Most were marked for his 8-year-old nephew, Elijah. He must be at his mother's. "Ain't the same without you, Ryan," his mom said over the humming of the microwave. "I know. I couldn't get off." He returned to the kitchen, hands in his pockets, taking one out to accept the drink Tobias handed him. "You mean crime don't take a holiday?" Tobias clinked his glass to Hudson's. "Cheers, bro." Cheers to what? Hudson wondered. Nevertheless, he took a sip. The bourbon burned his throat, cleared his sinuses. "I don't know. Does it?" Tobias raised his chin and smiled. His eyes were narrow slits. The snowflake on his neck pulsed as he took a drink. They'd shown a close-up of it on the news when introducing him as a person of interest. His brother's head was potentially worth over $100,000. Hudson let that sink in. "They better not make a habit of you working the holidays," his mother said. She set to refilling her glass of champagne. "It's just because I'm the new guy." Hudson lifted a forkful of potatoes to his mouth, blew on it. The aroma of melted cheddar cheese and caramelized ham almost sent his eyes rolling to the back of his head. "I'll be off next year." A promise he couldn't keep. But it bought him 365 days to figure it out. "New guy," his mother scoffed. "You've been at this for 10 years. "New to investigations," Hudson clarified. And it was 11 years. His mom shook her head, disapproving of it all. "Listen." Tobias sat in a chair next to him. "I know we're supposed to be making merry and all, but I'm sorry about your friend." Hudson paused. His fork quivered 3 inches above his plate. "You can't be hanging around, Tobias. People saw you at the funeral." "No one saw me." "I saw you." You're my brother. I wanted you to see me, to know I cared. It ain't always cops against criminals. Some of us are more alike than we think, or want to believe."
Hudson didn't like the way Tobias was looking at him. So sure, like he knew something Hudson didn't. They might have the same blood, but they were nothing alike. Tobias didn't have one good-intentioned nerve in his body. And Hudson, well, he had at least one. But there was another core difference between them that Hudson wasn't proud of. He lied, and Tobias didn't. It wasn't out of malevolence on his part, or reverence on Tobias's. Rather, it was a matter of necessity and non-necessity, of having shame and not, of having everything to lose versus nothing. Hudson had lied on his background check. He'd done everything he could to distance himself from Tobias, from changing his last name, to making sure he graduated at the top of his high school class, and later the police academy. He volunteered at the animal rescue once a week, gave a percentage of his salary to support cancer research, and took 3 names off the charity tree for Christmas, buying gifts for anonymous children aged 0 to 12. He gave and he gave and he gave, for everything his brother stole. Hudson lied because he had to. Tobias, on the other hand, never felt the need, not even when they were kids, and he left Hudson to drown by the pier. Afterward, when a cop brought Hudson home, wet and shivering and wrapped in a blanket, their mother asked Tobias why he'd walked away, to which he'd simply answered, "Because you love him more than me." If that had ever been the case, loving Ryan more than Tobias, it ended that day for Phoebe Shannon. She made sure to shower Tobias with love, packing extra snacks in his lunch at school, while Hudson got what was left. Stale Pop-Tarts torn in half. Popcorn chewy from the night before. Once, he sneaked into the cupboard after school and bit into a processed honey bun. It was sickly and deliciously sweet. But when his mother found the wrapper in the garbage hours later, she scolded him for eating Tobias's food, and made him fork over 50 cents to replace what he had eaten. "Stealing is a sin, Ryan," she told him. "You'll steal your way into hell. You keep up this behavior." Now, Tobias stole TVs, jewelry, and Hudson was pretty sure the Mercedes parked in the driveway was stolen and replated. The only thing that made Hudson feel better was the theory that their mother really did love him more than Tobias, and she felt guilty. Giving in to his brother, then, was only her way of protecting them both, him from Tobias, and Tobias from himself. But it was only a theory. "It's dangerous for you," was all Hudson would allow himself to say. He pushed his ham around on his plate. "The world is dangerous," challenged Tobias. "You shouldn't have gone there." The sharpness of his own voice startled him. His fist pounded the table, causing his fork to fly out of his hand. A crack across the cheek made everything go silent. His glasses crunched against the bridge of his nose, and he knew they were broken. Despite her barely 5-foot stature, Phoebe Shannon had the ability to tower over anyone. Her chest heaved up and down, her jaw set. Her cheeks glowed as red as the ornaments on the tree. "What did I tell you boys about fighting?" she spat. "I'll have none of it, not tonight. Now, if you can't love your brother for one night out of the year, Ryan, you'll have to go. And don't ever think about setting foot in this house again, not till you quit with all this good guy, bad guy nonsense. God made you no better than the rest of us. It's time you learned that." Hudson sat still. His feet felt cemented to the floor, and his mouth filled with the taste of blood from having bitten his tongue. It had been years since she'd slapped him like that, but her words stung more. He righted his glasses as much as possible, then stood. His chair scraped across the floor. The snow had only just melted off his shoes when he shoved his feet back into them and grabbed his coat. "Ryan," his mom called. But Tobias stood and wrapped his arm over her shoulders. "Let him go, Ma.
He ain't one of us no more. Never fucking was.
Chapter 19. Morgan. Morgan sat at the breakfast table, bouncing her feet, both of which were engulfed in new Homer Simpson slippers. She'd opened them just 20 minutes ago, along with a set of pajamas, a bright red stocking cap with the Duff label stitched on the cuff, and a fleece blanket that looked like the quintessential big pink donut. Every Christmas since she could remember, her parents had showered her with Simpson stuff, likely due to the fact that it was Christmas morning when she showed up at the Mori's house all those years ago, with a second-hand jacket and a vice grip on her Bart Simpson doll. She was adopted. That fact had never been kept a secret from her. How could it have been when she remembered sitting slumped in a pilled maroon chair in the caseworker's office, her swinging feet barely grazing the carpet? At the ripe old age of 10, she was planted on her new and improved mom and dad's doorstep. Ta-da! She saw it immediately, because, although ephemeral, it was unmistakable. The slow pressing of the lips, the eyes that slipped into sideways glances, each parent blaming the other, as though to say, you wanted this. This bruised and brittle girl. This girl who bites and screams in her sleep. This girl who brings out the worst in everyone she touches. All this excitement built up, and suddenly, here she was. The anticlimax, a firework that fizzled without even the smallest pop. A punchline that didn't land quite right. Oh well. Final sale, no returns. She waited for her dad to finish with the silver shaker, then grabbed it and sifted powdered sugar on her waffle. From across the table, Grandpa Teddy's eyes crinkled at her. His freezer bag filled with watermelon Jolly Ranchers rested by his plate. It had taken Morgan 6 bags to complete. The other flavors were dumped in an old Halloween bowl downstairs. She still had to sort them. To her mom, she'd gifted a new set of baking pans and a funny oven mitt. Her dad got a new wrench set and a bag of socks. The whipped cream can crackled as she sprayed some on her waffle and added a swirl to her coffee. Grandpa Teddy held his mug out for her to do the same. He smiled like they'd just done something devious. It was barely 8 a.m., but Christmas at the Mori household had run its course. They'd opened their gifts, said their thank yous to one another, and folded the scraps of wrapping paper to be reused next year. After breakfast, her dad would go back to the factory, Grandpa Teddy would fall asleep in his chair, and her mother would fulfill some more last-minute black market cookie orders. Morgan wondered what the Reynoldses were doing. Eleanor would be perfectly put together, she was sure, all made up, wearing diamond earrings and a silk pajama set she hadn't even worn to bed the night before. Don would be dapper, of course, at the breakfast bar, making her coffee. Blake, Cora, and Charlie would coordinate in buffalo plaid pajamas. Carlisle would be in a festive adult onesie. David would be brooding in black. And Bennett would be dressed as if for a meeting, button-down shirt, black slacks, hair gelled and swept to the side. Her heart palpitated at the thought of him, and the moment under the mistletoe. He'd invited her over last night. His email popped up in the right-hand corner of her computer screen while she scanned. It had just turned midnight. Merry Christmas, Morgan Mori. Merry Christmas, Bennett Reynolds, she typed back. I'm afraid we have a problem. The statement had chilled her blood. What kind of problem could there possibly be between her and Bennett Reynolds? Did he want his money back? Because she'd already spent some of it on her family's gifts. The rest was stuffed in the Nestle tin. A new email appeared before she could respond. Santa accidentally left a present for you here. Her stomach flipped. They'd gotten her something? How was she supposed to repay them? Pretty sure I was on the naughty list this year, so come over in the morning, he said. 10-ish. And so, here she was, back at the Reynolds estate for the 3rd time this week. Morgan deposited her grandpa's unintentionally vintage car between Bennett's Porsche and the Land Rover she'd deduced as belonging to Cora and Blake. Don drove the Tesla. Bennett sat on the sun porch, his back to the window. She felt a little like she was sneaking up on him, stalking him. She knocked and watched as he turned, caught her eye, and disappeared. Within seconds, the door fell away, and he stood before her in all his primped and polished glory. Not a hair was out of place. Bennett Reynolds was a masterpiece. "Miss Mori, Merry Christmas." Morgan smiled, attempting to mask her nervousness. What was it about him that kept her so on edge? Perhaps it was the ease with which he moved through the world, or the way his eyes constantly scanned her, like she was a code he wanted to break. "Can I interest you in a coffee? Espresso? Hot cocoa?" He threw the question over his shoulder as he wandered into the kitchen. Morgan heel-toed her boots off and followed him toward the breakfast bar, her gaze settling on the fancy silver espresso machine. It looked like something out of a steampunk novel, with its myriad of gears and wands. "How many shots?" Bennett was already behind the counter, sliding a cup under the machine's dual sprockets. "4?" She heard the inflection in her tone. Her normal shot count was 6, but she should exercise some self-control. She was a guest in someone's home, after all. Then again, it was Christmas, a day of merrymaking made possible only by shots, whether espresso or alcohol. "You sure about that?" His eyes lifted. Unshakably. "It's pouring 6. When Morgan regarded him quizzically, he added, "Shot counts are like body counts." Body counts. As in bodies left for dead? She wondered. What did he know? "You ask a woman how many people she slept with, you take her answer and add 2. Guys, you minus 2. Morgan turned his words over in her mind. All was quiet inside the Reynolds house, and yet a wake of warmth remained, as though the place had been teeming with warm bodies not so long ago. She and Bennett were alone. She could feel it. She kept her hand steady as she accepted the steaming cup. "So, what's your count, Mr. Reynolds?" His keen eyes locked onto her face. 2, he whispered, with a look that said he knew she didn't believe him for a second. He grazed her cheekbone with the edge of his thumb, then. It was an intimate gesture. She felt something stir inside her, something carnal and dark. If she was at the ruins, she'd turn her head and let his thumb slip into her mouth. She'd bite down just a little, so he knew she had teeth and that she was willing to use them. Then he'd drop to the floor. But they weren't at the ruins. They were in the wolf's den. "You ready?" he asked. Morgan was about to ask what for when she remembered her reason for coming over. To see what Santa deposited under the wrong tree? They took their places in the living room, Bennett kneeling by the tree, and Morgan sitting on the couch where Christopher had sat yesterday. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees and breathing in the roasted aroma of the espresso. The place was already picked up from this morning's gift opening. They were a vanishing bunch, the Reynoldses, so alive and in command of the moment, and gone the next. "Where is everyone?" she asked finally. "Family snowmobiles. They hit the trail about an hour ago. Well, everyone except David. I think he's painting or brooding." Family snowmobiles. What a concept. Of the people she knew, most of their family gifts consisted of a board game or a tin of popcorn. "You didn't want to go?" "Had better plans." She smiled appropriately, knowing that she was, indeed, his better plan. "So, that's it, huh? The vagabond present that wandered under the wrong tree." There was, indeed, one lone gift wrapped in silver foil, a red bow perched on top. "That's the one." He retrieved it from beneath the boughs and handed it to her. The gift was about the size of a mailbox and weighed several pounds. She could tell by its weight that it was expensive. Tilting the box on its side, she slid her finger under a triangle of folded foil and began to unwrap. The foil fell away to reveal a white box with black and red type. "You didn't," she said, stopping abruptly. The gift was still half wrapped. "You don't even know what it is yet." "Bennett, She what, couldn't believe it? Couldn't accept it?" "Love it," he finished hopefully. Morgan sighed. She felt hollow. The stirring inside her was gone, evaporated. A new wave of feelings erupted in its place: gratitude, disbelief, utter mystification. She finished tearing away the paper to reveal the newest Canon EOS 5D Mark IV, complete with prime lens. I know these things have a ton of gadgets, so there's a gift card, too. He pointed to a tiny red envelope taped to the top, inside of which, as promised, was a gift card for $2,500. Bennett, this is insane. I can't process how happy you are. Accept this. I'm sorry, I just can't. The puerile light in his eyes extinguished. The color faded from his cheeks. Even his hair seemed limp. Morgan instantly felt regret, but it was true. She couldn't accept the camera or the gift card. Clearly unfamiliar with rejection, Bennett climbed up on the couch to sit beside her. You can, he coaxed. He wrapped his arm around her. She breathed in his bottled scent of bourbon and smoke and felt cloaked and calm, like the feeling of a blanket settling over her, or a drink snaking its way into her bloodstream. Remember last week when I told you I make a fuck ton of money? This didn't even cost close to that. It wasn't so much about the money as it was the intimacy of the gift. To wield the camera again, one even better than the one she'd had before, was a revival of power, of independence, of a means to make her way in the world yet. Bennett, we don't even know each other, and she intended to keep it that way. She couldn't ruin him, as she had so many others. What was that thing he'd said about body counts, add 2? More like 24 in her case. I know everything I need to know. His fingertips walked over the back of her hand, then, sliding into place between her knuckles. She felt him squeeze, felt a shot of endorphins rush through her, felt dizzy as he tilted his head toward her, his lips plush and inviting her to sink her teeth in. The back door opened. Cora's laughter echoed in the hall, followed by the sounds of boots thumping on the mudroom tile. Relieved, Morgan broke free from Bennett, sliding over to the next cushion. Bennett looked away, nonchalantly raked a hand through his hair. Morgan, Eleanor exclaimed. What a joy to see you 2 days in a row. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Morgan waved as the long-lost Reynoldses filed into the kitchen area. Eleanor removed her earmuffs and her scarf and dusted the snow from Don's shoulders. Cora bounced Charlie on her hip. He looked like a snow baby, all rosy-cheeked and bundled up in a white teddy bear suit. She heard a light banter then, as who she guessed to be Carlisle and Blake hung up their jackets. Coffee or hot cocoa, anyone? Don clapped his hands and set forth behind the counter. May I have a London fog, darling? Eleanor called. She smiled, showing her teeth, eyes shining brightly. Yes, love, but only because it's Christmas. You know these things are wretchedly tedious. I'll have one too, please, Don, said Cora. Oh my God, Morgan, did you get Bennett to make you an espresso? Cora shared a look with Eleanor, then turned back to Morgan. He must really like you. Bennett lives to be served, not to serve. Bennett rolled his eyes. Look who's talking, miss. Can you shovel the walk so I don't get snow on my boots? Cora laughed and raised her right hand. Guilty. But in my defense, Louboutins were not made for snow. They were made for show, added Blake. He'd taken off his jacket, and Morgan startled at all the colorful ink on his arms. Now that he was only wearing a t-shirt, she could see that he was covered in tattoos. The edge of one even crept out from underneath his collar. They stopped abruptly at his wrists, though, probably so he could wear a long-sleeve shirt, and no one would be any the wiser. She hadn't been. There was something different about all of them, wasn't there? Now that she was aware, she noticed the dimple piercings in Carlisle's cheeks, and where was her mane of blonde hair? Surely it couldn't all be tucked into her hat. Thank you, honey. Cora leaned over to plant a kiss on her husband's lips. She entwined her arm with his then, and rested her head on his shoulder. With Charlie still on her hip, it looked as though they were posed for a family portrait, and Morgan was reminded again of her other camera, the one with all their Christmas photos on it. She looked down at the new hardware in her lap. Oh, did you give it to her? What do you think, Morgan? Morgan took a deep breath. I don't know what to say. Thank you, she said for the first time, turning toward Bennett. I'm in shock, Cora laughed. Morgan nodded. Yes. What was this strange new world into which she'd tumbled? Walking into the Reynolds estate really was like wandering through a wardrobe. Everything was better here, nicer. Even the people. Who just gave someone, a stranger, essentially, thousands of dollars worth of gifts? You really don't know what this means to me. A tear slipped down her cheek, and she let it. She could help her parents catch up on bills, buy a new car, leave. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Don handed steaming mugs to both Cora and Eleanor. He returned to the espresso bar, pouring a shot of whiskey into his own. You could grace us with your presence again, suggested Eleanor. When Morgan looked at Bennett, she added, Come to the cabin with us, for New Year's. Cabin? Morgan reached back in her memory for the last batch of photos she'd scanned, and thought she remembered catching glimpses of an A-frame structure in the woods. Oh, yes, said Cora as though speaking for Morgan. That would be so fun. We go up every year. Well, we do now, again. It's a hike, said Carlyle as she hopped up to sit on top of the breakfast bar. She took her hat off to reveal a head of short blonde hair shaved on one side. And when David wandered in through the sun porch smelling of aerosol and standing next to her, she knew where she'd seen the two of them before. The ruins. Carlyle's mouth twitched like she could read Morgan's mind. The key burned the inside of her wrist. It was possible that they had been the ones to leave it for her, Morgan thought. That the black sheep of the family had lured her home. Suddenly, she felt Bennett take her hand. Well, what do you say? He asked. How long had Morgan sat there, staring silently at the pair of them? Their presence awakened something inside of her. Fear. Dread. A homesickness for a place she no longer had. The smell of spray paint took her back to the night of the shooting. I found you. Her head swam. Yes, she answered finally, only to appease the Reynoldses. She would cancel later. And as she gathered her things, she noticed how David's and Carlyle's eyes never left her. They weren't sheep at all. They were wolves.
Chapter 20. Hudson. The knock at his front door sent Pip bounding off the couch. Her nails clacked against the hardwood floors as she scurried through the kitchen, Hudson at her heels. He squinted through his taped glasses to see who was at his doorstep. Miserelli's red hair looked like a firework, all kinked and shooting off in every direction, as it did when not tied in a low bun. He drew in a deep breath and opened the door. "Merry Christmas. Can we come in?" she asked, referring to her and the bottle of Jameson she held. Hudson stepped aside and let her in. The crisp Christmas cold bit at his skin, needled at his bare arms, and made his nipples stand at attention beneath his t-shirt. He smoothed a hand over them so she wouldn't see. He wasn't in the mood for jokes. He wasn't in the mood for Joey. Because this was what she did. She loved him, then she loved him not. Then she loved him again. Perhaps love was the wrong word. Wanted. She wanted him until she didn't. He stood back, hands shoved into his flannel PJ pockets. He waited for her to speak, the cold floor kissing the bottoms of his feet through the holes worn in his slipper soles. Nan had bought him a new pair every year. Now that she was gone, whenever a new pair turned up as a recommended item online, he couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger. He'd slough around in these damn things until they disintegrated on his way to the fridge one day. Did Miserelli see him, he wondered? Really see him for what he was? A man who spent Christmas morning alone, but for his dog. Who shuffled around the house in tattered slippers and pilled pajama pants, wearing a pair of broken glasses. On paper, he was a relatively intelligent detective, with over 1,000 criminal arrests under his belt. He could run a mile in under 6 minutes, outshoot just about anyone at the range, excluding SIU. and had earned the Exemplary Officer Award for 6 years running. So which Ryan Hudson did she see? The flesh version or the paper version? "Do you have shot glasses?" she asked, setting the bottle firmly in the center of the table. Whether it was meant as a peace offering or a Christmas present, all it did was remind him of how much he missed the other most important person in his life. Jameson was Garrison's favorite shot. Chase it with a bottle of Spotted Cow, and you had his favorite dinner. His mind went to the Garrison household. Noelle and Lila waking up in a chilly, cheerless house. The place on the couch empty, where every other Christmas morning Bricks would sit and laugh as he tore into something gimmicky. A custom bobblehead made to look like him, or a hat with a bottle opener on the brim. The image dystrophied, drowned by the same deafening, disorienting silence that had befallen the chapel at the funeral. He wondered if they'd even put presents under the tree at all. He grabbed the 2 shot glasses out of the cupboard and ran them under the faucet to rinse the dust from them, set them next to the whiskey. "I figured we could toast to Garrison," said Miserelli. Hudson nodded. He cracked open the bottle and poured them each a shot, slid Miserelli's to her. "Thanks." She clinked her glass against his, and together they tipped them back. Hudson watched her screw up her face. "Tastes like motor oil." "It's not good," he agreed, wiping his mouth on the bottom of his t-shirt. He glanced up and noticed Miserelli staring at him, at his abdomen and the trail of dark hair that journeyed below his belly button. He fixed his shirt and put both glasses in the sink. He started to rinse them when he felt something against his skin, cold and light as a snowflake. The winter air clung to her clothes, her hair, her hands, as she touched him. His entire body tensed, her familiar caress having turned him into a block of ice. And ice could melt. "How was your mom's last night?" she asked. "It was good," he lied, and knew he didn't sound convincing. "That's good." She rested her head against his back. He closed his eyes, giving in to her, to the whiskey that shrouded his mind in a dreamy fog, and for a moment all his problems slipped away. He was a worry-stone, worn so smooth after Garrison's death and being disowned by his family that nothing bad could stick to him anymore. For the first time in his life, he felt invincible, a little come what may. Miserelli slid to her knees, taking his pants down with her. All he could see was her fiery crown, moving back and forth as she began to blow him. His hands gripped the edge of the counter. "Jesus," he breathed. When was the last time he'd gotten one of these? He went down on her almost every time they had sex, and yet so infrequently did she return the favor. "Don't stop," he said, and he said it again. His hands were in her hair, her wayward ringlets slipping in and out of his fingers, like melting embers. His muscles tensed, his abs contracted. Every vein in his body swelled. If this was her way of apologizing, apology accepted. He fell to his knees when he finished, his entire body racked with tremors. Miserelli straddled him. Her fingers made slow circles on the back of his skull that could send him into a coma. Even the slightest touch felt like a lightning bolt to him right now. She kissed him hard, and he kissed her back harder. His hands slid into the waistband of her jeans, finding purchase at the top of her butt. Her skin was velvet soft. Gliding his fingertips upward, he traced the calligraphy he knew to be inked on her spine. Gently, he guided her to the floor. It wouldn't be the first time they'd had sex in the kitchen. In a push-up position, he leaned toward her and kissed her chin, planting a trail of them down the middle of her toned stomach. Sliding backward, he unzipped her jeans, his tongue tasting the vanilla lotion she'd massaged into her skin. "Oh, Ryan." Her voice was more soprano than usual. She arched her back, letting him slide her pants off over her hips, and... a rap at the door. Panicked, Hudson looked up. Miserelli tore away from him, and Army rolled into the living room. Pip barked. He stood, knocking his head on the countertop. He combed his hand through his hair. Fixing his glasses, he squinted to see who was outside. All he could see was the sleeve of a dark jacket. Hudson opened the door. Nikolai Cole stood on his porch, casually, as though this were a friendly routine visit, and not the first time he'd come to Hudson's house. "Good morning, sir." Hudson stepped aside to let Cole in, but the sergeant remained put. "Hey, Harry Potter. Your phone dead?" No, it's—" He trailed off, craning his neck to look behind him, as though he could see his phone that he'd left in the living room all the way from here. The outside air stung his skin. Pip barked. He heard Miserelli try to shush her, and had no doubt that Cole had heard it too. "Some baby cops picked up a guy for a disorderly. Fighting with his family, you know, the Christmas tradition. Scored half an ounce off him. He's asking for a trade." "A trade?" "Information in exchange for a get-out-of-jail-free card." Hudson furrowed his brows. His broken glasses slid down his nose. "What kind of information?" It wasn't a foreign concept. The underworld and the police department had their own economy, wherein information was currency. The more serious the charges, the higher the price. "He says he knows who shot Brick's garrison." Hudson's heart stopped. Everything. Frost blooming on windshields, plastic bags rolling across snowy streets, the lake effect whistling through brick houses and lean-to porches. It all stopped. When it started again a second later, he compared it to a video buffering. It felt like he was watching it, not living it. Cole standing on his doorstep, telling him it was over. They would finally arrest the piece of shit who put Garrison in the ground. Tears welled in his eyes. A cloud materialized in front of Cole's mouth as he exhaled. "Casper from West End PD's lead on this case. I called him down to do the interview. Figured you might want to watch in the—" "I would, yes. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Cole looked him up and down. He raised his brow as though doubting 10 minutes was enough time for him to transform from his current state of undress. "Interview room number 1. He turned to leave and paused on the bottom step. "Oh, and Hudson—" Hudson paused and pulling the door closed. "Yes, sir?" "Tell Miserelli she should park over on Locust next time. Less visibility from the PD."
Chapter 21. Morgan. The red letters of Canon Mark IV seared into her corneas like a branding iron. As she looked at the glossy white box on her passenger seat, she couldn't help but feel she'd made a Faustian bargain. Impossible. She needed a soul for a deal with the devil. And yet she had made a trade. She'd agreed to go to the cabin all the way up in who the fuck knows whereville, and for what purpose? It was an event she wouldn't be getting paid to photograph. Rather, the Reynoldses seemed genuine about wanting her to participate. It was a trap, laid by Carlyle and David and whoever else was hell-bent on taking her down for the things she'd done. The lives she'd probably ruined. But what unnerved her most about going up north was that she wouldn't have the protection of hiding behind her camera. People might see the real her. A scared little girl beneath the sharp metal piercings and the stone-cold stare. Or worse, they might see the things she'd done, written on her face with ink that was invisible, until she turned toward the light. Torture. Blackmail. Ruin. That was why she had to cancel. She'd wait a day or two and then email Bennett that something had come up. Her grandpa had fallen on the ice. That one always got her out of obligations. And yet, She couldn't deny she was curious about what else simmered beneath the Reynolds' seemingly perfect surfaces. The Christmas party had been a performance for everyone else, with craft paper presents and flutes of effervescent champagne. But this morning, her third encounter with them, they'd begun to let their guards down, peel back the curtains. What would they be like off camera, she wondered. Once the cable knit costumes came off, would the claws come out? The streets were empty, still. The plow must have come through not long ago. Piles of grayish snow butted up against yards, burying mailboxes. She watched a couple of kids in snowsuits dragging new plastic sleds before she veered left on Winslow Street. Morgan stared through the windshield. In the daylight, the house at 604 was less intimidating. A dingy white with paint flaking off, it was camouflaged with its grim surroundings. She put the car in park this time, and when she'd taken her new camera out of its box, clicking the battery pack and memory card into place, she did feel somewhat fearless. "Focus," she whispered. She turned her wrist, then ensuring the key was in its holster. All roads lead back to home. Well, she'd come home now. Finally. Morgan drew in one last breath and exhaled before getting out of the car. She slammed the door. The sound was muffled, muted by the insulation of the snow. How comforting, she thought as she approached the front porch. If she screamed, probably no one would hear her. The stair groaned as she put pressure on it. Gripping her camera tightly, Morgan skipped up the last 3 steps and squared up with the yawning doorway. It was dark inside, but for a ray of silvery light streaming in from a window. Her heart was in her throat, threatening to abandon ship if she didn't turn back now. But she couldn't. She'd come all this way with only the clothes on her back and a key that had become her everything. A hint, a hope, a promise that there was life for her beyond Black Harbor. Whatever it opened could mean escape, the end of her sentence in this stark, coal-dusted prison. And it was Christmas Day. Nothing bad happened on Christmas, right? The wind whistled, rocked her back on her heels. A piece of hair cut across her face. Morgan pushed it away, and biting down on the studs in her lip, walked into the house that had shown her that hell existed right here in Black Harbor. Silence. She'd wandered into a crypt. It was so quiet, the walls might as well have been poured concrete, marked by old graffiti. Drawings of pot leaves and pentagrams. Spent candles lay on the floor, their wax melted and hardened next to soggy pizza boxes, the remains of a seance. The more Morgan looked around, the more her hope diminished. The cabinets were all opened and emptied, even the ones Byrne had kept locked. The pantry had been pried open, the fridge lying face up like a coffin. Her boots crunched on the pieces of a shattered crack pipe as she ventured farther in toward Byrne's bedroom. The door was closed. Morgan drew in a breath before setting her hand on the cold brass knob and pushing it inward. She'd never stepped foot in this room before. It was smaller than she'd always imagined it would be. A full-size mattress lay on the floor, scantily covered by a stained sheet. The dresser drawers were pulled out. Someone had stolen all the clothes and knickknacks, whatever they had been. She didn't know what kinds of things Byrne held dear, if anything at all. The key was in her hand now. She tried it in anything that had a lock, seeing if she'd somehow overlooked the great mystery she'd been lured to discover. The bedroom door, the shallow closet, the top dresser drawer, all empty. She caught a glimpse of herself in the fogged mirror. She looked sad on Christmas of all days, and small. Her glasses were too big for her face. Her jacket hung off her like a shirt on a scarecrow, and her legs were stick-thin, not even touching. Who did she think she was, honestly? That she could come in here and conquer her fears? She was nothing. Nobody. Just a scared little girl the world rejected over and over and over again. A taste of salt made her tongue tingle as a tear meandered its way to her mouth. The image was achingly beautiful, in a way that she didn't usually consider anything about herself to be. Turning a smidge more toward the hoary light, Morgan chose a low aperture on the dial. Making eye contact with herself, she held the shutter down for a second, until she felt the autofocus find purchase, and clicked. She took 2 more, for good measure, already envisioning a black and white grainy print she might make of it, when in the background, just over her shoulder, a spot of red peeked in and out of the frame. Morgan jumped, dropping her camera onto the dresser top. She rescued it before it bounced onto the floor and clutched it to her chest like a newborn kitten as she tiptoed toward the hall. The door to her old room was open. The edges of her vision darkened as she neared it. Her mouth felt dry. Her eyes watered as she fought the urge to cough, to not disturb the ghosts and the dust mites that had made this hovel their home. She realized the cause of her tunnel vision now. Subconsciously, she'd lifted the camera to her face to only peer through the viewfinder. She gasped. A red balloon floated in the center of the floor, like the one that had waited for her in the smoky haze at the ruins. Morgan knelt. The balloon was tethered to a present wrapped in cheap holiday paper, white, patterned with the words naughty or nice in red calligraphy. A note was taped to the top of the box. It was a scrap of the same wrapping paper that had been folded, and on the blank inside was written, "To my ruin." Her stomach seized. A cold sweat prickled at her hairline. Morgan tore at a corner of the paper, wincing at how the empty house magnified the sound. The box itself was nondescript, no name or shipping address to denote where it had come from. Inside, it held a black device. A portable DVD player, she realized when she opened it. Stuck to the screen was a post-it with 2 words that chilled Morgan's blood. "Wanna play?" Her breath rattled in her chest. The sudden gust of cold that swept in through the busted windows dug into her shoulders, keeping her in place. She pressed play and watched as all the walls she'd carefully constructed since returning to Black Harbor came crashing down. She recognized the room depicted in the video. The walls were painted matte black, mostly, but for a white orb, a skull missing its bottom jaw. Words were spray-painted in white in a scrawl-like fashion. Shatter me, beat me, break me down. A bench on a chain protruded from beneath the half-skull where Morgan herself sat. Shackles glinted around her wrists. The view was that of a first-person video game. The image moved as the person wearing the camera advanced into the room. She heard the door shut, and she knew what was about to happen. In the video, Morgan wore a long wig, twisted into double braids, and lipstick the shade of blood. A plaid schoolgirl skirt left little to the imagination. She stared doe-eyed up at the guest, whose hand came into view as they peeled her bra strap down over her shoulder. "Let's play," Video Morgan whispered. She offered up her hands, knuckles folded and pressed together in the shape of a heart, waiting to be undone. "That depends," said the guest. "Have you been naughty or nice?" Video Morgan gave her best cat-like smize. "Naughty?" Before she'd finished saying the word, the guest grabbed her by the neck and squeezed. In the house on Winslow Street, Morgan felt heady, as though his hands were around her throat now. "There's a wooden bat in the corner. Why don't you punish me properly?" whispered Video Morgan. A kernel sound rumbled from the guest, a laugh, and then suddenly it was cut by a yelp that evolved into heavy breathing. His hands let go of her, not by her command, but because he'd suddenly lost control of them. The camera lurched forward, showing Video Morgan expertly dodging out of the way as the guest's body crashed to the floor. A groan that sounded like white noise crackled in his throat. Video Morgan disappeared off screen. Watching from her old bedroom, Morgan knew what came next, but she didn't tear her eyes away. She wanted to see what her guests saw in their final seconds before being marked forever, exposed to the world for what they truly were. Monsters. Wolves in sheep's wool. Ruined souls who ruined souls. Video Morgan returned, wielding a glowing red branding iron. She straddled the paralyzed guest, and in her old room on Winslow Street, Morgan listened to the sibilant sound of scorching metal stamping into human flesh.
Chapter 22. Hudson. The funny thing about Black Harbor PD was that, although they had interview rooms number 1 and number 3, there was no number 2. Interview room number 3 was reserved for children and victims of sensitive crimes. A blanket ladder leaned against one of the dove-gray walls, next to a basket of toys. The furniture was akin to what you'd see in someone's home. Overstuffed chairs with ottomans, a matching couch. Beneath the window that overlooked the annex building and municipal parking lot, as well as his house, was a bookshelf filled with second-hand picture books. He'd spent a fair amount of time in that room, building rapport with children who were either too scared to speak, or whose parents had coached them on what lies to tell. Interview room number 1 was the opposite. Stark and windowless, the only break in the concrete block was a 60 by 48-inch acrylic two-way mirror. It wasn't supposed to be comforting or calming. It was meant for interrogations, to break people down, to strip them of nothing but the truth, until they had no option but to confess to their criminal misdeeds. Murder, rape, coercion. Hudson wasn't ready for that yet. However, he knew if he ever made the move to robberies, he'd have to learn a thing or two about commanding the room. It was an ironic commentary on Black Harbor, the fact that they only had these 2 spaces, for conducting either soft interviews or hard interrogations. There was no in-between. It was a black-and-white setup that forced people to be put in one room or the other, despite the fact that most people lived in shades of gray, including Hudson himself, and Cole from what he'd heard. The viewing room was the size of a narrow closet. It would be large enough for a twin bed and nothing else. There were 2 metal chairs facing the glass, neglected by the 2 people already in the room when he arrived. Sergeant Cole and Investigator Riley stood in identical poses, arms crossed, bodies squared up with the mirror. A pair of mint-colored headphones hung around Riley's neck. She leaned forward a bit then, bouncing on the ball of her right foot, like a runner waiting for the sound of a gun. Hudson pulled the door shut behind him and stood next to Cole. They were all 3 swathed in darkness now, the only light coming from the other side of the glass. At the stainless steel table, a hulking figure sat, meaty hands folded. There was a bottle of water in front of him, and an unopened bag of chips. The man looked around, his gaze sweeping from the 4 corners of the room to the ceiling, like an animal surveying its cage. The rolls on the back of his bald head glistened with sweat. A bruise marbled his cheek. An investigator who Hudson recognized from the roll call following Garrison's death entered the interview room. Dressed in jeans and a sweater, he looked as though he'd come straight from a Christmas party. "Hi, I'm Detective Jerome Casper from Wesson Police Department. I'm leading the investigation into Officer Garrison's death. How are you?" The Hulk shrugged his shoulders. It sounded as though he had cotton in his mouth when he mumbled, "Been better?" Casper squinted, tilted his head as though assessing damage. "You might want to put some frozen peas on that. Stop the swelling." "My cousin got me with a lamp." Detective Casper smiled. He had square teeth that were spaced apart, his mouth framed by a goatee. "You get him a shitty gift or what?" "Sorry, bad joke." He cleared his throat. My colleagues from this department said you've got some information concerning Officer Garrison, who was shot and killed just shy of a week ago." The large man shifted.
"Look, I can't go back to prison, man."
"No one said anything about you going back to prison."
"They got that dope on me, though, I swear."
"Ronald, is it? Ronald Muntz?"
"Yeah?"
"If you're about to tell me that half-ounce of cocaine between your ass cheeks wasn't yours, you can save your breath. Now," Casper walked closer to the table, "I could thank you for getting me out of my in-laws' place early, but I'm going to catch hell from my wife when I get home. I won't get a lamp to the face, hopefully, but you know how it is." Hudson watched Muntz slump forward a bit, his back rounding. "I'm going to have to make it up to her," said Casper. "Watch something on the Hallmark Channel tonight, so you—" he pointed directly at Muntz's chest— "better make this worth my while. I don't want to hear no 'I know a guy who knows a guy' bullshit, all right?" Hudson glanced at Cole. The sergeant cupped his right elbow with his left hand, his thumb hooked thoughtfully under his chin. His eyes swept back and forth across the two characters, left to right, reading them. "So, what have you got for me?" said Casper.
"Look, man, you gotta swear if I tell. I ain't going back to prison. I can't do 5 more years. Shit, I can't do 5 more minutes in that place."
"Ronald, I swear you won't go back to prison. Not for this. The fight with your cousin? That's just a disorderly conduct arrest. We'll get you out on a signature bond. And as far as the cocaine, we won't even mention it in the report. It's like you never had it on you. In you," he corrected.
"Okay."
Muntz sighed. Hudson watched his shoulders rise and fall. "You ready to tell me, then, who shot Brix Garrison on the night of December 19th?
"Yeah."
Muntz's breathing changed, sped up. From where he stood, Hudson could see more globules of sweat rolling down the man's stubbled head, trickling behind his ears and disappearing in the folds of his neck.
Can I use the bathroom?"
"You serious, Ronald?" Casper raised his brow.
"Yeah, I drank like a whole soda before they picked me up. I just gotta pee, that's all."
Casper looked toward the mirror. Cole nudged Hudson. "Come on. I'll take the front. You watch his back." Unsure what he'd just been volunteered for, Hudson followed Cole out of the viewing room, just as Detective Casper opened the door to interview room number 1. "This is Sergeant Cole and—" "Hudson," Hudson offered. Investigator Hudson." "Investigator Hudson," Casper repeated. "They'll be your escorts to the bathroom." Muntz looked at them each in turn. He was shorter up close and more muscular. As Cole led the way through the bureau and down the hall, with Muntz walking between them, Hudson could see clear over the top of his head. There were scars on it. Dents. He would guess that today's scuffle wasn't the first fight he'd participated in. A gang symbol was tattooed on his neck. It looked like a DIY job, the ink all blued and blurred. Once in the bathroom, Muntz went to the far urinal. Cole stood next to the paper towel dispenser, and Hudson took his place beside him. Muntz urinated for a long time. After about 30 seconds, Cole shared a look with Hudson. Muntz tipped his head back and closed his eyes, as though this was the first moment of peace he'd experienced all day.
"Jesus, you've got a bladder the size of a bathtub," said Cole. "How much soda did you drink?"
Muntz grunted. When he finished, he flushed the silver handle and zipped up his jeans. Hey, Cole blocked the door. "Wash your fucking hands, that's disgusting." Muntz rolled his eyes and made a U-turn toward the sink. If the reason for Muntz's being there hadn't been so grave, Hudson would have smiled. He knew Sergeant Cole was a bit of a neat freak. That fact was evident by the abundant supply of disinfectant wipes and hand sanitizer he kept in the bureau at all times. Not to mention the man himself was immaculate. There was never so much as a hair out of place or a speck of lint on his clothing. How did he do it, Hudson wondered. Have it all together, in a place like Black Harbor. The water shut off. As Muntz grabbed for a paper towel, Hudson noted he had the hands of a mechanic, the lines of his palms all antiqued with black, the same crud shoved under his fingernails. They walked Muntz back to interview room number 1 and returned to their positions in the viewing room. "Better?" Casper asked Muntz. Muntz nodded and fell like a bag of sand into his chair. It scraped across the tile. "Okay, now that you're more comfortable, tell me, who shot Officer Brix Garrison on the night of December 19th?
"I know a guy."
Casper was already shaking his head. "I thought we weren't going to do that," but Muntz talked over him.
"I know a guy. I bought dope from him. The stuff they found on me today."
"Okay. When did you buy it?" Muntz sighed. His eyes darted to all the corners of the room, as though someone else could have snuck in while he was gone. He looked at the window then, his gaze searching for where he knew Hudson and Cole to be, like a camera lens struggling to find a focal point.
"Couple days ago. Tuesday, maybe. He had a .50 caliber Desert Eagle. Black, with a gold barrel. Was bragging about popping a cop a few nights before."
A storm cloud passed before Casper's eyes. A crease cut severely across his forehead. When he lifted his gaze to meet Cole's, it was as though the two were telepathically connected, as though Casper could indeed see Cole on the other side of the acrylic glass. Hudson heard Riley inhale sharply. At the same time, Cole whispered, "Motherfucker." They had him. The bullets that slammed into Garrison were 50 AE, 300-grain rounds for a Desert Eagle. "You're sure?" Casper posed to Muntz. "It wasn't like a Glock 41 or—" Now it was Muntz's turn to raise his brow.
"Come on, bro. You don't mistake a hand cannon like that for anything else."
"You got a point. All right, so who's your guy? The one who sold you the cocaine and was bragging about popping a cop?" Muntz leaned forward in his chair, scraping it across the floor again. He hung his head.
"I better not go to prison again. I'm telling you."
Casper raised his right hand. "I swear on my mother's grave you will not go to prison for this." Muntz was quiet, as though rethinking his decision to come here. "Ronald?" prompted Casper. The giant man leaned forward so his forehead was on the table. From his vantage point, Hudson could see him kneading his hands.
"You know he's gonna kill me for this, right?"
His words were muffled, spoken to the floor.
"He'll feed me to that goddamn snake of his or some shit."
"Sit up, Ronald." When the Hulk didn't move, Casper leaned hard on the table. The water bottle toppled off, bounced once when it hit the floor and rolled out of sight. "You have 2 seconds to tell me who shot Brix Garrison before I lock you back up in handcuffs." Muntz finally looked up. He'd left a pool of sweat on the stainless steel surface, and Hudson could see that the back of his shirt was soaked through. "1," counted Casper. Muntz shook his head.
"I'm fucked."
2. Suddenly Muntz stood. A screeching metal sound tore through both rooms as he ripped the table out of the floor. Bolts bulleted in different directions, one nicking the two-way mirror. Riley yelled and covered her ears with her hands before darting after Cole, who had run into the interview room to assist Casper. By the time Hudson made it in, Cole already had a taser trained on the man.
"You pull a stunt like that again, Muntz, you're going to prison," said Cole. "I don't care whose grave I have to swear on." "How about your friends? Garrison, was it?"
Muntz's breathing was heavy and labored. Flipping the table was obviously more exertion than he'd had in the past year or more. Riley and Casper held him back. The taser in Cole's hand buzzed. The prods made an electrifying clack-clack. Hudson felt his blood doing the same thing, electrifying. He wanted to punch Muntz square in the mouth. "Hudson!" Cole's voice snapped him out of his fantasy. "Call the jail. Tell him we got a new booking coming through."
"No!"
shouted Muntz. He started to lunge at Hudson, but Cole commanded him to his knees, the taser still trained on him.
"Tell us who shot Brix Garrison, Muntz, now."
Muntz let out a sob. and just as Hudson took his cell phone out of his pocket to dial the jail, he uttered a name that blackened the edges of Hudson's vision, like a page thrown into a puddle of ink. Hades.
Chapter 23. Morgan. Morgan wandered out of the downstairs bathroom, towel drying her hair and leaving wet prints that evaporated in her wake. In an oversized shirt worn thin by time and a pair of boxer briefs, she plopped down on her mattress. Then she reached for the bottle of Absolute wedged in the couch cushion and slugged it back. The vodka swam between her teeth, scorched her throat on the way down. Upstairs, muted by the floor between them, she could hear the sounds of A Christmas Story as her mom curled up next to her dad on the couch and Grandpa Teddy slept with his mouth open in the recliner. That was how they spent most Christmas nights, but this year Morgan had excused herself as being sick, not a lie, and hoofed it downstairs, toting her 2 new gifts, one from a handsome and wealthy admirer and the other from a sadistic anonymous fuck who wanted to see her squirm. The same sadistic anonymous fuck who'd left her the key. She knew it without a doubt. The handwriting on both notes was the same. She set her presents on her desk, the camera on one side of her computer monitor and the portable DVD player on the other. Then she sat on the edge of her mattress with her knees drawn up and stared, daring either one of them to move. When they didn't, her gaze slid to Eleanor's box of photographs, on top of which lay a duplicate portrait of the one she'd first studied on the mantel. Her eyes burned a hole in the picture as she dared to imagine how different things would have been if she'd been born a Reynolds. If she hadn't been the ruin, the little wretch, as Aunt Byrne had called her. Left in her clutches at 4 years old, and for 4 more years thereafter, Morgan had always thought Byrne had been named for the scars on her face, the puckered flesh that made striated rivers on her skin. Legend had it she'd knocked a scalding kettle on her head when she was young, or her sister, Morgan's mother Ava, had. Both women told different stories, apparently. The people paid her aunt cash, mostly, but sometimes they presented little baggies of what looked like snow in exchange for 20 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour, depending on the amount, with Morgan. There was no set menu. It was a la carte. They could do whatever they wanted to her in the allotted time, so long as they did not kill her. That didn't Some of them didn't come close. They wore hoods, or what Morgan later learned were balaclavas. Black wool hoods that concealed everything but their eyes, and even that space had a mesh insert. They could see her, but she couldn't see them. A man beat her with a belt. Another strangled her with his tie. A woman hurt her with a corkscrew. But the worst were the plastic bags from the liquor store. Cloudy black things and vaguely translucent, they always looked to Morgan like skin shed by a snake. They slipped them over her head like a bonnet and knotted the handles around her neck. She screamed. Not because anyone would save her, but as her sentence dragged on, she learned that screaming made her black out faster, so she didn't have to be lucid for the horrors that ensued. And then, one morning, just weeks after Morgan's 8th birthday, all was quiet. She didn't hear the growl of the coffee maker, or the shuffling of Byrne's slippered feet across the kitchen floor. She didn't hear the dreaded knocks on the door or the whisper of a jacket sliding over the back of a chair. The only sounds came from outside. Cars shushed past. A shovel scraped against a sidewalk. A dog's metal tags tinkled. A shrill scream scared the birds from the power lines. An icicle fell from the gutter and splintered. When the police came, they wrapped Morgan in a blue fleece blanket. They muttered words like Jesus Christ and House of Horrors. They asked if she had family, to which Morgan shook her head. Byrne had been her only family. Her mother had run off years ago. She'd disappeared so effectively, in fact, that Morgan had begun to doubt her existence at all. All she had were vague memories and the Bart Simpson doll she'd given her before dropping her off at the house on Winslow Street, never to be seen or heard from again. The investigation revealed that Byrne had slipped and fallen on her way to the mailbox. Cracked her skull on the sidewalk. The cops told her not to look, but Morgan stole a glance out the window and saw Byrne lying there. Her eyes looked frosted over like a windshield in December. The blood had already frozen around her head. After, Morgan's home life became a kaleidoscope of different families, different houses. She never stayed in any one place too long. Her ways of staring for hours on end and arranging everything in perfect symmetrical formation, from Legos to books to knives in the cutlery drawer, had a tendency to scare people, especially adults. The children seemed more or less intrigued, but as soon as they began to mimic her behavior, she was cast out like a package delivered to the wrong address. Returned to sender. That was how she ended up almost exactly where she started, in Black Harbor, no more than 10 blocks from where she'd lived with Byrne. Lynette and Bruce Mori were a childless couple who'd been on the list for over a decade, and so, one monochromatic Christmas morning, she appeared on their doorstep, the gift they'd always wanted, but made with broken parts.